The snows were slow to melt that spring, hanging thick and clotted in the hollows between the pine-strewn ridges of Bear Island, as if the gods themselves wished to linger over the scars of the war. The woods were still silent as death, no birdsong, no soft hush of thawing streams, only the ceaseless sigh of the wind off the shivering sea. Lady Lyanna Mormont rode through the trees at dawn, her cloak drawn tight about her slender shoulders, the silver bear of her house glinting at her throat. Her destrier, a rangy dun gelding bred for rocky shores and frigid marches, picked its way down the slope, each hooffall sinking in black loam or crunching over ice-laced roots. She rode alone, as was her wont, but not without purpose. Since the Night King's fall and the long night's end, the North had not yet found its peace. Even as the people spoke of victory, even as the great hall at Winterfell rang with songs of the fallen, something bitter remained unhealed. Too many lords gone, too many homes burned, too many old feuds scraped raw in the endless struggle for survival. The banners of Stark had risen again above Winterfell, but the wolf's howl was a thin one, for there was no king nor queen to give it voice. Lyanna Mormont was small for her age, but her presence filled the air like storm clouds. She was no more a child than the stone bears that watched over her ancestors' graves. In the icy dawn she dismounted, leaving her horse to crop what grass it could find beneath the snow, and strode to the edge of the old cairn. The earth was torn where wildlings had tried to dig, looking for warmth, and the bones of forgotten Mormonts lay jumbled among roots and moss. Lyanna pressed her palm to the cold stone. "Forgive me," she whispered. "Bear Island will not rest until the North is whole again." She had already sent her ravens, messages inked by her own hand, swift as a Southron arrow. Her words were simple. House Mormont summoned the bannermen of the North to Winterfell, that the matter of their future might be decided. She knew not all would come. There were wounds deeper than dragonfire or ice, but she would stand before them regardless, alone if she must, and demand they see reason. Back in the great hall of Bear Island, her council waited. Lady Mormont, her aunt and captain, sat at her left. Sharp-eyed and battle-hardened. At her right, Maester Maurice, his beard still black despite the winters he'd served. They spoke softly as Lyanna entered, and rose at once. "Lady Lyanna," said Alice, dipping her head. "The first ravens have returned. Manderley of White Harbor will answer your summons. Serwyn as well, though they say the fields are still salted with white bones. Karstark is uncommitted. Nam?" Lyanna did not allow herself the luxury of relief. "And the Glovers?" Maester Maurice shuffled a sheaf of messages. "No word yet, nor from the Umbers." Elise scowled. "Cowards both." The Glovers turned their cloak at the worst moment, and the Umbers, who knows what monsters stalk the last hearth now. Lyanna folded her arms across her breast, feeling the weight of the North settle there. "We do not have the strength to force them. We must persuade them. This must be a gathering of equals, not a show of force." She glanced to the window, where the pale dawn threw ice-blue shadows across the stone. "Ready the ships, Aunt. We sail at dusk. If the North will not come to Bear Island, then Bear Island will go to the North." Now, that evening, the Mormont longship slipped from the ice-rimmed harbor and made for the mainland, black sails snapping in the wind. Lyanna stood at the prow, her face set and unsmiling, cloak streaming behind her. The men rowed hard, and none dared complain. Even in victory, the North was still half broken. The weak would fall behind as always. She watched the horizon, silent as the grave, and wondered if Sansa Stark would answer her summons. Winterfell was scarred but proud. Its towers stood stark against the sky, stone walls blackened by dragonfire, snow crusting the battlements. The banners of the direwolf hung limp and faded from the main gate, and the air stank faintly of burned flesh and old blood. Lyanna entered the great courtyard alone, boots crunching over gravel, cloak stained with salt and spray. At her arrival the guards stiffened, but she ignored them, striding into the keep with the easy arrogance of her house. She found Sansa in the Godswood, kneeling before the heart tree, her copper hair unbound and flowing loose over a plain gray cloak. Her face was thinner than Lyanna remembered, the shadows beneath her eyes deeper. But there was no mistaking the proud tilt of her chin, the stubbornness in her jaw. "Lady Mormont," said Sansa, rising to greet her. "You are welcome at Winterfell." Lyanna inclined her head. "The North must speak with one voice, Lady Stark. That is why I've come." Sansa regarded her for a long moment, and the old pain was clear on her face. The burden of rule, the ache of loss, the fear that every decision would cost her more than she could bear. "There are not many voices left," Sansa replied softly. "Too many were lost to the dead, or to the Lannisters, or to each other. All the more reason for those that remain to be heard," said Lyanna. "I have called the bannermen to Winterfell. Some have answered, some have not. But I will not let the North be ruled by silence and fear." Sansa's lips curled in the faintest of smiles. "You always did have more courage than most grown men." Lyanna said nothing, only met her gaze with the stubbornness of her ancestors. "The North needs a ruler. Not just a Stark, but a queen. One who can unite the houses, who can speak for us all to the south. You have led Winterfell through war, Lady Sansa. It is time you led the North." Sansa's hand trembled, just a little, as she clasped it at her breast. "Why me? Why not you, Lyanna? You've earned their respect, their loyalty." "Menand." Lyanna's answer was simple, as cold as the sea. "Bear Island is strong, but we are few. The North needs a wolf, not a bear." By nightfall, the lords began to arrive, each with their own measure of pride and suspicion. Lord Wyman Manderley, broad and smiling beneath his white beard, came with half his household. Lady Barbary Dustin of Barrowton arrived in her widow's weeds, her eyes sharp as flint. Sir Roderick Serwyn rode at the head of his battered retinue, his banner a torn scrap above the heads of his men. Even Lady Alice Karstark, young and uncertain, came with her household guard, their faces pale from too many sleepless nights. They gathered in the great hall, the fire roaring, the shadows deep and close. Sansa Stark sat at the high seat, Lyanna Mormont beside her, and the hall fell silent as Lyanna rose to speak. "My lords, my ladies, the Night King is dead, but the North is not yet healed. The South will look to us now, seeking to bind us with their oaths and coin. If we are divided, we will be ruled from afar, as we have always been. If we are united, we can rule ourselves." She let her words hang in the cold air, every eye upon her. "I speak for Bear Island, and I say the North must have a queen. I say that queen should be Sansa Stark of Winterfell. Will you answer with me?" For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the crackle of flame, the hiss of snow melting in the hearth. Then Lord Manderley rose, slow and ponderous, his bulk swaying as he stood. "I have known the Stark since I was a boy," he said, his voice rolling like thunder. "They are the blood of the North. I will follow Lady Sansa, if she will have me." One by one the lords gave their assent, Lady Dustin with a grudging nod, Sir Roderick with a battered sword raised high, Lady Karstark with tears shining in her eyes. Only the Glovers and Umbers were absent, their banners missing from the wall. But the hall filled with voices, the words echoing from the stone. "Queen in the North? Queen in the North." Sansa sat silent, her hands clenched white upon the arms of the high seat, eyes wide and shining with something like hope. Lyanna touched her arm, gentle as a mother, though she was barely a woman grown herself. "Do you accept?" she asked. Sansa swallowed hard, then nodded, her voice trembling but sure. "I do." That night, the North celebrated, though the shadow of the dead still lingered. Wine flowed, songs were sung, and for a time, the scars seemed less deep. Lyanna watched from the shadows, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what was yet to come. The Glovers must be brought to heel, the Umbers convinced or crushed, the wildlings to the north settled and given homes. Winter was passing, but the work of peace was only just begun. When the feast was ended and the last guests staggered from the hall, Sansa found Lyanna alone in the empty solar, staring into the dying fire. "Will you stay?" Sansa asked, her voice soft as snow. Lyanna shook her head. "Bear Island needs me, but I will come when you call. The North will not forget this night, my queen." Sansa knelt, taking Lyanna's hand between her own. "You saved us. You reminded us who we are." Lyanna smiled then, fierce and wild. "We are the North. That is enough." The next day dawned gray and bitterly cold. Sansa stood on the battlements, watching as the first true thaw began, rivulets of water running down the stones like tears. Below, the people of Winterfell gathered in the yard, faces upturned, hungry for hope. Lyanna stood beside her, proud in her green and brown cloak, the bear of Mormont shining at her throat. Ser Davos Seaworth, returned from the south as an emissary, came to pay his respects. "Your Grace," he said to Sansa, with the deference of one who'd seen too many monarchs rise and fall. "Word will spread fast. The South will take note. Already the Lords Declarant of the Vale have sent inquiries. The Reach too, though I trust them not. You have friends, and enemies both." Sansa nodded. "Let them come. The North stands together, now and always." Lyanna watched as Sansa greeted her people, one by one, farmers, blacksmiths, maids, and grooms. She saw the gratitude in their faces, the relief, the hope that perhaps the blood and fire and ice were finally behind them. She saw in Sansa the queen she had always hoped for. Not a conqueror, not a martyr, but a builder. That night, Lyanna took her leave. Sansa embraced her at the gates, the whole of Winterfell watching. "You will always have my loyalty, Lyanna Mormont." Said Sansa, voice carrying on the cold wind. "And you will always have my sword," Lyanna replied. She mounted her horse and rode out through the falling snow, the banners of Mormont snapping behind her, a dozen longships waiting to bear her home. But in her heart, she carried Winterfell with her. The North was united, and for the first time in memory, there was hope that it might remain so. It would not be easy. Word from Deepwood Motte was grim. The Glover men would not bend so quickly, their wounds too fresh, their pride too brittle. At last Hearth, the Umber boy, barely more than a child, sat behind his gates, refusing all envoys. Lyanna sailed to White Harbor, braving the green and frothing sea, to meet with Lord Manderley in his tower by the docks. She sat at his table, flanked by grizzled knights and wary maesters, and made her case. "We are stronger together," she said, voice ringing against the stone. "Old grudges will bury us if we let them. We must build, or we will die." Manderley stroked his beard, eyes narrowed. "You speak well for one so young, Lady Lyanna. But the North has long memories. Many will never forgive." Lyanna met his gaze, her own eyes black as the stormy sea. "Then let them die with their hate. The rest of us will endure." The old lord laughed, a sound like distant thunder, spoken like a true Mormont. In time, Bear Island and White Harbor struck a pact, trade in timber and fish, ships for grain and wool, each side giving what they could spare. The Cerwyns sent their smiths to Winterfell to rebuild the gates. The Karstarks pledged men for the watch on the wall, now manned by wildlings and black brothers alike. It was slow, bitter work, but the North began to heal. Each scar a lesson learned, each oath reforged in necessity and blood. Sansa ruled from Winterfell, her court small but fierce. She kept the wildlings close, gave lands to the free folk who wished to stay, and let those who wished to leave go in peace. She called on old friends, Brienne of Tarth, who rode north from the Riverlands, Podrick Payne, loyal and true, even Tyrion Lannister, who sent books and gold from the south, though he dared not show his face. Arya sent letters from across the seas, each missive filled with news of distant lands, each word a reminder of what the North had lost, and what it still might find. Lyanna rode the length of the North, from Bear Island to the Rills, from White Harbor to the Dreadfort, her presence a living symbol of unity. She listened. She judged. She soothed. She was everywhere and nowhere. The bear in the shadows. The whisper at the hearth. Her name became a watchword. If Lyanna comes, best have your house in order. But not all welcomed the new peace. Rumors drifted down from the mountains. Broken men, outlaws, old loyalists of Ramsay Bolton or the Dead Night King. A band of former sellswords, led by a one-eyed brute called Black Tom, began raiding the Karstark lands, burning villages, and slaughtering travelers. Lyanna rode with a dozen Mormont men, tracking them through the winter woods, her sword bright in the moonlight. When they found the outlaws, she offered them mercy once. Surrender and they would live. Fight and they would die. Black Tom spat at her feet. So be it, Lyanna said, and led the charge. The fight was swift and bloody. Snow stained crimson, the cries of men echoing through the trees. When it was done, Lyanna stood over Black Tom's corpse, her blade dripping. She did not smile. She did not weep. She only cleaned her sword and led her men home. At Winterfell, Sansa heard the news with a heavy heart. There will always be more like him, she said to Lyanna when she returned. More broken men, more bitter souls. Lyanna nodded. Then we will face them together. The years passed, the wounds healed. The children of the North grew strong and proud, learning the stories of how the North was united not by fire or fear, but by the courage of a girl from Bear Island and the wisdom of a queen who bore the scars of winter. And on cold nights, when the wind howled and the snow drifted high, the people remembered. They remembered the strength of Lyanna Mormont, who rode through darkness to find hope. They remembered Sansa Stark, who wore her crown lightly and ruled with a gentle hand. The North endured, and so did its queens. Oh, hey. Ah. The white dawn broke over Winterfell with a hush that muffled even the blacksmith's hammer. For days, snow had fallen soft and persistent, blanketing the world in silence, smoothing the broken stones of the ruined walls, dressing the ancient heart tree in bridal veils. Sansa watched from her window as the rising sun glinted on frost-rimed banners and icicled turrets, her breath fogging the pain. Even now, after weeks of unity, every morning she woke expecting to find it all a dream. Expecting to look out and see chaos and smoke instead of hope slowly growing again from the ashes. Maester Walken found her in the solar, poring over letters. His limp had grown more pronounced since the long night, yet he moved quickly enough when duty called. He set a tray of breakfast at her elbow with the barest nod. "Ravens from Barrowton, your grace. Lady Dustin reports that the last of the Bolton loyalists have been flushed from the barrows. She sends you this." He handed her a lock of hair, bound in black ribbon. A grisly token, but a promise kept. Sansa accepted it with a measured calm. She had learned in the hard years to hide what she felt until she could be alone with it. She thought of Lady Barbary, fierce, sharp, and almost as proud as Lyanna. "Have Lady Dustin's men send the survivors to the wall," she said. "No more killing. We have lost enough." The maester bowed, but before he could leave, a great commotion erupted in the yard below. Sansa leaned out the window. Through a swirl of snow, she glimpsed Lyanna Mormont striding through the crowd, her dark hair unbound and her face flushed with cold. Behind her marched 3 Mormont warriors and a battered trio of ragged men. Their hands bound, eyes lowered. The people parted for Lyanna as for a force of nature. Sansa swept down the stairs to meet her. Lyanna's cloak was torn, her cheek bruised, but her eyes shone fiercely. "Caught these men near the Shivering Wood," she said, voice clear over the wind. "They were setting snares for small folk, stealing sheep and firewood." Sansa studied the prisoners. "Do you know them? One's a Glover man, one, a Serwyn. The third," she shrugged, "a thief from White Harbor. No more than that." Sansa looked at the men, seeing fear and hunger etched in every line. She raised her voice so all in the yard could hear. "You have taken from your neighbors in a time of famine and loss. The North has known too much of both, but I will not have my reign remembered for more blood in the snow. You will serve a year rebuilding Winterfell. You will take no food but what you earn. If you steal again, you will lose a hand." The crowd murmured. Some approving, some dissatisfied, but Lyanna only nodded. "You're too kind by half, Sansa Stark. But it's your right." "Thank you, Lady Mormont," Sansa replied, offering her a hand. Lyanna took it, and the two women, so different and yet so alike, climbed the steps together. In the warmth of the solar, Sansa poured them wine. The fire crackled, casting long shadows on the carved stone walls. Lyanna leaned back, boots propped on a stool, as at ease here as in her own hall. "Some say you rule too gently," Lyanna said at last, her tone neutral. Sansa smiled faintly. "And some say you fight too fiercely. Perhaps we balance one another." Lyanna's mouth quirked up. "Perhaps." There was a rap at the door. Sir Roderick Serwyn entered, his beard thick with frost. "Your Grace, Lady Lyanna, Lord Manderley's ships have been sighted on the White Knife. He comes with a host." Sansa straightened. "Prepare a feast. No gold, but plenty of broth and bread. The North must see its lords united, not divided by hunger." Roderick bowed and left. Lyanna drained her wine. "How long do you think this will last, Sansa?" Sansa studied the fire. "As long as we fight for it. As long as we are willing to do what must be done. Even when it hurts." Sansa nodded. "Especially then." The great hall of Winterfell swelled with people and sound by evening. The Manderley banners, mermaid on a green field, joined the direwolf and the bear above the dais. Lord Wyman was carried in on a litter, too fat to walk since a wound to his knee in the long night. His son Wyllis, lean and hawk-faced, walked beside him. After greetings and the formalities of bread and salt, Wyman addressed the hall, his voice booming off the timbers. "The South stirs. The lion's cubs sharpen their claws. Even now, I hear whispers from Old Town and Gulltown. The North is watched, my queen, and not all eyes are friendly." Sansa listened with careful attention. "We are not blind to the South, my lord. But if we are united, no southern power can threaten us." Wyllis Manderley spoke next. "There are those who doubt, your grace. The Glovers claim you favor White Harbor. The Umbers resent the gifts you've given the free folk." Lyanna's voice cut through the crowd as sharp as steel. "The Glovers and Umbers have had their chance to stand with us. They must be brought to heel." "Understand." Sansa's voice was softer, but no less certain. "I will not spill northern blood to force loyalty. We must remind them that the old ways are not the only ways. The North has changed, and it must keep changing if it is to survive." The lords grumbled, but none openly challenged her. The shadow of the long night still loomed large. After the feast, Sansa and Lyanna met privately with Lord Wyman and his son in the solar. The air was thick with wood smoke, and the faint tang of spilled ale. "You have done more than any Stark since robbed to unite the North, your grace," Wyman rumbled. "But the Glovers. Galbart has grown proud. He thinks himself wronged." Lyanna's eyes narrowed. "Galbart Glover abandoned us at the worst time. He has no right to claim injury." Wyllis spoke gently. "Yet he has many men. And Deepwood Moat is strong. It would not do for the North to fall to civil war." "Many Chawo." Sansa nodded. "Then I will go to Deepwood Moat myself. I will take only a small retinue." "Lyanna, will you come with me?" Lyanna bared her teeth in a grin. "Try and stop me." They rode out 3 days later, accompanied only by Sir Roderick, Alice Mormont, and a dozen guards. The journey through the snow-laden woods was slow, the roads half blocked by drifts. But everywhere they went, small folk and lesser lords came out to see their queen. Some brought gifts, root vegetables, smoked fish, a chicken or two. Others brought tales of hardship, of wolves stalking the sheepfolds, of outlaws lurking in the ruins of old castles. Sansa listened to them all, promising aid where she could, remembering names and faces. Lyanna rode at her side saying little, but watching everything. At night, they camped beneath the stars, huddled close to the fire, their guards singing old northern songs in the dark. One night, as they neared Deepwood Moat, Sansa and Lyanna sat alone by the fire, watching the sparks rise. Why do you do it? Lyanna asked, voice low. Sansa considered. Because if I do not, who will? I am the last Stark fit to rule. Arya is gone. Bran is not what he was. Jon has taken the black again. If not me, then who? Lyanna nodded, tossing a stick into the flames. I do it because my mother did, because my aunt did, because Mormonts do not flinch from duty. They shared a smile, kin in spirit, if not in blood. At Deepwood Motte, Lord Galbart Glover received them in his cold stony hall, the banners of his house hanging limp behind him. His wife and children watched from the shadows, weary as deer. Sansa stood before him, her presence commanding. Lord Glover, the North is healing, but only together. Will you stand with us, or will you stand apart? Galbart bristled. I have always been loyal to Winterfell. It was your brother Robb who failed us. Marching south, leaving us to burn. We have not forgotten. Lyanna bristled. Nor have we forgotten who abandoned Winterfell to the Boltons. A silence fell. Galbart's face reddened, his jaw clenched. Sansa stepped between them, her voice measured. We have all lost. If the North is to survive, we must put old wounds behind us. I ask for your loyalty not out of fear, but out of hope. Join us, and Deepwood Motte will share in the North's strength. Galbart hesitated. His wife touched his arm, whispering something. At last he nodded. If you will have me, I will bend the knee. He knelt, and Sansa placed her hand on his shoulder. Rise, Lord Glover, loyal vassal of Winterfell. The relief on his wife's face was plain. The old bitterness in his eyes did not vanish, but it lessened. News of Glover's submission spread quickly. The North's remaining outliers, House Umber at Last Hearth, the Hornwoods, even scattered survivors from the ruined Bolton lands, sent envoys to Winterfell. Some came eagerly, hoping for pardon and a place in the new order. Others came reluctantly, dragged by necessity or the hunger in their bellies. One day, a wildling chieftain named Keg approached Winterfell's gates. Sansa received him in the God's Wood. Keg was huge, fur-clad, his beard stiff with ice. He bowed awkwardly. The free folk wish to stay, Queen Sansa. We know these woods now, these hills. We will fight for you if you'll have us. Sansa smiled, holding out her hand. I will have you. Swear by the old gods, and you shall have land and food. Now. Keg gripped her hand. You have our axes. Lyanna watched, arms folded, approving. Even the wildlings know which way the wind blows. She said later, as the wildlings' children played in the yard with Stark and Mormont boys. Winterfell, too, began to heal. The broken gate was mended, the great hall's roof patched with fresh slate, new fires burning in the long cold hearths. The small folk returned, the fields were cleared of the last of the white bones, and green shoots pushed up through the earth, stubborn as any Northman. But the South did not ignore these changes. Letters arrived from King's Landing, from Old Town, from the Eyrie. Some were cordial, others filled with veiled threats or sly offers. The new Queen of the North read them all, replying with careful diplomacy. One day, a raven arrived from the Vale, bearing the falcon seal of House Arryn. Lady Sweetrobin, grown tall, though still sickly, requested an audience. Sansa welcomed him with honor, old wounds between their houses soothed by years and shared survival. In the feasting, Sansa spoke openly. The North will not bow to any southern crown. But we wish peace. Let the North govern itself, and the South will have no truer friend. Sweetrobin nodded, pale eyes wide. Peace is all I ask, cousin. In the weeks that followed, more southern envoys came and went. Sansa received them with politeness, but always with the steel beneath. Lyanna shadowed her, fierce as ever, her very presence a reminder that the North would never be ruled by anyone but itself. When the days grew longer, and the first green returned to the world, Sansa called her bannermen once more to Winterfell. The lords gathered, Manderley, Serwyn, Dustin, Glover, even a timid Hornwood boy, each bringing gifts for their queen. The wildlings sent woven blankets and stories. The free folk children danced with Stark and Mormont heirs in the yard. The feast was a simple one. Salted beef, dark bread, ale brewed from the last of last year's barley. Sansa rose to speak as the sun set, her voice clear and strong. We have endured, we have suffered. But we are Northmen and Northwomen, and we do not break. Let this be the first of many feasts to come, not in memory of death, but in celebration of life. Let us bind our wounds and look to the future. A cheer went up. Lyanna raised her cup, voice ringing out, Queen in the North. The hall echoed the words. Sansa's face flushed with pride, but her eyes found Lyanna's, and in them was gratitude deeper than any spoken thanks. That night, as the moon rose and the fires burned low, Sansa and Lyanna walked together through the Godswood. The snow now patchy, green moss showing at the roots of the heart tree. We have done it, Sansa whispered. We have given the North a future. Lyanna squeezed her hand. Not just us, all of us. But yes, we have. Sansa laughed softly. You could have been queen, Lyanna. Lyanna snorted. I am no queen. I am the North's sword, not its crown. They walked in silence, each thinking of the battles behind and the long seasons ahead. Sansa spoke at last. When I was a girl, I thought being queen meant wearing pretty gowns and being adored. I know now it means sleepless nights, hard choices, loneliness, and friends who will not let you fall. Lyanna nodded. Good. For that's the truth of it. Winter's ghosts lingered, but spring had come to the North. In the shadows of Winterfell, between direwolf and bear, hope was born again, and it would take more than darkness to snuff it out. Ka. Word spread like thawed rivers rushing down from the hills. Queen Sansa's North was not only surviving but changing. In White Harbor, fishermen hauled their nets heavier each day, and for the first time in years, the catch was good, and the markets filled with voices not only of Mannerleys but Serwans, Karstarks, even free folk learning to bargain in the slow northern tongue. At Deepwood Motte, Glovermen felled the blackened trees of old battlefields and sawed new beams for rebuilding towers. In the heart of Bear Island, little girls practiced at arms beside their mothers, while stories of Lyanna's ride to Winterfell were retold by candlelight and driftwood fires. The unity was uneasy, bound by scars and effort. Yet the North was a living thing, stubborn and wild, and it hungered for peace. Lyanna's presence became a symbol beyond Bear Island's rough coasts. She was seen in Maidenpool, braving river ice to meet with the Hornwoods and speak of trade for wildling-felled timber. She hunted outlaws in the Barrowlands, earning the grudging respect of Lady Barbary Dustin's riders. Children played Lyanna's Justice, chasing each other with wooden swords, shouting, "Stand for the Queen," or "Stand aside." She bore this fame with the same terse courage as ever, but in her quieter moments, she missed the sea wind and the bone-white beaches of her island home. At Winterfell, Sansa's days grew busier as the land thawed. The castle bustled with masons, bakers, scribes, and the lowborn whose mothers had once taught them to curtsy in the shadow of Ramsay's gallows. Sansa kept her court open. Each sunrise, she received petitions. A stolen cow, a border dispute, a complaint about free folk children trampling a barley field. She ruled with measured words, never forgetting a name or a favor owed, and sometimes, when the weight was heaviest, she turned to Lyanna at her side, drawing strength from the girl's clear gaze. It was in the 7th week of spring that a dark rider appeared from the direction of the last hearth, cloak torn, horse wild-eyed. He was ushered into Sansa's hall, his face drawn with hunger and exhaustion. "From House Umber, your grace," he announced, swaying on his feet. "The Lord of Last Hearth bids you come. Now, not later. There is a sickness." A hush fell. Sansa exchanged a look with Lyanna, reading in her eyes what must be done. Within hours, they assembled a company. Maester Wolkan with his herbs and books, Sir Roderick Serwyn with his best men, Lyanna and 3 of her finest. The party rode north before dawn, leaving the rising song of Winterfell's new life behind. The air grew colder as they traveled, the land rough and raw. By the time they neared Last Hearth, the woods themselves seemed to shrink, ancient pines leaning in, snow lingering in their shadowed hollows. Smoke hung low on the horizon. The gates of Last Hearth stood open, banners limp in the wind, a thin line of umbermen watching from the wall. Inside, the keep was grim. Women and children huddled in the halls, faces splotched red and white, coughing into rags. The Lord of Last Hearth was a boy. Harry and Umber's cousin, no more than 15, pale and wide-eyed. "It began after the snows melted," he said, voice hoarse with worry. People shivering, coughing, then burning with fever. "My maester is dead. 3 dozen more in the crypt. We tried burning herbs, but it does nothing." Maester Walken moved swiftly, examining the sick, burning rags, mixing feverfew and willow bark. Lyanna set the healthy to boiling water, scrubbing walls and hands, moving with a purpose that brooked no protest. Sansa, unafraid, entered each sick room, talking softly to mothers, listening to complaints, learning names and remembering every loss. At dusk, they gathered in the main hall. Walken's face was grave. "It is a fever that thrives in cold and hunger, your grace. It will take more if we do not move quickly." Sansa's mind raced through the North's meager stores. "Send ravens to White Harbor, to Deepwood Motte, to Barrowton. We will need broth, grain, dried meat, anything that can travel. Have each house send what they can spare, and see to it that no cart is turned away at the Umber gates." "Memoranda." Lyanna nodded approval. "Bear Island will send dried cod, hard bread, barrels of pickled greens." Sansa touched the boy lord's shoulder. "Your house will not stand alone. The North is one." They remained 3 weeks. In that time, Sansa learned more of hardship and courage than she had in any southern court. She helped lift the dead, comforted grieving fathers, wrote names for a list of the lost. Lyanna drilled Umber boys and girls, preparing them to keep order when fear threatened to boil over. Maester Walken sent for new herds daily, sometimes riding out himself to the hills for moss and bark. Slowly, the fever waned. When the first cart arrived from White Harbor, its barrels split with salted mutton and oats. The people wept openly. Glover sent apples, Hornwood dark bread, Dustin her own honeyed mead. Sansa ensured the gifts were shared fairly, no family overlooked. Lyanna handled disputes with curt justice, her words more effective than any threat of the sword. When the last sick child rose from her fever, the people gathered to thank them. The young Lord Umber fell to one knee before Sansa. "My house owes you all it has," he said, voice breaking. "From this day, the wolf and the giant are bound." Sansa pulled him to his feet. "No lord or queen rules alone. Not now, not ever." Lyanna watched, heart swelling with pride. "This," she thought, "is what strength looks like. Not the swinging of a sword, but the binding of wounds and the sharing of bread." On their return journey, word reached them that southern riders had crossed the neck. Lord Wyman's raven met them 2 days out from Winterfell. The letter, sealed in green wax, bore a single word at the top: "Envoys." Sansa's eyes narrowed as she read the rest. "King's Landing sends a Lannister, Old Town a Hightower, and the Riverlands an envoy of House Tully. They arrive in a week." Lyanna spat into the road. "Let them come. They'll see what a true North looks like." They rode hard, eager to be home before the Southerners arrived. Winterfell's towers greeted them, banners snapping in the wind, the yard alive with drills and children's laughter. Sansa changed into a plain gown, her only adornment a direwolf pin. Lyanna donned her green cloak and buckled her sword. The lords assembled: Manderley, Glover, Dustin, Serwyn, Umber. Wildlings stood alongside sworn men, free folk spears glinting among northern steel. The envoys arrived in grand procession: a gold and scarlet Lannister carriage, a train of silver-clad Hightower riders, a Tully banner caught in the breeze. The Southerners blinked at the cold, shivered at the steely faces that met them. In the great hall, Sansa greeted them at the high seat, Lyanna at her right hand. The Southerners bowed with practiced grace. The Lannister envoy, Sir Martin, was young and clever-eyed, with the sly smile of a man used to being obeyed. "Queen Sansa," he began, "the South sends greetings and asks your intentions. Our kings and lords hope for your loyalty and your tribute. The Iron Throne, newly crowned, welcomes friends, though not all can be counted as such." Sansa smiled gently. "The North remembers. We know well the price of Southern friendship. We seek peace. Nothing more, nothing less. No Southern crown will rest on my head." "Then?" "The Hightowers," Lady tried honeyed words. "The Reach offers trade, alliance, perhaps marriage with a young lord of Old Town?" Sansa shook her head. "The North chooses its own bonds. You may trade as equals, but we are not yours to marry." The Tully envoy, a red-haired girl barely older than Lyanna, spoke last. "The Riverlands seek peace, cousin. My father remembers the Red Wedding. He wants only safety, no more wolves at his door." Sansa's tone softened. "The wolf and the trout once swam together. We will again, but as equals, not subjects." The envoys pressed, offering gifts, silks, wine, golden trinkets. Sansa accepted them all, thanked them politely, but did not bend. Lyanna's presence at her side was a warning sharper than any blade. In the days that followed, the envoys wandered Winterfell, talking with lords and small folk. They saw the wildlings building homes, Manderly ships docked with umber wool, Glover children playing with Hornwood pups. They watched Sansa mediate disputes, saw Lyanna mete out justice with curt fairness. The Lannister rode south with reports of a cold, united land ruled by a woman who bowed to no man. The Hightower sent home tales of wild beauty and harder people, of a queen who drank northern ale and laughed with her lords at feasts. The Tully girl, when she left, embraced Sansa, tears in her eyes. "For the first time in years, I think we might know peace." After, Sansa and Lyanna sat together in the Godswood, beneath the blood-red leaves of the heart tree. The sun set in streaks of orange, gold, and purple, the air alive with the scent of thawing earth. "We've done what I never thought possible," Sansa murmured. "They tried to buy us, to marry us, to threaten us. But we stood." "Mentor," Lyanna grinned, fierce and wild. "The North does not kneel. Not for dragons or lions, not for gold, nor sweet words." A soft breeze rustled the leaves. For a long while they said nothing, just listened to the quiet heartbeat of their land. In the following moons, Winterfell's halls filled with the noise of life. The walls rang with new voices. Free folk trading stories for ale, hornblowers learning songs from Karstark girls, even a handful of southern merchants haggling for northern furs and glass. Children learned to read and to fight, their teachers drawn from every corner of the land. Sansa established a council, each house sending its wisest, so no single voice could drown the others. Lyanna herself took her seat when she could, always blunt, sometimes biting, never less than honest. One morning, Lyanna was summoned by Sansa to the rookery. "Read," Sansa said, passing her a raven-scrawled message. The letter was short, but its words burned. A band of Sellswords, flown north from the Vale, raids the wild border. Their captain calls himself Red Marrow. They've taken 2 villages near the rills. The Hornwood boy writes in terror. Lyanna's eyes flashed. "Give me 50 men, and I'll bring you Red Marrow's head." Sansa nodded. "But spare those you can. We will not become what we fought against." The hunt was long and hard. The Sellswords were brutal, burning what they could not steal, killing those who resisted. Lyanna led her force through pine and bog, tracking by firelight and the wailing of survivors. When they found the mercenaries, Lyanna demanded their surrender. Red Marrow laughed, swinging his sword, thinking her a child. She answered with steel. The fight was fierce. Lyanna slew 2 herself, her Mormonts a whirlwind of fury. When the smoke cleared, Red Marrow was dead, his men broken and scattered. Lyanna spared those who threw down their arms, sending them south in chains. She returned to Winterfell bloodied but unbowed. Sansa met her at the gates, relief plain in her eyes. You did what was needed. Lyanna wiped her blade. We will always do what is needed. For the North. The story of Red Marrow's defeat spread. No longer did outsiders see the North as divided, weak, or ripe for the plucking. Southern lords thought twice before sending their dogs across the neck. When spring blossomed in full, Sansa called the houses to Winterfell for a council. The lords and ladies gathered under banners bright and clean, bringing gifts of grain, wool, salted fish, even cuttings from the Bear Island woods for planting. Sansa stood before them, the firelight gilding her hair. We have lost much, but we have built more. The North is not only a place, but a promise, of freedom, of unity, of hope. I am your queen. But I am only as strong as the people I serve. Together, there is nothing we cannot endure. Lyanna raised her cup, her voice ringing in the hall. Queen in the North. This time, the cheer was not just of loyalty, but of love. And as the moon rose over Winterfell, Sansa and Lyanna stood at the parapets together, watching the world they had saved and shaped. Two women, a wolf and a bear, guardians of a future neither could have imagined. The North, for the first time in living memory, truly belonged to itself, and it would never bow again. Oh, Kei. Kush. The wind that swept the battlements of Winterfell was not the biting gale of deepest winter, but a gentler, greener thing. It carried the scents of new grass, peat smoke, a hint of mead and cooking fat from the kitchens where summer was at last returning. Crows called from the roof peaks and ravens wheeled over the godswood, black wings glossy against the pale dawn. Sansa stood at her window, a half-written letter before her. Quill paused mid-word. Below, the yard stirred with life. Boys wrestling with blunted swords, a line of small folk hauling sacks of grain from carts, and Lyanna Mormont pacing the stables with Alysanne at her side, gesturing sharply as she spoke. There was something in Lyanna's stride that caught Sansa's attention. It was not anger. Lyanna's anger blazed hot and fast, gone like a flash of storm on a clear sea. This was the purposeful gait of a commander with burdens to share. Sansa set aside her letter and made her way down the cold stone stairs, nodding to servants as she passed. She found Lyanna in the shade of the stables, arms folded, jaw set. Alysanne glanced at the queen, offered a quick bow, and excused herself, leaving the two women alone. Lyanna turned, green cloak snapping. I have news, she said, voice clipped. And Sansa braced herself. A rider from the Shadow Tower. The Watch wants our help. Wildlings have vanished. Whole villages gone, men, women, children. Some say shadows in the woods. Others say southern poachers. Slavers, maybe even broken men from the war. Sansa's heart pinched. And what do you believe? Lyanna's eyes, so dark they almost seemed black, met hers. I believe there is more evil left in the world than we care to admit. I'll take men and ride north myself. No, Sansa said, soft but firm. You will not go alone. Manderley owes us men, and Serwyn too. And the Watch should send a proper host, not only you. You are not the North sacrifice. Mem Sao. Lyanna stiffened. If not me, then who? Sansa's hand came up, gentle, but inexorable, cupping Lyanna's shoulder. You are needed here. The North's enemies wait for our weakest moment. I'll not give it to them. We will send help, but together with our banners united. I will not let our alliance fray so soon. Lyanna looked away, but the set of her jaw softened. As you command, your grace. Sansa smiled, remembering a younger Lyanna, fierce as a cub, defiant to her bones. As I ask, my friend. Not command. Later, they gathered the council. Lord Wylis Manderley, riding up from White Harbor with his new wife on his arm. Lady Barbary Dustin, hawk-faced and sly. Alice Karstark, still learning her place, but eager. Even the Hornwood boy, now taller and surer with a voice just deepening, stood among them. Wildling chieftains flanked the rear, arms crossed, watching with keen eyes. Lyanna gave her report. Sansa listened, then spoke with the calm certainty of one who has spent her whole life earning every ounce of authority. The Night King is gone, but shadows remain. We cannot let the ghosts of the past rule the North. Every village, every clan, every soul under our sky must know we do not abandon our own. Lord Willis, you will muster your best trackers and a score of swords. Lady Dustin, send riders and provisions. Alice Stark, dispatch a raven to the watch. Barbary Dustin frowned. And what if this is a trick? The South never wearies of testing our defenses. Sansa met her gaze, unflinching. Then let them see us unafraid and united. The North's strength is not in its walls, but in its people. Menmichau. So it was that the banners of House Stark, Mormont, Manderley, Serwyn, Karstark, Dustin, Hornwood, and more rode together into the hills of the far north, where the lands grew wild, and the sky stretched like glass. Lyanna led from the front, her green cloak vivid against the gray. Sansa rode not far behind, cloaked in wolf gray, her hair bound in a single thick braid down her back. The watch sent a column of men led by a grizzled ranger called Bowen Marsh, whose face was creased as a crow's foot, but whose eyes missed nothing. They found the wildling villages as the reports had said, deserted, doors swinging in the wind, stew pots still on the fire, no bodies, only silence. Tracks in the mud showed panic and haste. Whole families taken in the night, some on foot, some dragged by horse. At one ruined stead, Lyanna knelt by a scattering of stones. There was a fight here, she murmured. Blood. Boot prints, too small for giants, too many for one clan. A child's doll in the dirt. Sansa crouched beside her, picking up the doll, turning it in her hands. It was made of wool and old rabbit hide, a bright splash of blue for a dress. One eye missing. Southrons? She asked softly. Lyanna shook her head. Too well armed, too organized for mere poachers. Not slavers. There's no market for wildlings now, not after the wars. Someone wants these people gone. Someone with power. They pressed on, sending scouts by day and patrols by night. For 3 days they found only more emptiness. On the 4th, Bowen Marsh's men brought a survivor. A girl, wild-haired and bruised, found hiding in a hollow tree. She ran when we came, the ranger said, but she's more scared of something else. Sansa coaxed the girl gently, offering bread and a warm cloak. At last, the child spoke, words thick with fear. Men came at night. Not wildlings, wearing black and red, faces covered. Took my mother, my brothers, everyone. Said they'd feed us to the crows if we screamed. Lyanna's fists clenched. Red and black. No northern house claims those colors. Barbary Dustin's lips pressed thin. Could be broken men from the wars. Old banners, new loyalties. The Vale has seen its share. Sansa stood. We ride east. If they're moving south, they'll skirt the King's Road. I want every pass watched, every village warned. That night, Lyanna and Sansa sat together by the fire. The council slept, or pretended to. The wildling girl, soothed by food and safety, lay curled in a blanket at Lyanna's feet. I hate this, Lyanna said. Chasing ghosts in the dark, never knowing where the next blow will come. Sansa poked the fire, sending up a spray of sparks. This is ruling, Lyanna. Not battles and banners, but this, listening, hoping, fearing. It is never finished. Lyanna looked at her, green eyes searching. Are you happy, Sansa? In this life? Sansa smiled, tired but true. I am content. That is more precious than joy. Lyanna nodded. In silent agreement. By the next dusk, their scouts brought word. A campfire in a ravine, men in strange leathers, the wailing of frightened captives. The North's banners gathered, weapons drawn. Sansa rode with them, her heart a stone. The battle was fierce and sudden. Mormont axes flashing, Manderley swords cleaving, wildling arrows singing through the dusk. The enemy fought like cornered wolves, but they were not northern. They spoke with the flat vowels of the south, cursed in tongues Sansa barely recognized. When the last of them fell, Lyanna found Sansa by the cages, breaking open locks, lifting weeping children from straw.I. "It's done," Lyanna said, voice low. Sansa shook her head. "It is never done. But tonight, we have kept the North's promise." The rescued wildlings, mothers clutching babes, old men leaning on sticks, knelt before Sansa. She bade them rise. No Northman kneels to another. Go home. Heal. The North stands for all its children, wildling and kneeler alike. On the ride back, Bowen Marsh rode beside Lyanna, respect in his weathered eyes. "You fight like a bear, my lady. I'd take you on the wall in a heartbeat." Lyanna grinned, fierce and unrepentant. "My home is the sea and the snow, but I'll come if you ever call." They returned to Winterfell, banners flying, wildling survivors filling the wagons with songs and laughter. For the first time in months, Sansa watched from the parapets as they entered the yard. She saw the faces of the rescued children, some still gaunt with fear, others beaming, and she felt a quiet pride. Lyanna dismounted, hands slick with blood and dirt, and came to stand at her side. "We are safe for now," Lyanna said, voice grave. "But word will spread. The world will test us again." Sansa looked at her, at the banners snapping above the keep, the faces peering from windows, the crows circling overhead. "Let them come. Let all the world see what the North has become." That night, the hall was full of laughter, food, music. The rescued wildlings sat beside horned lords and red-haired maidens, eating salt beef and new bread. Even the somber Maester Wolkan sang a verse or two. Sansa watched Lyanna move among them, speaking softly to a mother, trading jokes with a Manderley sailor, sparring with a Serwyn boy with wooden swords. This, Sansa thought, was the heart of the North. Not the cold, not the steel, but the living spirit that would not yield. As the fire dwindled and the music faded, Sansa stood and called for silence. Tonight, the North stands united, not by fear nor by blood, but by choice. Each of us, from the stony shores of Bear Island to the last field of the Rills, is kin. The world beyond our borders may turn and tremble, but we remain. Remember this night and all that we have become. Lyanna rose beside her, raising her cup. For the Queen in the North. A cheer swept the hall, fierce and bright. And as the embers died and the moon rode high, Sansa and Lyanna sat together once more. Guardians of a realm remade by their hands. Two women, bound not by birth but by loyalty and the stubborn hope that had carried the North from darkness into a new day. The North endured. The North remembered. And for the first time in living memory, the North belonged wholly to itself. The first mists of true summer rose like ghosts from the Wolf's Wood, curling among the black pines and catching golden in the morning sun. The heat was gentle, not the parching glare of the Reach, but enough to melt the last sooty crusts of snow from the highest drifts. Wild roses bloomed along the King's Road, and the sound of hammers and saws drifted from every village. On Bear Island, women gathered mussels at the low tide and told tales of the year the dead walked. At White Harbor, the fishmongers sang as they carted barrels to the docks, and for the first time in many years, the bells rang not for loss, but for plenty. At Winterfell, the heart of it all, Sansa Stark rose each morning before the sun and walked the walls with Lyanna Mormont beside her. The city within the castle's walls was busier than ever, with traders from the Vale, and even the Riverlands bringing wares and stories. In the Bailey, free folk children darted between Stark and Karstark boys, and the Godswood was alive with prayer and play. On the wall walk, Sansa paused to breathe the sweet air. "I have never known a North like this," she said. Lyanna leaned on the rough stone, arms folded, her hair wild in the breeze. "No one living has. Not my mother, not my grandmother. If it's peace, it's a hard-won thing." "Memsems," Sansa smiled. "A thing we must keep with both hands, then." Lyanna only nodded, face grave. She watched the gates below, where a ragged line of carts wound in. The Hornwood banners led the way, followed by a gaggle of Glover men, and, To Sansa's delight, a party of Umber boys carrying antlers and laughing. A new festival was to be held. A day of remembrance, not for the war, but for the lives rebuilt since. Manderley's bakers had sent pies so large that 2 men were needed to lift them. Karstark weavers displayed green banners embroidered with the dire wolf and the bear. The wildlings brought barrels of birch beer and smoked reindeer, and the marshes yielded their first harvest of sweet sedge and new mint. And new mint. In the hall, Sansa met with her council, the banners of all the loyal houses arrayed behind them. Wyllis Manderley was there, and Lady Barbary, her red gown a splash of color among so much gray and green. Elise Karstark sat close to her cousin, sharp-eyed and eager. Sir Roderick Serwyn, older and grier than when the war had ended, leaned on his cane and watched the young lords with mild amusement. Even the wildling chieftain Keg had sent his cleverest son, bundled in a cloak of crow feathers. Sansa began, her voice low but sure. The north is strong but not unchallenged. I've word from the Neck, raiders from the south, seeking what they might plunder. There are whispers that the Ironborn test the western coast again. Lady Barbary snorted. The Ironborn have always tested us, your grace. Salt and blood, that's their way. Wyllis Manderley rumbled in agreement. We've sent ships, but they cannot be everywhere at once. Lyanna glanced at Sansa, then spoke to the gathered lords. If the Ironborn come, we'll do as we always have, meet them with steel. But it is not just the coast we must watch. There are still broken men in the woods, old Boltons who would rather see us divided. Sir Roderick nodded. They're fewer now. The people do not harbor them as they did in darker days. The North remembers who kept them warm this winter, and who left them to starve. Sansa smiled faintly. That is well. But there is more to ruling than war. We are here because we united, bear, wolf, trout, and stag, all those who would share in peace. The festival will not just be a feast, but a council of all the clans and villages. Every voice will be heard, every need weighed. Elise Karstark raised her hand. Even the free folk? Sansa nodded. Especially the free folk. They have bled for this land as much as any. Now, the council ended, and preparations for the festival filled every hour. Lyanna drilled her own guards, a new company of Mormont and Serwyn girls she'd trained herself. Their discipline sharp, their laughter sharper. Sansa rode to the fields beyond Winterfell, where the first grains waved gold in the sun, and thanked the small folk by name as she listened to their stories and their worries. The day of the festival dawned bright and warm, and the North gathered. Banners of every house flew from the towers, the yard filled with tents and tables, laughter and shouts. Sansa wore a gown of green and gray, the dire wolf at her breast, her hair braided with ribbons the color of Bear Island's forest. Lyanna wore her old leathers, cloak pinned with the silver bear, and a thin circlet of iron at her brow. A gift from her women, forged from the chains of Mormont prisoners freed during the war. The first part of the day was given to the council. The small folk sat beside lords, the free folk beside maesters and sworn swords. Each stood in turn, speaking of the needs of their people. Roads to be rebuilt, mills to be repaired, wild wolves that stalked lonely farmsteads. A wildling woman stood, tall and proud, and spoke for her people. We have land and homes, but our children must learn your ways as well as ours. Let them be taught, so they might walk between worlds. Sansa agreed at once, declaring that new schools would be built in every major holdfast, with teachers drawn from both North and Free folk. Lady Barbary muttered that it was foolishness, but Lyanna silenced her with a look. There is nothing lost in learning, the Mormont girl said, and the wildlings cheered her. In the afternoon, there were games. Archery, wrestling, and horse races that circled the old training yard. Lyanna herself bested half the boys in swordplay, and let a Serwyn girl take her down in the finals, laughing as she yielded. Sansa handed out prizes, bolts of fine cloth, bags of grain, a single silver pin in the shape of a wolf's head to the fastest boy from last hearth. As dusk painted the sky, the feast began. Bread and venison, stews rich with onions and wild garlic, river trout glazed with honey, pies crammed with apples, and summer berries. Lyanna sat at Sansa's left, her laughter ringing, and the wildling chieftain Keg toasted them both, his words thick but heartfelt. "To the wolf and the bear," he cried, and the cry was taken up by all. But even as peace blossomed, old wounds ached. Near midnight, a messenger slipped into the hall, breathless and pale. "Riders at the east gate," he said, with a Lannister banner. A hush fell. Sansa exchanged a look with Lyanna, and together they rose, leaving the warmth of the hall for the cool starlit yard. A party of Southerners waited, led by a lean golden-haired man with a sly smile and a red and gold cloak. He bowed deep. "Queen Sansa, Lady Mormont, I bring greetings from Casterly Rock." Sansa's voice was calm as a winter sea. "What brings Lannisters so far north?" The man smiled. "King Tommen is dead. The crown is in dispute. There are many who wish for your support. Some say the north should rule itself, but others look for allies." Lyanna spat. "We have no king but the one in the north, and no queen but Sansa Stark." The envoy's eyes narrowed, but he recovered quickly. "The rock offers trade. Furs for gold, steel for wine, and perhaps one day, friendship again." "Bendawan," Sansa considered. "We will not take sides in southern squabbles, but the north is not closed to those who come in peace. Bring your wares. Trade if you wish, but know this, no southern lord will ever rule here again." The Lannister bowed, satisfied for now. The riders were led to the guest house, and Sansa and Lyanna returned to the feast, where the celebration resumed, a little more wary now, but no less joyful. That night, as the fires burned low, and the last dancers spun in the shadows, Sansa and Lyanna walked the ramparts. The moon shone full, the land stretching endless and peaceful beneath them. "Will it last?" Lyanna asked, her voice almost a whisper. Sansa looked out over the fields, the villages, the people who trusted her. "Nothing lasts forever, but we will fight for it. You and I, and those who come after." "There, wow." Lyanna smiled, fierce and unbowed. "Then let them come. The north endures." Below, the first fireflies drifted over the new wheat, and somewhere in the distance a direwolf howled, a lonely, lovely sound, promising another dawn. In the months that followed, the peace held. The Lannisters returned to their wars, the Ironborn were driven back to their rocks, and even the Reach sent only envoys, not soldiers. Trade flourished, and the wildlings learned to plant as well as hunt, sending their first barley to Winterfell's granaries. Sansa's schools grew, taught by maesters and mothers alike, and Lyanna's girls patrolled the roads in pairs, their green cloaks a sign of safety to all. In winter, when the snows returned, Sansa sat by the fire and read letters from every corner of her realm, her heart full. She wrote back herself, her hand sure, promising aid and wisdom in equal measure. Lyanna led a hunting party north, tracking a pack of direwolves that threatened a village near the wall. She returned weeks later, limping but alive, and with 3 direwolf pups in tow, their eyes as wild as her own. Sansa laughed for the first time in days as the pups tumbled through her solar, chasing shadows. One bitter night, as the wind howled and the flames guttered low, Sansa looked at Lyanna across the hearth. "Are you happy, Lyanna?" Lyanna considered. "I am alive. I am useful. I am home." "That is enough for me." Sansa nodded, and silence fell, peaceful and easy between them. Spring returned, and with it, the promise of another festival. New banners joined the old, free folk, small clans from the mountains, even a band of Ibonese traders who spoke in rumbling accents and traded amber for northern wool. Sansa presided with grace, and Lyanna guarded with vigilance, and between them, the north continued to flourish. There would be threats again. There would be loss, and blood, and cold. But for now, the north was whole, and its heart beat strong. A wolf and a bear, standing side by side, guardians of a land that remembered and endured. The north had crowned its queen, but it was Lyanna's stubborn hope, as much as Sansa's wisdom, that gave it strength. In the end, it was not steel, nor fire, nor even banners that kept the darkness at bay, but the simple, unyielding courage of those who would not let go, not of the land, not of each other, not of hope. And so, under moon and snow and rising sun, the North endured. The wind off the lakes brought the scent of pine sap and sweet water to Winterfell's towers as spring deepened to high summer. Beyond the walls, fields of green barley rippled under sun, and small folk labored in a contented hush, broken only by birdsong and laughter from the children. The peace Sansa and Lyanna had forged settled across the north like the thickest woolen cloak, warm, sturdy, strong godgy. Yet Sansa never allowed herself to relax entirely. Old ghosts wandered these stones, and the world had a way of calling the north back to war just when it seemed safest. She rose each morning with the light and took breakfast with her household, inviting a different family each day. The simple routine let her hear troubles while they were small. Spoiled grain, a missing sheep, disputes over rights to a spring. Afterward, she joined Lyanna on the training grounds, where the Mormont girls' newest company drilled in the sun. The Bear's Claws, they called themselves, young women and men from every corner of the north, their discipline a point of pride for their commander. One hot afternoon, Sansa watched as Lyanna put the Bear's Claws through archery. Bows twanged in quick succession. Lyanna moved behind her recruits with a stern eye, correcting a stance, fixing a grip, her voice sharp but never cruel. The sun flashed off her dark hair, loose today, and sweat beaded at her brow. Sansa grinned as Lyanna approached, wiping her face with a kerchief. "You drill them harder than most knights, Lady Mormont." Lyanna only shrugged, the hint of a smile ghosting her lips. "The world's full of knights who fell to wights, wolves, and worse. I'd rather raise survivors." That in tea. They strolled the shade beside the ramparts, pausing to watch a pair of free folk boys wrestle with an Umber cousin, all three muddy and laughing. "When I was a girl, I thought peace was a dream," Lyanna said. "Now it's work. Every day the same as war, but better." "Much better," Sansa agreed. She hesitated. "There's news from White Harbor. Lord Wyllis is sending more grain, and asks if the new roads are to extend to Widow's Watch as planned. Barbary Dustin writes that her river crossings washed out and wants stonework from the north. The Reach is trading again, but they ask for more than we can spare. Sometimes, Lyanna, I think I govern by letter more than by counsel." Lyanna shot her a sideways look. "Letters do less harm than swords most days." Sansa smiled, but a shadow crossed her face as a rider clattered through the yard. Dusty, his cloak marked with the broken tree of House Tallheart. A silence fell over the bailey as the man dismounted and bowed deeply. "Your Grace, Lady Mormont." "Riders from the west, near Torhin Square. 6 dead, 2 villages burned. The survivors say the attackers wore no colors but carried axes like Ironborn. We found pieces of driftwood left on the stones. No warning, no ransom. They vanished into the hills." Sansa's face hardened. "How many ships?" 3, maybe 4 longships. "Small, but quick." Lyanna's jaw set. "Ironborn raiders never learn. Or someone is helping them." Sansa said, gaze distant. "We'll send patrols from Bear Island and White Harbor. Double the watches at every river ford. No one rides alone, and every village must be warned. Lyanna, can you ride to the Tallhearts and see the damage yourself? They'll trust you more than any lord I send." "Now." Lyanna gripped Sansa's arm. "Done. I'll leave before sundown." When Lyanna was gone, Sansa stood a long while on the ramparts, looking west into the glare of the afternoon. She felt the old fear stir, the worry that peace could be lost in a single tide, one bloody night. She made for the Solar, penning 6 letters, one to White Harbor, another to the Hornwoods, one to Deepwood Moat, asking for scouts and sharp eyes. She wrote to the Queen in the Vale as well, requesting aid should the raiders grow bold. Each letter was sealed with the direwolf and the Queen's hand, each a promise that the North would not stand alone or silent. Lyanna rode hard to Torhin Square, Alicent at her side, and 6 of her Bear's Claws in tow. The damage was worse than reported. One village was a smoking ruin. with blackened timber scattered among dead sheep and empty wells. The other had fared better, but a dozen houses were torched, and an old woman found murdered at her loom. Lyanna saw to the burial herself, leading the people in a quiet prayer, then turned to the work of rebuilding. She left 3 claws to help mend the thatch, 2 to train the villagers in defense. The 6th, a sharp-eyed girl from Skagos, rode out to scout the shoreline. By nightfall, Lyanna sat in the hall of Torrens Square, sharing stew and beer with the Tallheart elders. "We can't fight the sea," said one old man, voice tremulous. "Not like this. They come in the night, burn and steal, vanish with the tide." Lyanna shook her head. "You won't be left to fight alone. The Queen's peace is for every house. We'll teach your children to shoot a bow, your women to wield a spear. Next time the Ironborn come, they'll wish they'd drowned on their way." Then, she left before dawn, riding the coast, visiting each farm and cottage, hearing the tales, where the raiders landed, how they fought, what they took. There was a pattern. Not gold or wine, but food, seed, livestock, always vanishing before the alarm was raised. Lyanna sent word to Bear Island to patrol every cove, and to Deepwood Motte for more men. The bear's claws rode the cliffs at dusk, axes ready, eyes sharp. Days later, word came that a party of Ironborn had been sighted in the West Marshes. Moving on foot, no longer the confident reavers of old, Lyanna herself led the hunt, tracking through reeds and bracken, moving silent as ghosts. They caught the raiders at the edge of a shallow lake, where the men had been living off stolen sheep and hiding from patrols. Lyanna strode into their camp with her claws at her back, axe raised. "Surrender," she called, "or die here and be forgotten." The Ironborn captain, a bearded brute with gold rings in his ears, spat and drew steel. His men rallied to him, but they were hungry and beaten, their pride spent. The fight was quick, brutal, and final. 3 Ironborn fell, the others cast down their arms. Lyanna bound them herself, taking the captain last. She searched him for tokens, expecting an axe, a ring, some relic of Pike. But what she found was stranger. In his pouch was a letter sealed in green wax. She cracked it and read, her frown deepening with every word. The letter was not from Pike or Old Wyke, but from a merchant house in Old Town. Orders to raid, to gather food, to avoid bloodshed if possible, but take what was needed for the cause of the Reach. At the bottom was a sigil, a golden rose, petals blackened at the tips. Lyanna returned to Winterfell, the raiders in tow. Sansa met her in the hall, concern writ deep on her face. "What is it?" Lyanna handed her the letter. Sansa read in silence. "The Reach," she murmured. "They're starving or close to it if they send Ironborn to steal from us." "It's a trick," Lyanna said. "The Roses want us to strike back, give them cause to march north. But their men are spent. They wouldn't send dogs if they had lions left." Sansa's mind spun, weighing possibilities. "We will not answer with war. Not now. Send word to White Harbor. Double the guards on every ship, but do not strike unless struck first. I will write to Old Town. If they want peace, they will stop these games." "Nah." She did, and weeks passed with no further attack. Trade resumed, slow but steady, and rumors from the south spoke of famine in the Reach, petty lords quarreling while crops withered. The North's unity held, proof against provocation. Through all this, Lyanna rode the roads, drilling her claws, speaking with elders in every village. She visited Bear Island for a fortnight, walking the cliffs with her aunt, sharing salt and fish by the fire. She returned to Winterfell leaner, her hair sun-bleached, her voice a little softer. One cool night, Sansa found her in the Godswood, kneeling before the heart tree. "You've changed," Sansa said gently. Lyanna wiped her eyes, stubborn as always. "So have we all." They sat together in the hush, the white leaves shifting in the breeze. "Do you ever regret it?" Sansa asked at last. "Not taking the crown yourself?" Lyanna laughed, surprising them both. "I'd rather fight for the North than rule it, and there's no one else I'd trust with the rest." Sansa leaned her head on Lyanna's shoulder, and for a long moment, they sat in peace. The next day, The council met again. Reports were good. Crops up, births up, theft and murder down. Barbary Dustin even smiled. The only news to trouble Sansa was a message from beyond the wall. A party of free folk had vanished, hunting too far east. Lyanna volunteered at once. They left at dawn, Lyanna and a band of claws, with Kegg's son as guide. They tracked the missing through wind-scoured hills and forests of white birch, past haunted ruins where wild wolves howled. They found the missing after 3 days, starved, ragged, huddled in a cave. They had been lost, not attacked, and Lyanna's food and fire saved them. When they returned, Winterfell rejoiced. The rescued free folk gave Sansa a gift, a carved bone ring, shaped like a direwolf and a bear, entwined. Summer waned. The first chill of autumn sharpened the air, geese flying in formation above the lake. At the harvest feast, Sansa and Lyanna sat together beneath banners that flew clean and bright. The hall rang with laughter, the children's voices bright. Peace, Sansa thought, was not a matter of stone or steel, but of hope, of work, and of trust. Earned, kept, defended, every day. Lyanna lifted her cup. To the north, now and always. To the north, came the shout. Wild and free, echoing long after the fires dimmed. Out across field and wood and mountain, through the long, peaceful night. Ka. A haze of gold and copper touched the land as the north slid into autumn, the light softer, the days a little shorter, the promise of another winter in the air. Yet the mood in Winterfell remained warm, fortified by the hard-won unity of its people and the vigilant strength of those who led them. Sansa presided over her council each week, surrounded by voices she'd learned to trust. Manderley's quiet gravity, Alice Karstark's sharpness, Barbary Dustin's sardonic wit, the wildling chieftain Kegg's rough wisdom, and Lyanna Mormont's iron will, cutting through debate like a blade. One morning, after the first frost dusted the fields and turned every spiderweb to silver, Sansa and Lyanna walked together in the garden behind the solar. The last roses bloomed crimson and pink in the low light, their fragrance faint but stubborn. Sansa paused to touch a blossom, her fingers gentle. "I remember my mother's gardens in King's Landing," she said. "They never wilted until the snows came. It was always summer there. On the surface, at least." Lyanna crouched, plucking a faded bloom. "Summer in the south is a trick. Here we know winter comes, so every warm day means more." Sansa laughed, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. "You sound like a maester, Lyanna." Lyanna grinned. "Maybe I'll take up the chain when my sword gets too heavy." They wandered the paths, autumn leaves crunching underfoot. News had come from the west. No new raids, but rumors of unrest in the Iron Islands. Lord Wyllis Manderley had written, offering to send 3 ships for patrol, and the Serwins pledged men for the Harvest Guard. On Bear Island, word came of a mother bear with 4 cubs seen fishing the northern shore. An omen the elders claimed meant plenty to come. Winterfell itself was bustling. New roofs went up on old buildings, the blacksmith's hammer rang out from dawn to dusk, and the schools Sansa had founded in the spring were overflowing with children. Northern free folk, even a few from the far south whose parents had come north to escape the endless southern squabbles. In council, a new problem was brought forth. An envoy from the east, House Reed of Greywater Watch, arrived, green-cloaked and wary. Jojen Reed, grown lean and grave, knelt before Sansa in the hall, his sister Mira at his side. "Your Grace," Jojen said, "there are whispers in the neck. Bands of men moving at night, not Ironborn, not Northmen. They cross the swamps with fire and iron searching. We have driven them back, but they are persistent, better armed than mere outlaws." Mensel. Mira, fierce as ever, added, "We fear they seek something, someone. Our guides say they question every marshman they find, offer gold for secrets about the blood of the first men." Sansa's brow furrowed. "Old Town again?" Lyanna shook her head. "Or the Vale. There are still those in the south who'd see the north weakened." "We'll send help," Sansa promised. "Lyanna, can you spare claws for the neck?" Lyanna nodded. 6, and I'll ride with them myself." After the council, Sansa lingered with the Reeds. If there's anything else. Jojen's eyes lingered on hers, unblinking and strange. Beware the south, your grace. A new power rises, one that looks north with envy. That night, Lyanna made ready to ride, strapping on her battered greaves, and kissing Alysanne Mormont on the cheek. Sansa met her at the gate, worry plain in her eyes. Be careful. We have enough enemies without inviting new ones. Lyanna only grinned, fierce as ever. I'll return before the first snows. The ride to the neck was hard, the marshes thick with fog and biting insects. The claws moved like shadows, guided by Mira Reed, through half-flooded paths and under willows hung with moss. They caught sight of strangers more than once. Men in boiled leather, their accents foreign, their shields unmarked. Lyanna and Mira ambushed a party near a forgotten ruin, driving them off with arrows and quick steel. One night, Lyanna and Mira watched the enemy camp from a hollow in the rushes, counting heads, listening for names. They heard fragments, mention of Old Town, a high seat, and an artifact called the Wolf's Crown. They want to claim old blood for themselves, Mira whispered. Yes, if they could. Lyanna nodded. Let them try. They'll find the north is not a prize for the taking. Before dawn, they raided the camp, freeing 2 reed men who'd been taken hostage. Lyanna led the charge, her sword flashing in the mist, and the claws fought like the she-bears of legend. The enemy, startled and outnumbered, broke and fled, vanishing into the fens. Lyanna captured a map from a dead man, a crude chart of the neck and the western woods, marks scratched in red. She brought it back to Greywater Watch, and the reeds deciphered it with quiet dread. This mark here, Jojen said, tapping a circle near the white knife. It's an old king's cairn. The Wolf's Crown may be buried there, if it exists at all. It's said to grant power to the one who wears it, so the legends go. Lyanna's gaze was hard. A legend is all the South needs to start a war. Jojen smiled, oddly gentle. It is only a crown if the North bows to it. They returned to Winterfell with warnings and the map. Sansa called her council at once. We'll send riders to every old cairn, every barrow. I will not let the South steal our past or our future. Elise Karstark offered her best trackers, and Wylis Manderly pledged men for the rivers. Barbary Dustin muttered that every year brought a new would-be conqueror, but Lyanna caught her eye and held it. The North stands, Lady Barbary, not because we are untested, but because we are never caught sleeping. That autumn was restless, filled with scouting parties and messages. Lyanna's claws rode as far as the Frostfangs, following every rumor, questioning every merchant. The old king's cairn near the White Knife was found, its stone lid unmoved for centuries. Sansa herself rode out with Maester Walken and a half-score guards, watching as the cairn was opened by moonlight. Within was only dust and old bronze, a rusted sword, and a broken circlet, worthless but for what it meant. The past was safe, and the South would find nothing here but stories. Still, Sansa did not relax. She sent letters to the Vale and to King's Landing, polite but pointed, reminding them that the North was watching and would not stand for interference. She called for more gatherings, not just of lords, but of the small folk, wildlings and mountain clans. The North is not a crown or a seat, she said. It is every hand that plants, every back that bends, every voice that sings its song. By harvest's end, the threat had faded. The enemy parties were gone, their fires cold. The winter stores were full, the casks sealed, and the children of Winterfell ran laughing in furs through the first flakes of snow. Lyanna returned from the Neck, weary but victorious, and Sansa welcomed her in the yard with a hug that drew cheers from every watcher on the wall. That night, as the first winter winds howled through the towers, the 2 women sat before the fire in Sansa's solar, the direwolf and bear ring on the table between them. We'll never be rid of threats, Lyanna said. Sansa smiled. Nor would I wish to be. They remind us to cherish what we have, and to fight for it. Lyanna poured them both a cup of strong, sweet wine. To the North, may we always stand together. They drank, the warmth of fire and hope between them. As the snows thickened, and the wolves howled in the dark, Winterfell stood secure. Its heartwood red, its walls unbroken, its halls alive with love and memory. And beneath banners of wolf and bear, Sansa and Lyanna watched over it all, guardians of a north that was no longer just a land, but a promise. To endure, to change, to remember, and to never bow again. Ka. Snow came early that year, blanketing the north in a hush broken only by the steady, unhurried sounds of preparation. The old families had taught their children how to read the skies, how to judge the weight of frost on branch and stone, and in every village from the White Knife to Bear Island, the people set about storing what they could. Winterfell became a beacon once more, its walls a haven not only for the proud, but for the fearful and dispossessed. No one was turned away. Sansa watched the steady stream of arrivals from her window each dawn. Farmers with their last barrels of apples, wildlings with bales of furs and salt-cured meat, children trailing beside them, faces ruddy with cold and hope. In the hall, Lyanna's bear's claws oversaw the sorting, organizing casks and barrels with brisk efficiency, her voice cutting through confusion, never cruel, always sure. She had become as much a part of Winterfell as the ancient stones themselves. A constant presence beside Sansa. It was Lyanna who greeted the families who came late in the night, who helped lift the ill from their wagons, who checked every storehouse for signs of rot or theft. One dawn, as a blizzard howled outside, Sansa and Lyanna shared a silent breakfast in the solar bread and cheese by candlelight. Maester Walken entered, shaking snow from his sleeves, and handed Sansa a sheaf of letters. From every corner, he said. But two stand out. One from White Harbor. Lord Wyllis requests your judgment in a dispute over salt rights. The other from the Night's Watch. Bowen Marsh says a storm has stranded dozens of wildlings north of the wall. He asks for grain and men to help. Sansa broke the seals and read in silence. When she finished, she laid the letters on the table and met Lyanna's eyes. We'll send what we can. Grain to the Watch, men and boats to White Harbor. I won't have anyone say the North turned inward when others starved. Lyanna nodded. And the wildlings won't forget. Nor will the Watch. She hesitated, then added, There's more news from the marsh. Mira Reed writes that the Southron parties haven't given up. There's word of gold spent in the neck, and strange faces in the bogs again. Sansa's mouth tightened. Have our own watchers keep eyes on every causeway. Send word to House Reed that the North stands with them. If the South wants a contest, they'll find one. Mender. The days shortened, and as the snow piled deeper, Winterfell drew inward. The nights grew long and fierce, but inside, life went on. Children attended lessons by firelight, learning their letters and numbers from the maesters and wildling elders alike. In the great hall, every supper was a celebration. Hot stew, new songs, the laughter of children echoing from stone. Lyanna presided at Sansa's left, sometimes joining in the games, sometimes content just to watch, her eyes always moving, missing nothing. As the New Year's first moon rose, a small group arrived at the gates, banners of white and blue snapping in the wind. Lady Barbary Dustin herself, wrapped in a thick fox fur mantle, led a score of riders from Barrowton, trailed by wagons heaped with grain, onions, and preserved meat. The hall greeted her with cheers, and Sansa welcomed her as an honored guest. Barbary's eyes glittered with mischief as she accepted a cup of wine. I come bearing peace and plenty, your grace, and perhaps some news to stir your council. Over supper, she leaned close to Sansa and Lyanna. The South is stirring. I've heard it in every tavern. New alliances, old rivalries flaring. There are whispers of a claimant in the Vale, a bastard with Arryn blood who seeks to claim the Eyrie. And word from the Riverlands, bands of armed men gathering in secret, led by a woman said to wear Tully red. There's more. Old Town's gold has found its way north, even to Barrowton, though I've turned it away. The Reach is hungry, and they remember the North stores. Nanyi! Sansa listened, her face unreadable. Let them come. We will not bend to hunger or gold. Lyanna, half smiling, added, They'd better bring a shovel and a good coat if they want what's ours. For a time the news changed little. The snow grew deeper. Ice caked the lakes, and every night was lit by 100 candles. Sansa's council met often, the business never ending. Settling arguments over firewood, listening to old men's wisdom, finding new work for restless free folk. Maester Walken oversaw the sick, and Sansa herself visited every child born that winter, bearing small gifts of honey and wool. The greatest trouble came not from war or hunger, but from a fever that swept through the keep. It started with a wildling girl, then a Manderly boy, then a dozen others. Cough, chills, burning skin. Sansa ordered strict isolation, the sick tended by those who had survived fever before. Lyanna spent every spare hour at their bedsides, telling stories promising spring's return. Many recovered, but some did not, and for each life lost, a bell was rung from the tallest tower, its toll carrying across the snowbound fields. When the fever finally passed, Winterfell mourned, but it mourned together. At the feast of the full moon, Sansa stood and spoke, voice steady despite her tears. We remember every soul lost, and we keep their memory in every kindness we show the living. The North endures because we endure together. After, as the candles burned low, Sansa found Lyanna in the godswood, knee-deep in snow, her breath fogging in the cold. You did more than most for the sick, Sansa said. I am grateful. Lyanna shook her head. We do what we must. Nothing more. Nendo. Sansa drew her cloak tighter, staring up at the red leaves shifting in the night wind. Is it enough, Lyanna? All of this? Lyanna looked at her, and in her eyes there was something rare, uncertainty, even a glint of fear. It's all we can do. The world is never safe. But we hold it close for as long as we can. Snow fell thick and silent. In that hush, a promise was made between them, though neither spoke it. With the worst of winter past, news began to reach them from beyond the north. The south was indeed stirring. Lady Barbrae's whispers proved true. A bastard Arryn with a band of Sellsword seized 3 small keeps in the Vale, sending ravens north, begging Sansa for recognition. She replied politely, refusing all support, but sent riders to the border castles, just in case. More worrying was the news from the Riverlands. A red-haired woman with eyes like ice, calling herself a Tully, had gathered a company of broken men, outlaws, and exiles. They were rumored to cross into the Neck, come spring, seeking allies among the Reed and Flint. Sansa sent Jojen Reed a warning, and doubled the patrols on the southern marshes. As the snows began to melt at last, Maester Walken brought more letters. A treaty offer from the Reach, promising grain in exchange for a marriage alliance. A petition from White Harbor, asking permission to mint coins in Sansa's name. A request from the wildlings to expand their settlements further east. Sansa called her council, reading each missive aloud, weighing every voice. Lyanna, always practical, cut through the noise. No marriage to the Reach. Grain today is a knife tomorrow. Let Manderly mint your coin, but only in the north. The free folk have proven loyal. Let them settle where they will, as long as they defend what they claim. And so, the council agreed. Sansa sent her answers by swiftest raven, her words firm and clear. That spring, Winterfell opened its gates again, welcoming traders from as far as Gulltown and Maidenpool. Goods flowed north. Spices, glass, fine cloth, while grain and wool, smoked fish and timber, filled the southern carts on their return. The festivals returned. A maypole for the children, bonfires on the hills, music echoing from the walls long into the night. Sansa's schools flourished. Children of wildling, Northman, and Southerner sat together in the same halls, learning the songs of the old gods and the histories of the land. Lyanna taught her claws in a new barracks near the east wall, taking in girls and boys alike, molding them into a force respected across the north. In time, the southern threats faded. The Arryn bastard was defeated and vanished. The Tully rebel turned east, harried by Reed and Flint until her followers scattered. The Reach sent gold, but no armies, and the Ironborn, too weak for war, contented themselves with sullen trade. One cool night, Sansa and Lyanna sat on the battlements as the first stars flickered over the fields. The air was full of promise, and the north below them was alive. Fires in every hamlet, voices in every home. "We've held it, Lyanna," Sansa whispered. "All this time, through every storm." Lyanna grinned, but there was awe in her voice. "We did. The wolf and the bear." A hush settled. It was peace, hard-won and precious, and both women cherished it in silence. The wind carried the scent of pine and promise. And for that night, the North was theirs, safe, enduring, and utterly, fiercely free. Okay. The North was at peace, yet peace in the North was never silent. It pulsed with life, busy and unrelenting. The meltwater ran thick and fast from the hills, feeding the white knife and swelling the streams until even the smallest brooks roared with the force of spring. Sansa would walk the Godswood each morning before sunrise, letting the sound fill her, reminding herself that all things passed, winter, grief, even fear. She found Lyanna there one morning, kneeling in the dew, eyes closed as if listening for something only she could hear. The wolf and the bear had grown close in the long years since the crowning. The court at Winterfell was more a family than a hierarchy now, with Maester Wolkan doting over the growing children, Wylis Manderly limping through the kitchens to taste each cook's broth, and Lady Barbary Dustin teaching wildling girls to read by the light of the Great Heart. The claws drilled at dawn and dusk. Their laughter was as much a part of the keep's music as the bells or the raven's caw. One day, a letter arrived from the distant west. Balon Greyjoy had died at last, swept off his feet by a storm while prowling the sea cliffs of Pike. His successor was his daughter Yara. Hardened by exile, her heart set on peace and trade. Sansa summoned the council at once. The letter was read in the hall, every word echoing. "The Ironborn ask for parley," she said. "They offer fish, iron, even ships, in exchange for the grain and timber we can spare. They pledge not to raid the coast again." "Then?" Barbary Dustin scowled, her shrewd eyes weighing each line. "I'll not trust a kraken's promise, your grace, but it's better than war." Wylis Manderly stroked his beard. "If their ships haul our wood, we can build a navy that even Old Town would envy." Lyanna nodded. "Let them come. We'll meet them at Bear Island, neutral ground, and no lack of axes if they change their minds." Sansa gave her assent, and within a moon's turn, Yara Greyjoy arrived at Bear Island with half a dozen ships, her warriors tall and lean, eyes wary but not hostile. Lyanna met her on the beach, sword at her hip. They walked together, the little bear and the sea-wolf, while Mormont women watched from the rocks and the Ironborn loitered by their longships, restless as caged cats. Their first talk was brief, Lyanna direct, Yara blunt. "You want timber and bread," Lyanna said. "We want safe seas and peace." Yara's mouth twisted. "My people are tired of starving. I'd rather fight storms than Starks." They struck their bargain with hands clasped, the blood of two old lines mingling on the shingle. Sansa sailed to Bear Island for the signing, bringing Wylis, Barbary, and 3 Claws as witness. The agreement was short, clear, and sealed with both wax and salt. That night, the fires of peace burned bright on the shore, and the women of Bear Island taught the Ironborn the old dances, half brawl, half celebration, wholly northern. In the years that followed, the Kraken and the bear watched one another warily but shared their strength. Northern timber rebuilt pikes, shattered docks, while Ironborn ships patrolled the coast, hunting pirates and broken men. The children of both lands visited Bear Island for games and feasts, learning songs in each other's tongues. Sansa's ships sailed farther each season, bringing furs and smoked fish to distant ports. Meanwhile, the north itself thrived. Wildling farms spread east and north, their houses painted with bold colors that brightened even the darkest months. The Hornwood woodsmen discovered a rare black truffle in their groves, fetching high prices from southern traders. The Karstarks bred a new strain of shaggy white sheep, their wool the envy of the north. But not all tidings were easy. Maester Wolkan grew thin, coughing blood into his sleeve at night. He summoned Sansa and Lyanna to his chambers, the air thick with the bitter scent of herbs and ink. "My time grows short," he said, voice a frail echo of its old self. "You must choose a successor soon. There are candidates from the Citadel, but I have taught too. one wildling, one manderly, who have the patience and the mind for learning. Da. Sansa took his hand, tears in her eyes. You are family to us, Vulcan. We'll honor your wishes. After his passing, Winterfell rang with the bell, the sound deep and steady, calling all to remember. The wildling girl, Nilla, was named Mester in his place. She wore no chain of gold or silver, but a necklace of carved bones and bits of iron, a sign of new times. She took to her duties with a stubborn gentleness, tending the sick, keeping the ravens, teaching the children. The keep grieved, but also celebrated, a sign that old ways could blend with new, and life could continue. In that spring, a new worry found Sansa. Scouts from Deepwood Motte brought word of shadowy figures along the western marches. Cloaked, silent, leaving no sign but the odd lost sheep and once, the corpse of a Glover shepherd. Lyanna took 4 claws and rode to meet the Glover men. In the twilight of a cold evening, they tracked the strangers. Neither ironborn nor broken men, but a band of free companies from the south, mercenaries led by a hard-eyed woman with gold rings in her ears. Lyanna offered them a choice: ride south or die. The woman laughed, drawing steel. Lyanna answered with hers. The fight was quick, muddy, and final. When it ended, 3 mercenaries had fled, and the rest lay still. Lyanna took the captain's sword, a southern blade, etched with the sigil of a burning heart. Sansa read the captain's papers. They were hired by someone in the Riverlands. There's a lordling with more coin than sense, hoping to stir us to anger. Then, let him hope, Lyanna said. The North stands. By midsummer, peace held. Sansa began a new custom, a tour of every major house, never with a great retinue, always just herself and Lyanna and 2 claws. In the fishing villages, she tasted herring and oatcakes, listened to fishermen debate the best knots. In the mountain clans, she danced the knife dance with the Littles and the Norays. In the shadow of the wall, she and Lyanna broke bread with the last Black brothers, hearing their tales and sending coin and grain to keep them warm. Everywhere she went, Sansa heard the same refrain. The North had found its heart again, but it was the women herself, Lyanna, and those they inspired, who kept it beating. Mormont girls led the defenses of lonely farms. Karstark daughters administered law on the coast. Even the wildling wives carried axes at their belts, unafraid. In the 4th year of Sansa's reign, the South sent envoys, now with open hands. The Queen in the Reach wrote, asking for northern wool for her weavers. The new Tully Lord sent fine river pearls as gifts. King's Landing itself, ruled now by a Stark cousin whose claim was made by marriage, offered peace and trade, and a request for Sansa to visit as an honored guest. Lyanna scowled at that. If you go, I'd go. Sansa squeezed her arm. You think I'd leave you behind? Never. They rode south together with a small escort, the journey slow but uneventful. In King's Landing, Sansa was feted like a queen of old, her presence drawing crowds, her reputation preceding her. Lyanna disliked the noise, the crowds, the heat, but she stood at Sansa's side, unyielding, as they negotiated new treaties and old wounds. It was on their return, in the chill of autumn, that Sansa realized what she had built. Not just a peace, but a culture, a living North that could endure, adapt, and remember. She found Lyanna in the Godswood the night they returned, the red leaves drifting all around. You're restless, Sansa said. Lyanna looked up, her eyes tired but bright. We've done more than I ever thought possible. The South calls you queen, but you belong here. Sansa nodded. I do, but I belong with you, and with all of them. They stood side by side, silent, watching the snow begin to fall. Winter would come again, but Sansa was no longer afraid. The wolf and the bear stood together, and the North endured, its heart wood strong, its stories growing, its people unafraid. It was not a story of crowns in the end, but of hands joined across the long night, of voices raised together against the cold, and of 2 women who had refused to yield. even when the world demanded it. In every home, from the wild coast of Bear Island to the shadow of the Wall, their names were spoken at every hearth. Not just Queen and Lady, but Hope and Shield, the best of the North. Aika. Winter settled in earnest, laying its white silence across fields and forests, rivers and rooftops. The air had a keenness that cut through the thickest cloak, but within Winterfell's walls, the firelight glowed steady and warm. Candles flickered in every window. The hallways echoed with the bustle of stewards, the laughter of children, the steady tread of Lyanna's claws on their rounds. In the solar, Sansa read each day by the pale northern sun, reviewing reports, answering letters, her thoughts always on the welfare of the land and the people who called it home. She had learned over the years how to listen not only to lords and counselors, but to the soft-spoken, the uncertain, the overlooked. Old women knitting by the fire, boys mucking out stables, wildlings who remembered a life without walls. Each story mattered. Each name was part of the tapestry that gave the North its resilience. As the snows grew heavier, more people crowded the Great Hall each evening, drawn by the promise of food and shelter. Sansa watched from the dais, Lyanna always at her side. Barbary Dustin and Wylis manderly arrived for the midwinter feast, bringing tales and tidings. Barrowton's forges had made enough new plows for every farmstead west of the last river. White Harbor's granaries were full, and the ice fishing had been good. Even the Reeds sent eels, apples, and muddy barrels of their famous beer from the Neck. It was during this feast, when musicians played and laughter bounced from the beams, that a small delegation from the Vale was announced. Their leader, a stern young knight named Sir Davos Belmore, knelt before Sansa, offering a folded parchment. "The Lady of the Eyrie sends her regards, Your Grace. She wishes you joy in your reign and asks, very humbly, for your wisdom." Sansa accepted the letter with a gracious nod. Later in her solar, she opened it with Lyanna looking on. The words inside were formal, polite, but unmistakably urgent. As winter tightens its grip, our stores run low. We appeal to you, as kin and neighbor. If the North can spare grain or dried fish, the Eyrie will remember its friends when spring returns. Sansa's mouth tightened. They kept to themselves when we struggled. Now they ask for help. Lyanna's expression was unreadable. The North endures because we share what we have, even when it's little. True. Sansa summoned Maester Nilla, the wildling girl who now wore the maester's bones. "Count our stores," she ordered. "See what we can spare. We won't turn away our cousins in the Vale, but our own must not go hungry." Maester Nilla returned by midday with her reckoning. "If we are careful, we can send 5 wagons of barley and oats, 2 of saltfish, 1 of honey. No more." Sansa nodded. "Prepare them. I'll send a letter with the food, reminding the Lady of the Eyrie that this is given in trust, and that she is to do likewise if the need ever falls on us." As the days crawled by, word of the North's generosity spread. From the Riverlands and even the Reach, letters came, more honest than the flowery flattery of old. "The South is hungry," Lyanna said one evening, reading a message sealed with the golden rose of Highgarden. "Their lords are begging. Some ask for bread, some for marriage, some for steel." Sansa sipped mulled wine, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "We will give what we can, but never what weakens us. I've learned enough from the South's games. The North stands because it stands together." The council met more often as winter deepened. Reports were delivered of wolves harrying the sheepfolds, of strange footprints in the snow near the Neck, of a mysterious light on the horizon above the haunted forest. Sansa listened, decided, and acted. A hunting party of claws was sent to find the wolves, only to return with 3 orphaned pups, now nursed by a Mormont woman in the kennels. Scouts from the Reed lands confirmed the footprints were wildling traders from beyond the Wall. Peaceful, come to barter furs for salt and iron. The mysterious light, it was said, was nothing more than a trick of the frozen air, the green aurora that sometimes painted the sky. Through all, Sansa and Lyanna remained at the center. A team, a partnership, understood without words. Some nights, They would walk the walls together, the moon reflecting off fields of snow, their breath steaming in the darkness. "Does it ever feel easy?" Sansa asked once as they stood atop the gatehouse, snowflakes catching in her hair. Lyanna shook her head, a smile tugging at her lips. "No, but we've grown stronger. The more we give, the more we have. That's the North's secret." When the midwinter storms broke, they struck with a ferocity not seen in years. For 3 days, the sky was black, and the wind shrieked so fiercely that even the oldest stones seemed to tremble. Windows rattled, drifts climbed higher than men, and the snow blocked the gates. Lyanna let her claws out again and again, digging out doorways, delivering bread and wood, shoveling paths between houses. Sansa directed the kitchens to keep soup simmering day and night. The air in the hall was thick with the scent of onions, beef, and garlic. A fever swept through during the storm, claiming the youngest and oldest first. Maester Nilla worked without sleep. Lyanna sat at sickbeds, telling stories, wiping brows, keeping hope alive even as grief pressed close. Sansa moved among them too, queenly but gentle, comforting mothers, holding the hands of the dying, promising that their names would be remembered. When the storm at last faded, Winterfell mourned, but it endured. At the gathering in the Godswood, beneath the heart tree's blood-red leaves, Sansa spoke. "We have known sorrow, but we have also known love. The North endures because we remember. We carry our lost with us, and we do not falter." In the weeks that followed, the snow melted from the southern slopes. Rivers choked with ice broke and ran free, and the first green spears of grass rose along the keeps and crofts. The worst of winter was past. The Vale sent word of thanks, promising that in spring they would return the North's gifts threefold. The Riverlands did the same. Even Old Town sent a missive. Formal, respectful, edged with a note of envy for the North's discipline and unity. As the weather warmed, Sansa called for a new celebration. A feast not of victory, but of survival. People gathered from across the North, banners bright against the new grass, faces shining with hope. Songs rang out under the pale blue sky, children chased each other among the tents, and Lyanna's claws performed a sword dance that left all cheering. When the feast was done, Sansa and Lyanna walked alone through the Godswood. Spring was in the air, the promise of life renewed. Sansa turned to her friend. "We've given the North something it never truly had. A future it can shape for itself." Lyanna looked out across the green. A North that's free, united, and unafraid. They clasped hands beneath the heart tree, and in that gesture was the promise of all their years, that they would hold the North together, come what may, through every winter and every spring. The wolf and the bear. The North and its future. And as the sun set, turning the world to gold, Winterfell stood tall. Whole, hopeful, enduring. The promise they had made was kept, not just for themselves, but for every soul who called the North home. The sky above Winterfell cleared with the turning of the season, the stars sharpening night by night until they burned like cold blue fire above the dark towers. Spring in the North was never gentle. Ice clung stubbornly to the rivers. The wind still whistled through the broken teeth of the old southern wall, and the high pale sun set late but quickly behind the pines. Yet everywhere within the castle's embrace, the people moved with a vigor born of relief, of hunger survived, of loss endured, of hope found anew. The work never ceased. Even as the snow melted, Sansa moved through her mornings with quiet purpose. She visited the granaries to watch the rationing, praised the bakers for their clever use of oats and berries, and lingered among the pens where lambs shivered in the dawn. Every decision weighed heavy, but it was a weight she bore with the same patience that had seen her through darker days. In the yard, Lyanna's claws drilled beneath a sky of flying banners, their breath rising in white puffs. Lyanna herself watched with arms folded, eyes narrowed, jaw set in a look that brooked no nonsense. She had grown since the day she rode from Bear Island. A little taller, perhaps, her features sharper, her voice carrying farther. She was the sword at Sansa's side, but also her heart, her truest friend. They met every evening by the fire in the solar. Sansa would bring her ledger and Lyanna her tales from the barracks or the roads. News from the marshes, from the White Knife, from distant Deepwood Motte. Some was routine, a cow lost, a shipment of lumber late. Some was troubling, a merchant murdered on the King's Road, a stranger found frozen in the barrows, wildling scouts reporting fires far to the east, beyond the wall. One night, as the snow hissed against the leaded panes and the fire burned low, Sansa set her ledger aside and looked to Lyanna. "There are still shadows," she said softly. "Still dangers we do not see." "There always will be," Lyanna answered. "But we meet them, and we endure. That's the way of it." "Dah." Sansa studied her, noting the hollows beneath Lyanna's eyes, the new worry lines that had settled at the corners of her mouth. "You've not slept," she chided gently. Lyanna shrugged. "I dream sometimes of Bear Island, of the old trees and the sea. But then I wake, and I remember what we've built. I would not leave it. Not for anything." A knock interrupted them. Maester Nilla, the wildling girl grown into a calm and competent scholar, her necklace of bone and iron clattering softly as she moved. "Ravens from the wall and the reedlands, your grace. News you'll want to hear." Sansa took the letters, breaking the seals. "The wall is restless," she murmured, reading. "A band of wildlings has gone missing east of the Shadow Tower. The reeds say southern gold is being offered again. Mercenaries, poachers, spies, all looking for a way through the neck before the marshes flood." "Nah." Lyanna's jaw tightened. "I'll ride north and east, a show of force. Let the wildlings see the claws ride with them. Let the south know we're not blind." "Go, then," Sansa said, her voice steady, though her fingers trembled as she closed the letter. "But return, Lyanna. The north needs you." Lyanna left at dawn, taking 12 claws and 3 wildling guides. The ride was hard and cold, the wind sharp with the scent of old snow and pine resin. They passed lonely villages where children peered from doorways, faces smeared with soot, and blacksmiths nodded their respect. At the wall, Bowen Marsh greeted them as kin. The Shadow Tower was half buried in drift, but its defenders stood proud, and the wildlings who remained greeted Lyanna's claws as friends, not conquerors. They tracked the missing band east, over ragged hills, and through forests silvered with frost. It was Lyanna who found their trail, marked by a bloodied scrap caught on brambles and footprints melting fast in the thaw. The search was tense, the forest silent except for the distant croak of a raven. When they found the wildlings, hungry, exhausted, but alive, the relief was palpable. They had fled from poachers, men with southern accents and southern steel, but had survived by hiding in the caves above a frozen stream. Lyanna brought them back to the wall herself, sharing bread. Seeing to their wounds, she sent the claws farther east, warning off the poachers with torchlight and arrow, making it known that the North's patience had limits. Her message was clear. The wolf and the bear would not let their own be taken or hunted. Meanwhile, Sansa's worries shifted southward. The gold moving through the marshes meant new players in the endless games of the South, and word from the Riverlands was troubled. Reports arrived of an exiled knight gathering broken men along the Green Fork, promising gold and food for loyalty, stirring talk of rebellion. Sansa summoned her council. The council room was bright with morning, banners fluttering at the windows, the table laden with maps and reports. Barbary Dustin wore black as ever, and Lady Alice Karstark sat beside her, both listening closely as Wylis Manderley outlined the threat. "The Riverlands are hungry," Wylis rumbled. "They remember when the North helped them in the old wars. They want us now, but I say we wait. Let them come begging. The North can stand alone." "We can, but should we?" Sansa countered. "The hungry make desperate friends. If we offer grain, maybe we gain trust. If we close our gates, they may strike when our backs are turned." Barbary's mouth twisted. Better a wolf on the wall than a fox in the larder. Lyanna, freshly returned, dusted with snow, entered then. "We offer aid, but not at our expense." Let the Riverland send hostages, as in the old days. We'll feed them, but will not be made fools." The council debated long and hard, but in the end, Sansa wrote to the Tullys herself, offering food and safety for the common folk, so long as the River Lords sent their sons and daughters to Winterfell to learn, to serve, and to bind the old alliance anew. The offer was accepted, and that spring, a new generation of Tully and Frey, Bracken and Blackwood, came north as guests and pupils. Some grumbled, some thrived, and in their mixing, new friendships took root, unimagined before. As spring deepened, the world outside the walls called more strongly. Sansa traveled, never alone, but always with a small retinue and Lyanna at her side. They visited White Harbor, walked the docks, saw the new ships crewed by both Northmen and Ironborn. They rode to Bear Island, where Lyanna's kin welcomed them with fierce pride, and Sansa marveled at the green woods, the stormy beaches, the laughter that rang from the Long Hall. Everywhere, the story was the same. Peace, hard-earned, was holding. The old feuds faded in the shadow of new possibility. The free folk held their lands and sent tribute to Winterfell. The mountain clans traded furs and silver. The wolf and the bear watched over it all. Yet peace was never still. Trouble brewed on the edge of every horizon. South of the Neck, in the broad green of the Riverlands, Sansa scouts saw banners not seen since the war. A blue trout on silver, a golden lion, a field of red and black. New lords, hungry for a crown, gathered men. Sansa watched, wary but unafraid. She called her banners quietly, warned every holdfast, sent riders to every border. In the Godswood, she met Lyanna beneath the heart tree, the old red leaves moving in the breeze. "The world turns, Lyanna. We have built so much, but it could all be threatened by hunger, by pride, by greed." Lyanna placed her sword against the roots, knelt in the snow. "Let them come. The North is ready. And if war comes again," Lyanna looked up, fierce and sure, "we'll meet it together, as we always have." Sansa knelt beside her, took Lyanna's hand. "Together then, whatever comes." The spring sun glinted through the branches, dappling them with gold. In that quiet, the heart of the North beat strong, a promise, a warning, a hope. And as the rivers thawed, and the first caravans rolled north from the Riverlands, the wolf and the bear watched, unbowed, knowing that what they had built was not just a piece, but a foundation for all the ages to come. Summer arrived in the North not in a sudden blaze, but as a slow creeping warmth that lingered in the stone and made the air taste of growing things. The ice in the rivers faded to cold, quick water, swelling the banks with life. Wildflowers burst from the meadows and the verges of every road. Bluebells and snowdrops and tiny yellow blossoms that even the maesters could not name. At Winterfell, the windows were thrown open each morning. The yard rang with laughter, music, and the clang of steel as the claws sparred with the sons and daughters of lords from every house. Sansa found herself more hopeful than she had ever thought possible. The long winter had stripped away so much: arrogance, illusion, all the old cruelties. What had been left was sturdy and true, a foundation built on necessity and kindness. She made a point to walk the grounds each day, to visit the fields and the small folk, to listen and remember. Lyanna was everywhere. At dawn she could be seen leading her claws through the muddy practice fields. By noon she'd be in the council chamber, boots muddy, hands on her hips, arguing for more coin for the holdfasts in the far north. In the evening she ate beside Sansa, her laughter louder than any noble's. The two women grew so used to one another's presence that when one was absent, the other would feel an ache, a missing weight at her side. The North's children thrived. Sansa's schools were overflowing, the halls bright with chalk dust and the hum of lessons. Tully and Frey boys wrestled wildling girls for places at the table. Manderly daughters learned to count coins alongside orphans from the ruined villages of the war. Lady Alice Karstark taught history, her memory as sharp as her tongue, and Lady Barbary Dustin taught archery in the yard, her gray plates swinging as she knocked arrow after arrow. It was a summer for marriages. In White Harbor, Willis Manderly's youngest married a daughter of House Glover. On Bear Island, two of Lyanna's claws wed beneath the heart tree, the hall echoing with cheers and old songs. In the mountains, the clans called a great moot and settled 3 feuds with a week of games and a feast that left the hills ringing. Sansa presided over every union she could, her words a blessing and a promise. Yet as ever, peace bore its own restlessness. Messengers rode in from the southern borders, bearing news of movement among the lords of the Riverlands. A Bracken lord with too much pride and not enough sense had begun to hire mercenaries from the free companies, and skirmishes along the Green Fork sent refugees north. Sansa's council gathered to meet the news. The council hall was full. Barbary Dustin at Sansa's left, her mouth thin with suspicion. Wylis Manderly broad and calm. Alice Karstark, fingers stained with ink. Maester Nilla with her quiet, sure gaze. And Lyanna, boots on the table, arms crossed. Sansa read the letters aloud. The Riverlands are restless. The Brackens want a crown of their own. The Blackwoods send thanks for our help, but warn that no peace will hold long. I will not have our peace destroyed by another southern war. Bah! Lyanna grunted. If we must, we close the borders and let them squabble. But I'd rather take the fight to the Brackens if they spill northern blood. Barbary shook her head. Let them see we are watching. Make it clear, if a single hand is raised against a northern holdfast, we will answer with fire. Wylis added, trade is stronger than swords. If we keep the markets open for those who keep peace, the rest will follow. After a long debate, Sansa made her decision. We send envoys, not soldiers, but a warning. We send food, but only to those who send their own children as hostages and guests. Let them learn how peace is kept in the north. And Lyanna, send a company of claws to the border, but let them be seen training, not raiding. Bah! Lyanna grinned. My queen. I'll have them drilling from sunup to sundown where every spy can see. Sansa wrote to the Brackens and Blackwoods herself, careful and clear. She invited their youngest to Winterfell, promising safety and schooling for all who wished to send them north. She made it plain, any war brought to her borders would be answered, but all who sought peace would find it. Within a moon's turn, the Blackwoods sent 3 children. The Brackens sent 2, sullen and silent. But they came. Sansa welcomed them all at the gates, Lyanna at her side, and the newcomers found themselves swept into the wild swirl of the North's daily life. In the yard, the Blackwood girl beat a Karstark boy in the archery yard, and a Bracken lad learned to fish beneath the watchful eye of an old wildling woman. Lyanna watched it all with a hidden pride, remembering the first time she had walked Winterfell's stones and known herself a stranger. By midsummer, another word came from the Vale. Lady Anya Waynwood, ruling in the Ares name, sought to send her own son north to learn the ways of the wolf and the bear. Sansa agreed at once. Seeing the pattern that was growing. The north as a haven, a place where old wounds might be healed and young hopes fostered. Not all the news was bright. The summer storms battered the coast, and one wild tempest left Bear Island's east shore shattered, 2 fishing villages ruined, and half the season's catch lost. Lyanna rode with a dozen claws and 3 boats worth of supplies, leading the rebuilding effort herself. She hauled timber, directed the repairs, and slept beside the villagers in ruined longhauls. When Sansa rode out to see the work, she found Lyanna mending nets with a pair of girls, her hands raw and her eyes bright. They said the sea would never forgive us, Lyanna said, smiling up at her queen. But here we are, hauling nets for the next catch. The north always endures. Sansa knelt beside her, helping tie the knots. We do, because of you. They worked together until the sunset gilded the water, and that night the hall rang with laughter and the promise of another season. Summer deepened, and the wild wheat in the fields rose as high as a man's hip. The granaries filled, and the herds fattened. Maester Nilla organized the first-rate census in living memory, counting every head from the white knife to the rills, noting births, marriages, losses, and gains. The council learned that the North was not just holding its own but growing. New families, new trade, new children at every school. But the South did not sleep. In King's Landing, Sansa's cousin ruled well enough, but the court simmered with jealousies and plots. Rumors drifted north of a group of knights calling themselves the Brotherhood of the Falcon, claiming to have the true heir of Arryn blood, promising to unite the Vale and the Riverlands in a new alliance. Sansa did not worry aloud, but she sent letters by fast raven and doubled the watch at every border. Lyanna put her claws through harder drills and sent small parties to train in the Val's wild passes, making friends and showing strength in equal measure. That autumn, a delegation arrived from the Reach. Their leader was a Lady Tyrell, clever and charming, her retinue trailing scents of rose and mint through Winterfell's stone halls. She brought gifts, silks, tapestries, a barrel of honeyed wine, and talk of trade, perhaps even a betrothal. Sansa was polite, but unmoved. "We are friends," she told Lady Tyrell. "But the North is not for sale. Our alliances are made in trust, not in gold." Lyanna watched every move, testing every word. She found a kindred spirit in Lady Tyrell's cousin, a woman who fenced with the claws and laughed over tankards in the Great Hall. "Not all Southrons are fools," Lyanna allowed, "but I'd still rather face a blizzard than a court full of lords." As harvest ended, Sansa called a festival. Every house sent their banners. The market was thick with goods from the Neck, the mountains, and the farthest isles. Songs echoed from the yard, and the children raced beneath pennants of green and gray. Lyanna judged the archery, Sansa presided over the feasts, and every soul in Winterfell joined hands beneath the stars. That night, the two women sat together on the battlements, the torches of the celebration flickering far below. Lyanna looked out across the land, the green fields, the blue rivers, the forests growing dark in the distance. "Do you ever wonder what comes next?" she asked. Sansa nodded. "Always. But I know one thing. Whatever comes, we face it as we always have. Together." Lyanna grinned, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. The wolf and the bear. The North slept easy that night. And when the sun rose, it did so on a realm made strong not by crowns or swords, but by the stubborn lasting hope of those who had chosen to build instead of break. And the story of that summer, of peace held, of friendship forged, of courage found in the simplest of acts, would be told by every fire in every home, so long as the North endured. The full heat of summer pressed down on Winterfell, not as fierce as in the south, but enough to set the banners sagging on the battlements and drive the folk of the castle into the shadows of thick-walled corridors or the cool green hush of the Godswood. It was the first truly golden summer in memory, and though the fields of the north were never so lush as the southern plains, there was a bounty in the barns and the granaries. The rivers teemed with fish, the forests with deer. The bells in White Harbor rang out for a week, when the first foreign ship of the season docked, bringing silks and glass from Bravos, spices from Pentos, and curious coins stamped with forgotten kings. Sansa oversaw it all with a steady hand, her eyes bright and thoughtful beneath her hood. Every morning she made her rounds, a little slower than she once had, years of care and winter's old injuries leaving their marks, but her mind was sharp as ever. Children in the bailey ran to her, clutching paper flowers or woven tokens, and she listened to each in turn, remembering names and stories. Her court, never ostentatious, grew only more beloved for its quiet dignity and its kindness. No beggar was turned away, no lord or small folk was dismissed unheard. Lyanna was her shadow and her steel, always at her side. Time had left its sign on her too, scars on her knuckles, a stiffness in her knee from an old wound. But she moved with the confidence of someone who had known fear and pain and come through stronger. Her claws had grown from a handful of young women and boys to a force respected across the north, and their reputation was such that even southern knights would seek them out for training and counsel. The two women met often in the garden or the Godswood, exchanging news, laughter, and sometimes silence. They trusted each other as deeply as sisters, their partnership now a thing woven into every heartbeat of Winterfell's life. The land outside the walls was changing too. Free folk villages had sprung up in the western hills, their homes colorful and raucous, the people fiercely proud. In the fishing villages along the coast, the children learned both the prayers of the old gods and the tricks of the sea. Merchants brought tales of peace in the riverlands and Vale, and of golden harvests in the Reach. The mountain clans, once wild and unruly, now sent their sons to Winterfell for training, and their daughters to the schools that Sansa and Maester Nilla had established in every holdfast. One evening, as the sun set and the air cooled, Sansa and Lyanna walked the ramparts, looking out over a crowd of tents in the outer bailey. It was the eve of the Midsummer Fair, a tradition newly revived, a festival for all of the North. The banners of every house fluttered, Cerwyn green, Manderley blue, Glover brown, Karstark white, and everywhere the gray and green of wolf and bear. They say the free folk will challenge the White Harbor sailors to boat races this year. Lyanna remarked, her tone dry but amused. And the Karstark children have prepared a play about the first Stark queen who ruled Bear Island. Sansa replied, eyes twinkling. Apparently, she wore armor and tamed a bear. Good, said Lyanna, smiling. As it should be. The festival was a marvel. Dancers from every clan circled the bonfires, wildling pipers played tunes so old that none could name them, and casks of mead and wine flowed freely. Sansa moved among the people, blessing newborns and listening to elders' tales. Lyanna presided over the games of arms, testing archers and wrestlers alike. At midnight, the heart tree blazed with candles and offerings, and every voice joined in a song that filled the gods' wood with peace. At the height of celebration, a new group arrived, envoys from the southern court, resplendent in bright silks and gold. Their leader, a young woman of House Redwine, graceful and clever. She bowed deeply before Sansa, then presented her with a sealed letter bearing the Lannister lion. We bring greetings from the Queen in King's Landing, and an invitation. She wishes to welcome the North to her council, that you may help guide the future of all Westeros. She writes of alliances and a new peace for all the realm. Sansa received the words with care, masking the small tension in her jaw. She invited the envoys to join the festival, bidding them sit at her table and taste the North's hospitality. Lyanna watched the Southerners with open suspicion, her claws close at hand. That night, Sansa and Lyanna retreated to the Old Solar, reading the letter together in the hush. She wants an alliance, Lyanna said, but she wants to set the terms. The South never learns. They see what we have built and wish to shape it for themselves. We must not isolate ourselves either, Sansa replied. If we turn our back on the realm, they may turn on us out of fear. We'll send an envoy, a trusted one, but we will set the terms. Friendship, not fealty. They sent Lady Alyce Karstark south, along with Maester Nilla and a handful of young lords and claws. The delegation was received with fanfare, and though the Queen of the South made her offers and her threats, the northern envoy answered with the quiet confidence that now defined the North. Trade agreements were made, promises of peace exchanged, but never was the North's freedom in doubt. While their delegation was away, Sansa and Lyanna turned their efforts inward. They traveled the north from White Knife to Barrowton, from Deepwood Motte to the marshes of the Reeds. They met with small folk and chiefs, with wildling chieftains and mountain elders. Everywhere they found gratitude, but also fears. A harsh winter always waits, some whispered. What if the South grows hungry again or jealous? Lyanna would laugh and clap an old man on the back. Let them come. The wolf and the bear are more than teeth and claws. We have the land and each other. In the Reed's land, they found Jojen's children grown, his eldest daughter now ruling with Mira at her side. She spoke of new threats, a river lord gathering broken men on the southern marches, seeking to win the Riverlands by force or cunning. Sansa promised help and left 2 claws behind, a sign of solidarity that was quickly spoken of in every tavern. Summer wore on. A distant fire was seen one night in the east, and wild rumors swirled. Some said the Brotherhood without banners rode again. Others spoke of a dragon out of Essos, but scouts found only outlaws burning a ruined keep. The days grew lazy with heat, and the North enjoyed what peace it had earned. But peace in the North was never without effort. Each week, Sansa's council met. Barbray Dustin, now older, slower, but still sharp, Willis Manderley content, his children married, his ships full, Maester Nilla ever wise, and Lyanna, her gaze fierce as ever, her laughter the surest sign of hope. Sansa took comfort in the routine, but she never let herself grow complacent. She knew too well how quickly the world could turn. One evening, as the fair wound down and dusk colored the sky, she and Lyanna sat together on a bench by the heart tree. "I sometimes wonder if the world remembers all the blood it cost to reach this peace," Sansa said, voice soft. Lyanna looked up through the boughs. "We remember. We teach the children. They'll know what was lost and what was found." The godswood was silent, but for the distant laughter of children and the wind moving through the leaves. "And if war comes again?" Lyanna's hand found Sansa's. "Then we meet it together. The North stands for its own. It endures." They sat in quiet, two friends who had become the soul of a realm, while the stars turned slowly above Winterfell's towers. In every home, in every heart, the memory of all that had been lost made what they had all the more precious. The wolf and the bear, and the land they had chosen to love, would endure, because that was the way of the North. And in the golden hush of that lasting summer, their story was told and retold. A tale of hard-won peace, guarded fiercely, given freely, and never again to be stolen. In the thick of summer, the North seemed boundless, alive with color and song. The days were long and full of light, amber in the wheat fields, pale and silver in the cool hours before dawn, golden, green, and blue at the banks of the White Knife, where children splashed and shouted among the reeds. Yet even with laughter and bounty there was always a watchfulness in the air, as if the whole land remembered that its peace had been hard-bought, not gifted by gods or fate. Sansa felt it every morning when she walked the ramparts, when the city and castle lay quiet, and the river mist hung in the low meadows beyond the walls. There was a steadiness in her now, a certainty that came not from birthright or marriage, but from years of listening, deciding, learning what could not be changed and what could. She wore no crown, never had, but the people named her queen, and every soul in Winterfell's shadow stood taller for it. When she visited the market, even the youngest children greeted her by name, and the bakers competed to set their loaves before her, as if each taste was a blessing on the harvest to come. Lyanna moved through the castle and the city with the easy confidence of a woman who belonged everywhere. Her claws trained with wildling and Northmen, merchant's daughter and smith's son. The company was no longer just a guard. They were a symbol, a lesson, a promise that strength and loyalty were not born of great houses alone. When disputes flared, Lyanna went herself, riding to the disputed fields, or standing at the head of the table in the feast hall, her voice cutting through bluster and grievance. "No one eats alone in the North," she'd say. "No one fights alone either." One hot afternoon, a boy from Bear Island arrived with a tattered raven. His message was urgent. Strange ships had been seen near Skagos, sails painted black with the mark of a broken sword. At once, Sansa summoned her council. The hall was alive with voices. Barbray Dustin, now half-blind but keen of ear, wrapped in a gray shawl. Wylus Manderly's son Elric, tall and grave. Maester Nilla. Lyanna, boots dusty from the yard, arms folded. The map of the North, old and well-marked, lay between them. "Pirates," Elric guessed. "Or Ironborn again. We've heard nothing from Pike in months." Barbray's mouth twisted. "Broken men, more likely. The South is full of them. They hear of our peace and think us soft." Lyanna shook her head. "Whoever they are, they picked the wrong shore. I'll take the claws to Bear Island. If they're looking for trouble, they'll find it." Sansa nodded, though worry flickered in her eyes. "Send word to White Harbor as well. Their ships can close the northern bay. Elric, have your father's men ready if more come. And if these are only lost traders, we'll know soon enough." Da. The council scattered, and Winterfell's rhythm changed. Lyanna left at dawn, riding north with 40 claws. Tough women and men, their axes shining, their eyes wary but unafraid. Sansa watched them from the ramparts, her hand on the stone, heart tight as the gates closed behind them. It was a week before the Raven came. Lyanna's hand, brisk and certain, sailed at dusk. Caught them off Skagos. 5 ships, not ironborn. Raiders from the Stepstones, desperate and hungry. We met them at low tide before the village. They fought hard. We held the line. 3 ships taken, 2 burned. No survivors who did not yield. I'm staying to rebuild the dock. We'll bring back the banners they left behind. All well. Iln. Sansa let out a slow breath and called the court to feast, the relief mingling with pride. Bear Island is safe. The claws held fast. Let every village know, the north is not to be preyed upon. Then see. The summer wore on. Lyanna returned. Thinner and more sunburnt, the captured banners in her saddlebag, and a new scar crossing her knuckles. She was welcomed with cheers and ale, and Sansa herself greeted her at the gate. You look 10 years older, Sansa teased, a rare glimmer of laughter in her voice. Lyanna grinned, shaking out her hair. You should see the other side. How fares the city? Peaceful, Sansa replied, if a little hungry for news. There was a pie-baking contest in your honor. The winner used trout and cloudberries. Better than hardtack, Lyanna said, and the two walked back through the cool shadows, Sansa's hand resting lightly on her friend's arm. But not all was easy. The southern kingdoms grew restless as harvests failed in the Vale and drought struck the Reach. Sansa received ravens daily, petitions for grain, offers of gold or marriage, whispers of alliance. She met each with a patient reply, neither closing the door nor opening it too widely. She sent what grain could be spared, and quietly doubled the northern patrols along the Neck and the Barrows. One morning, a Tully girl, niece to the Lady of Riverrun, arrived with a half-dozen Riverlanders. They carried news that a lordling of the Westerlands was marching through the Riverlands, promising bread in exchange for loyalty and gathering desperate folk in his wake. He says he will restore the old order, that only the strong should rule. Some say he's kin to the Lannisters, but others call him a sellsword in red and gold. Barbary Dustin, old but sharp, spat on the floor. The lion never loses his hunger. You must answer, Sansa. Bah. I will not send the North to die for southern squabbles. Sansa replied. Her tone soft but final, but neither will I ignore what happens on our doorstep. We send aid to Riverrun, grain, healers, and a company of claws. We make it clear, if this lordling crosses our border, he will find the North ready. Lyanna volunteered to lead the company, but Sansa shook her head. The claws know what to do. Your place is here, beside me. Lyanna looked at her, long and steady. As you command, my queen. The summer reached its peak. In the fields, the harvest was strong. At Winterfell, the festival of the first fruits filled the hall with song and dancing. Lady Barbary told the old stories, her voice quavering, her memories of the wars sharp as ever. Wyllis Manderly's grandsons competed in a foot race with wildling boys, and the winner, a skinny girl from the Bear's Claws, was crowned with a garland of bluebells and given the first cut of the honey cake. Sansa watched it all from her seat, Lyanna at her side, and felt the weight of years. The wars, the grief, the hope. She knew, as the people did, that peace was not a thing kept by swords alone, nor held forever by luck. It was the daily work of justice and patience, of care and listening, and of strength shared. One night, when the feast had ended and only a few candles burned, Lyanna found Sansa alone in the godswood. The heart tree's red leaves glimmered in the moonlight, and the air was thick with the sense of earth and growing things. You could have married a dozen kings, Lyanna said quietly, or worn a dozen crowns. Yet you chose this, chose us, chose the North. Nandarau, Sansa smiled, her fingers brushing the ancient bark. Crowns do not keep the cold away, Lyanna, but loyalty does, and love. Lyanna stood beside her, silent for a long time. Then, with the faintest hint of a smile, she replied, "Then let them come. Whatever the South brings, the North will endure." In the weeks that followed, the tension in the south eased for a time. The lordling's campaign faltered. His army melted away at the banks of the Trident. Sansa's envoys returned with news that the Riverlands, though battered, had chosen peace. Lady Barbary died soon after. Her last words a blessing for the wolf and the bear. Sansa held the old woman's hand and wept when the bells tolled, then led the funeral procession herself. Lyanna and all of the claws in attendance. Autumn arrived, red and gold. The harvest was richer than any in living memory, and the North's people feasted, giving thanks to the old gods and to the women who had kept their world whole. Sansa and Lyanna sat together by the fire, watching the children dance, their eyes bright with the memory of what had been lost and found. "Will it last?" Sansa asked, her voice soft, almost a whisper. Lyanna squeezed her hand. "As long as we stand together, the wolf and the bear, that's enough." And so, beneath the lengthening shadows and the first promise of frost, the North endured, its peace not a fragile truce, but a living, growing thing, carried in the hearts of its people, shaped each day by the wisdom and courage of two women who refused to yield. The story of their summer, their peace, their strength, their love, would live on as long as the North remembered, and the North as ever would not forget. Ka. The North was never still. When the first frost touched the barley and painted the thatched roofs with a silvery gleam, Winterfell's yard rang out with the sounds of preparation. The harvest festival had barely faded from memory before carts creaked out through the gates, carrying honey and wheat, salted fish and cloth to every outlying hamlet and croft. The air was thick with the cries of hawkers, the laughter of children racing beneath banners strung from tower to tower, and the calls of Lyanna's claws as they drilled beneath the watchful eye of their commander. Lyanna herself wore the first hints of autumn like a challenge. She strode the yard in her new cloak, a gift from Bear Island, sewn with green and brown, and her eyes missed nothing. Each day she sparred with a new recruit or rode the fields to oversee the granary tallies. The bear's claws grew stronger with each season, their ranks swelling as more girls and boys from distant farms came seeking purpose and belonging. Lyanna taught them herself, not just sword or bow, but the old lessons: loyalty, truth, and the courage to speak even when the room was full of lords. Sansa too moved with purpose. She took her counsel not only in the solar but in the market and the kitchens, by the riverside where fishermen mended their nets, and in the little schoolhouses where children learned their letters and the old stories. She wrote letters each night by lamplight, her neat hand sending comfort, thanks and advice to every corner of her kingdom. She kept a ledger of the North's fortunes. How many sheep born, how many fields seeded, how many houses mended since the spring thaw. Peace, she knew, was not passive. It was work, endless and essential. Even in high autumn, with the forests blazing red and gold, there were rumors at the borders. Traders from the Riverlands brought whispers of unrest to the south, and the Vale's new lord sent cautious envoys. Sansa answered them all with the same patience, the same unyielding message. The North would not be drawn into southern quarrels, but neither would it close its gates to those in need. One wind-bitten morning, Maester Nilla hurried to Sansa with news. "A raven from the wall, your grace." A message marked urgent. Sansa opened the note by the kitchen fire. It was brief and heavy. A new group beyond the wall. Armed, organized, not free folk. Their leader calls himself the King of the Frost. Wildlings say he seeks the gate at Eastwatch. The watch requests aid, grain, men, counsel. She read the message again, feeling the familiar shiver of dread. There was always something north of the wall. Cold, hunger, or human ambition. But this was different. The note's words pricking her with a sense of an old wound not yet healed. She found Lyanna in the training yard, breath steaming as she matched swords with a bearded Manderly sergeant. Lyanna wiped sweat from her brow and read the message twice, her jaw tightening. "If he comes south, he'll find the claws waiting." Sansa nodded. "But I'll not risk our peace on old legends and new kings. We'll send what aid we can to the watch. Food and firewood, medicine, and a party of claws. But not all. The North must be guarded here too." By nightfall, the gates opened for a party bound for the wall. 10 claws led by Lyanna's best captain. 6 wagons of food and salt, a cartload of axes and iron, and 3 healers. Sansa watched them go, the torches flickering in the dusk, her heart troubled by memories of other long winters, other terrors. Winterfell itself thrummed with a cautious hope. The schools were fuller than ever, with new children from as far as the Vale and the wild western mountains. The Claws staged exhibitions in the yard, letting the younger children try a wooden sword or shoot a blunt arrow. In the evenings, Sansa held open court, resolving disputes and praising cleverness and kindness wherever she found it. She found herself, more often than not, smiling in surprise at some act of generosity or wit, a wildling boy sharing his bread with a Glover orphan, or a Serwyn girl winning the harvest prize for the best poem to the old gods. Lyanna returned from her border rides in the evenings, her cloak muddy, sometimes her arm bruised from a spar, but always with news. "The Vale's new lord is clever," she reported one night, "but his people hunger for guidance. He listens to his counsel, and half of them grew up in our schools." "And the Riverlands?" Sansa asked, pouring them both hot cider. Calmer. "The Tullys are healing, but there are pockets of old hate. Bracken's phrase even a few outlaws calling themselves lions. Nothing the Claws can't handle if it spills over." "Let's hope it doesn't," Sansa said, but she smiled, reassured. The frost deepened. One morning, Sansa received a letter from the watch at Eastwatch by the Sea. The King of the Frost had come to parley, his retinue gaunt but proud. He spoke in the old tongue, asking for trade, for peace, for knowledge of the lands south of the Wall. He bore no threat, but warned that others, wilder and less scrupulous, might come after him. Sansa weighed the letter long and hard. That night, she called her council. The fire crackled in the solar, and a hush fell as she read aloud the watch report. Barbary Dustin's old voice broke the silence. "If the wall falls, it won't matter how many claws we have. But perhaps, this king could be an ally if not a threat." Willis Manderly's son Elric mused. "Trade might keep him honest. Fear will keep us sharp." Lyanna said only, "Let's meet him on our own ground, not behind stone. Send me in a council. Claws at our backs, but no army. We listen, we decide, and we let him know the North will not bend." Sansa agreed. If there is a new king beyond the Wall, he must understand what it means to meet a queen in the North. A week later, Lyanna rode north, her cloak snapping in the wind, flanked by her chosen council, Elric, Maester Nilla, and 2 Claws. They crossed the frozen white knife, made their way through the forest, and met the King of the Frost on the empty plain below the Wall. He was tall, his hair pale as the snows, his eyes bright with a wary cunning. He spoke of hard winters, of hungry clans, of the need for fire and food and a future for his people. Lyanna listened, unmoved by his boasts. "If you seek peace, you must keep it. The North remembers every broken oath. Prove your word, and we may trade. Cross the Wall with steel, and you'll find no mercy." The Frost King nodded, and for a time, peace held. The wildlings grew quieter, and Sansa sent axes and grain to the Wall as trade. Nothing more, nothing less. The North watched and waited, as it always had. Through all, Winterfell remained the heart of it. The harvest was rich, the schools noisy with debate. Lyanna's Claws marched in the frost, their banners bright, and Sansa met with every merchant and midwife who came seeking counsel. The festivals grew more joyous, the stories more hopeful, the halls warmer as autumn gave way to the early gentle snow. One night, as the stars burned high above, Sansa and Lyanna stood in the godswood beneath the red leaves, breathing in the promise of winter. "Do you ever fear it could end, this peace we've built?" Sansa asked. Lyanna's answer was simple and sure. "Fear, yes. But fear is what keeps us ready. And hope? Hope is what makes it worth the keeping." Sansa squeezed her hand. "Then let's keep it. For the North. For all of us." Lyanna nodded, her eyes reflecting the moon and the quiet strength that was now the song of the North. The wolf and the bear, the queen and her sword. As the world turned toward winter, Their story continued. Each day another stitch in the tapestry of a land that had learned, at last, to endure, to remember, and to hope. End day. The first true snows of winter fell in a hush, thickening day by day until Winterfell's walls seemed carved from the very heart of the land. The world beyond the battlements vanished behind veils of white. At night, fires crackled in every hearth, smoke curling from the chimneys in silver ribbons. The castle was full. Refugees from distant crofts, free folk from the hills, Riverlanders who had come as children and never gone back, mountain clansmen, even a handful of southerners seeking peace in the long shadow of Sansa's reign. The air within the walls was close and warm, and tinged with the scents of bread, pine, and spiced cider. It was a season for stories, and every hall resounded with them. The old men in the yard told tales of the first wolves, and the wildling children traded riddles and sang songs about the Bear Queen who had crossed the sea. At every meal, Sansa made a habit of sitting with a different group, her voice gentle, her questions kind, her ear open to complaint and praise alike. Her counsel grew and changed with the years, but Lyanna was constant, always at her left, her bearing sharp as the ice in the godswood. Lyanna took her meals with the claws and trained them harder than ever in the snow. She led patrols along the walls and down to the fords, riding with her captains or sometimes alone, dark hair braided against the cold eyes scanning the horizon. She had become legend in her own time, known now not just as a warrior, but as a judge and peacemaker, the arm and the conscience of Sansa's rule. Small folk spoke of her in the same breath as the old heroes, and even the wildlings said there had never been a bear so fierce nor so wise. The Frost King's peace held, though the Watch sent regular reports, skirmishes with restless clans, rumors of a southern mercenary band wintering in the abandoned castles along the wall, distant sightings of men on strange horses far out on the frozen rivers. Each missive was weighed at the council table, discussed and set aside with careful deliberation. Sansa's answer was always the same. The North would neither provoke nor cower. If the wall held, so would they. As winter deepened, Sansa called for the great counting, a census of every soul within her borders. Runners were sent to every keep and holdfast. Teachers in the schools tallied names and ages, and even the mountain clans and wildling settlements gave their reckoning. Maester Nilla, ever tireless, organized the work. In her neat hand, the rolls swelled. Newborns and elders, farm girls and smiths, those born north of the wall, and those who could trace their line to the first man. The results, read out in council, filled the hall with pride and wonder. The North had grown, its people were many, its towns bustling, its harvests, though never as rich as the South's, plentiful enough to feed all who called it home. For the first time in generations, there was no hunger, no plague, no desperate flight to the south. Instead, there was a sense of fullness, of possibility. Yet not all was simple. Rumors flickered among the shadows. Some said a new red priest had crossed from the east, preaching in the fishing towns. Others spoke of smuggling in the bays, of Lannister gold moving quietly through hands in White Harbor. Sansa answered each in turn, sending envoys, tightening the watch, instructing her council to listen twice as hard for the first hint of unrest. One night, as the storm howled outside, Sansa summoned Lyanna to the solar. The two sat by the fire, lamplight painting their faces in flicker and gold. "It is never finished," Sansa murmured, fingers tapping the rim of her cup. "Each day I feel as if I am weaving a net from water and hope. I have given everything I have, and still, the world presses close." Lyanna stretched her legs before the fire, boots thawing. "You've built a realm no one thought possible. They will test it. Always. That's what it means to rule, Sansa. But we are not alone. You have me. You have all of them. The Claws, the Manderleys, the Wildlings, the children in the schools. You've changed the North, and they know it." Now, Sansa studied her friend's face, marked by weather and laughter and care. "What about you, Lyanna? What keeps you from growing restless?" Lyanna shrugged, her smile wry and real. "The work, the people. You. I always thought I was born for battle, for fire and blood. But there is a fight in every season. a wolf's fight, a bear's. Keeping peace is the hardest of all. In the morning, Sansa toured the kitchens, tasted the stew, and ordered more honey added. She visited the forges and asked the blacksmith's apprentice to craft extra nails for the gates. She knelt with the children in the schoolroom, listening as a Karstark boy recited the old stories, then called on a wildling girl to recite the tale of her mother's journey south of the wall. Each answer, each voice, she marked and remembered. Word came from the south. The Vale, stable now, had named its young lord a friend of Winterfell. The Riverland sent thanks for the grain Sansa had spared in autumn. Even the Queen in King's Landing sent a polite, if cautious, note of gratitude, accompanied by a request to send her own daughter north to study. Sansa agreed, with careful conditions, and set Lyanna's claws to escort the princess and her handmaids north. There was tension, of course. Southern girls learning northern customs, friction between wildling and lordling, old grudges surfaced over spilled ink or harsh words. But as the days passed, the children adapted. The southern princess learned to ride and shoot. The wildling children learned their letters, and the Blackwood and Bracken boys became friends after a wrestling match that left both with bloody noses and wide grins. As winter deepened, festivals filled the hall. The wolf and bear banners flew side by side, the heart tree glowed with lanterns, and music echoed from stone to snow. Sansa and Lyanna presided over it all, not as distant rulers, but as part of the laughter, the dance, the simple rituals of survival and joy. One evening, as the festival quieted, Sansa and Lyanna slipped away to the Godswood, the snow untouched, the branches burdened with stars. "The world will turn again, Lyanna," Sansa whispered. "There will be new threats, new hungers, old griefs. Do you think we can hold?" Lyanna's hand rested on the hilt of her sword. "We've built something that will last, not because we are strong, but because we endure. Because we change, and we remember. That's the North's true power." Sansa smiled, her heart lightened, if only for a moment. "Then let's keep building. Let's keep remembering." Bow. The two women stood side by side beneath the heart tree, its red eyes watching over them, as the North slept and dreamed. A realm forged in fire, kept in hope, and guarded always by the loyalty of the wolf and the bear. As long as their names were remembered, the North would never be broken, and the dawn would always return. Ka. Beneath the deep snows of winter, the North lay dreaming, its villages buried, its rivers silent and locked with ice. The world narrowed to what the hearth could warm, to the reach of lamplight, to the pulse of lives lived in close quarters. Within Winterfell's ancient walls, warmth gathered in great pools, by the kitchen's ovens, in the great hall's high rafters, and in the solar where Sansa's council met by candlelight. There, the heart of the North kept beating, slow and steady, undimmed by the howling winds outside. It was the hardest winter in a generation. The snow was relentless, blown in drifts higher than a man. The old women said it was the gods' way. Too many easy summers, too much change, and now the land must sleep, gather its strength. Sansa did not complain. Each morning she met with her stewards, tallying food stores, checking lists of who had shelter and who still needed it. Her pen was tireless. No village went unfed, no child without boots or blanket. The small folk had learned that the Queen in the North would not let them starve, no matter how long the snow lay or how fierce the winds grew. Lyanna was everywhere. When the gates froze, she broke the ice herself. When the claws stumbled from exhaustion, she marched at their head, leading firewood deliveries to distant crofts, breaking trails for sleds burdened with grain and salted meat. On the coldest nights, she sat with the children in the kitchens, telling stories of bears who danced in snowstorms and wolves who sang the spring awake. Her courage and sharp humor filled the castle with a kind of steady fire. The people who once whispered about the little she-bear of Bear Island now hailed her in song. Lyanna, the Bear Queen's hand, sword and shield of the North. Inside, life adapted. The children's lessons continued in makeshift classrooms, built in the warmest corners, wildling and noble alike reciting stories and histories by lamplight. The old games, Snowball fights, races on the battlements, contests of song and tale, kept spirits from flagging. On the coldest days, the great hall was thrown open, and all the folk of Winterfell gathered for supper. Sansa presided in her high seat, Lyanna at her left, their faces reflected in 100 pairs of eyes. Hungry, hopeful, unafraid. The first trouble came quietly. A runner from the east brought word that 2 villages along the coast had been cut off by storms, the sea frozen, the roads gone. Sansa sent a relief party at once. Claws with sledges, wildlings who knew how to find paths even under drifts, Maester Nilla with herbs and honey for the sick. Lyanna rode at their head, face masked against the wind, refusing to rest until every child and elder was accounted for. When they returned, battered but victorious, the whole keep celebrated, and Sansa herself placed a circlet of holly and pine on Lyanna's head. The next threat was stranger. In the midst of a storm, 3 men appeared at the gates, southerners, frostbitten and near death, bearing a letter with the seal of the Vale. Maester Nilla nursed them back to health while Sansa read the letter in silence. The young lord of the Eyrie, desperate for food and surrounded by lords with little patience for hunger, begged for help. Sansa called her council. "We have enough for our own, but not to spare," said Wylus Manderly's son Elric. "Still, the Vale sent help when our walls were burning." Barbary Dustin's cousin, now old and sharp as a crow, added, "If we aid them, we bind them to us. The North's strength is its friends." Lyanna said nothing at first. When all eyes turned to her, she looked to Sansa. "If you command it, we'll try. But no one here must go hungry for it." Sansa thought long, her brow furrowed. Then she spoke. "We send what we can by sled and by raven. Not just food, but knowledge. How to trap game. How to make warmth from little. And we make it clear. The North's help is not given lightly, but it is given for all who remember when the snows melt. Then trow." And so it was done. The relief parties were welcomed in the Vale, and tales of northern endurance spread, warming even the proudest hearts. In return, the Eyrie sent Blue Mountain sapphires, which Sansa distributed as gifts to the children and old men who'd helped most through the worst nights. As the cold deepened, strange stories moved through the villages. Some said they saw fire in the sky, northern lights rippling like curtains above the woods. Others swore a white bear prowled the edge of the haunted forest, larger than any seen before, watching but never striking. There were no attacks, no lost sheep, just the sense that the North itself was watching. Ancient, wild, protective. News from the Wall was good. The Frost King honored the trade, his people sending furs and frozen fish for tools and seed. The Watch remained vigilant, reporting only a few skirmishes with southern outlaws turned poachers. Sansa sent regular gifts to Eastwatch. New boots, thick gloves, needles, and salt and songbooks for the idle hours. One evening, as wind howled around the keep and the moon sailed silver behind clouds, Lyanna returned from a patrol, her cheeks red, her hair sparkling with snow. She found Sansa in the Godswood. Sitting at the base of the heart tree, cloak wrapped tight. "You look frozen," Lyanna said, dropping beside her in the snow. Sansa managed to smile. "Sometimes I think I'll never feel warm again, but I needed to see the world outside these walls, to remember why we fight so hard for it." Lyanna shrugged. "We endure. That's what makes us strong." Then, they sat for a time in silence, the snow muffling all sound, but the creak of ice in the branches overhead. When at last, Sansa stood, Lyanna followed, offering her arm for balance as they returned to the keep. As the moon waned, the snows at last began to ease. A faint warmth crept back into the air, and icicles dripped like music from the eaves. The first crocus blooms, tiny, stubborn, purple, pushed through the frozen earth in the kitchen garden. The children squealed with delight, and Sansa wept to see them, remembering all the springs that had come and gone, each one harder won. At the equinox, Sansa called a feast. All of Winterfell gathered, claws and cooks, wildlings and lords, teachers and tanners. The old stories were retold, and new songs were sung. Songs of the wolf and the bear, of children born in snow, of a north that had not only survived, but had grown and thrived. Lyanna gave the final toast, her voice ringing from beam to stone. The north stands together, now and always. For every winter that comes, we rise again in spring. That night, beneath a sky alive with stars and hope, Sansa and Lyanna stood once more beneath the heart tree, hands clasped tight. "We have made a home for them all," Sansa whispered. "And for us." Lyanna smiled, fierce and bright. "It's not over. It never is, but it's enough." In the soft hush of late winter, as the promise of thaw and green shimmered on the horizon, the north dreamed on, unbroken, unbowed, unafraid. And in every story, in every child's hope, the wolf and the bear endured, side by side, the heart of a people who had learned that peace, once made, must be kept with love and vigilance, always. Yao, Kandi. Unusual activity has been detected from your device. Try again later. 943, Bab 8139, EASHI 4, 1875, Bine. K. The snow receded in fits and starts, a reluctant beast, bearing earth as dark and rich as blood beneath the white. In the low hollows of Winterfell, meltwater pooled into mirror-bright ponds, and every morning the crows called from the battlements, as if to announce another tiny victory of spring. Yet the old cold clung to the bones of the keep and the hills beyond. People emerged in cautious bursts, children darting across the yard to chase the first robins, farmers shouldering their spades to check the thaw in their fields, elders standing in sunlit doorways and squinting at the uncertain sky. Inside the castle, the mood was one of quiet relief, as though the north itself were drawing a long breath after holding it all winter. Sansa moved through her days with the steadiness of a tree putting out new leaves. She made her rounds to every kitchen and storehouse, speaking with the bakers about the dwindling rye and the butchers about their salting barrels. The council met often in the warmth of the solar sunlight falling through the tall windows as they planned for the lean weeks before the first real harvest. Lyanna thrived in the thaw. She led her claws through the muddy fields to mend fences and repair the roads that would soon see carts again. She traded her heavy winter cloak for a lighter green one, and her boots were always crusted with mud. More than ever, she was everywhere, cheering the children in their first wrestling matches of the season, settling disputes over lost lambs and stray axes, standing with the farmers to judge which fields would bear barley and which oats. In these days her laughter was loud and frequent, her presence magnetic. One morning, as Sansa stood on the ramparts watching a mist rise from the godswood, Lyanna joined her, boots squelching, hair tangled by the wind. "You look happy," Sansa said, not bothering to hide her smile. Lyanna grinned. "It's the sun, the smell of earth." I'd forgotten how green Bear Island could be this time of year. "Winter's over, Sansa." "Or nearly." Sansa nodded, letting the truth of it sink into her chest. "There's a freedom in this season that's different from the others. Even the burdens seem lighter." Below, a group of children were racing, their voices rising in laughter. The claws had begun holding lessons for the younger ones, not just in swordplay, but in how to track game, how to build a shelter, how to listen for danger in the wind. "The little ones want to help plant the new trees," Lyanna said, nodding toward the youngest. "They want to know if the oaks or the willows will grow faster. I told them only the gods know for sure, but that the north always finds a way." Sansa squeezed her arm, eyes bright. "The north endures, and now, it grows." The days grew longer. Sansa found herself drawn again and again to the places where the children gathered. She began a tradition. Every week she would listen to their stories, their worries, their wildest hopes. Some spoke of dreams for the future, a new breed of sheep, a faster boat, a song that would be sung from Winterfell to Old Town. Some shared the fears that lingered, memories of old hunger, of nights cold and silent, of parents lost to the long night. Sansa listened to each, promising where she could and comforting where she could not. She saw in their faces the proof of all she and Lyanna had worked for. A north not ruled by fear, but by hope. Not bent by loss, but made stronger by it. With the roads clearing, messengers and merchants began to arrive in earnest. The Vale sent word that their crops had survived the worst, and that they would send seed and cheese to Winterfell at the next market. The Riverlands wrote with news that bandits along the Green Fork had been defeated, thanks in part to the training their sons had received in the north. Even the Queen in King's Landing wrote, her words formal but warm, offering Sansa a seat on her new council and expressing gratitude for the safe return of her daughter from her northern studies. There were, as ever, new threats on the horizon. Whispers of unrest in the Westerlands filtered up. Lannister bannermen chafing under peace, a golden-helmed knight gathering exiles at Fair Isle, promising glory and spoils to the hungry and the proud. Sansa met each report with measured calm. We do not go to war for the sake of old grudges, she said in council. But we do not close our eyes to danger either. We will keep the watch on our borders and send word to our friends in the west. Peace, but only on honest terms. Lyanna led patrols through the Neck and up the coast, her claws making friends in every village and fishing camp. She brought back reports of strange sails on the horizon, but none drew close, and the watchful eyes of the north discouraged even the boldest adventurer. She rode as far as Deepwood Motte to visit with the Glover women, who were planting new orchards with cuttings from Bear Island, and to the mountains to oversee the return of the clans from their winter holds. As the land bloomed, so did the halls of Winterfell. The first wedding of the season was held beneath a newly budded linden tree. A wildling girl and a blacksmith's son, their families weeping and singing together, Lyanna standing as witness, Sansa blessing the union. The great hall filled with music and the scent of roasting lamb, and the dancing lasted well into the dawn. Sansa saw to it that every marriage, every birth, every return from the wilds was celebrated. She herself presided over naming days and first sword givings, sitting in the heart of the keep and holding each child in her arms, speaking a blessing in the old tongue that Maester Nilla had helped her learn. The small folk came to love her all the more for these quiet moments, and the lords respected her for her constancy. One afternoon, Lyanna returned from the coast with salt in her hair and a letter in her hand, a message from White Harbor. Willis Manderly's youngest, Elric, was to wed a princess from the Vale, and the wedding would bring together lords and ladies from every corner of the realm. Sansa's invitation was grand and heartfelt. She and Lyanna were to attend as guests of honor, and the North's children were to play a central role in the feast. As Sansa read the letter aloud in council, excitement rippled through the room. It was a sign of all that had changed, a North that had found its strength, and a realm that now looked to it for guidance and unity. We will go, Sansa declared. Not as conquerors or supplicants, but as friends. The North's peace is our greatest gift, and we will share it. Lyanna grinned, her eyes alight. It will be good to see the world beyond our walls again, to remind them that the wolf and the bear walk together still. In the days before their departure, the castle bustled with preparations. The seamstresses made new cloaks of green and gray. The cooks experimented with cakes and tarts fit for 100 tables. The children practiced songs and stories to share at the great feast. Sansa walked the grounds each evening, Lyanna at her side. They spoke of the years gone by, the losses and the joys, the quiet victories and the struggles that had shaped their reign. The bond between them was unspoken but unbreakable, a partnership forged in fire and winter, tested and proven by every challenge the world had thrown. On the morning of their journey the sun rose clear and bright. The gates of Winterfell opened, and the procession spilled out. Claws and cooks, children and elders, banners flying, laughter rising. Sansa rode at the head, Lyanna beside her, their faces shining in the dawn. As they left Winterfell behind, the people lined the road to cheer and toss wildflowers at their feet. Sansa felt the strength of her home at her back, the warmth of its love carrying her forward. We have built something that will last, she said quietly to Lyanna as they rode, her voice full of awe and gratitude. Lyanna smiled, fierce and proud. We have. And whatever the world brings, we will meet it, together. Now. In the new green of spring, beneath banners of wolf and bear, the North moved into its next chapter. And in every heart, in every home, the story of Sansa and Lyanna lived. A tale of courage, endurance, and hope that would be told as long as the snows returned, and as long as the sun rose over Winterfell's ancient stones. Yeah, Kay. The road south from Winterfell shimmered beneath a sky so clear it seemed to have been polished for the occasion. The banners of House Stark and House Mormont flew at the head of the procession, wolf and bear, gray and green, flanked by pennants from every house of the north, from the blue of Manderley to the white sunburst of Karstark, the new wildling tokens fluttering among them. The air was ripe with the scents of wet earth and growing things, and from every village they passed, folk poured out to watch, to cheer, to lay sprays of early blooms and wild thyme in their path. Sansa rode with Lyanna at her side, both in simple traveling cloaks. Sansa's hair was bound in a crown of braids, her face calm, her smile gentle. Lyanna wore her sword openly, the only jewelry a pin shaped like a leaping bear. Behind them came the bear's claws in formation, then Maester Nilla with the children chosen to sing at the wedding, then the cooks, the scribes, the smiths and farmers, and wise women who were the backbone of the North. It had been years since so many Northerners had journeyed together. They were met at every way-stop by feasts and songs. In the fields near White Harbor, Wylis Manderley himself greeted them, his white beard wagging, his pride barely concealed as his son Elric, tall, awkward, blue-eyed, waited with his betrothed, a black-haired princess of the Vale, whose voice rang with laughter. The city was ablaze with banners and music. Ships from across the narrow sea crowded the harbor, their sails brilliant with color, and the streets were garlanded with ribbons and pine boughs. The people of White Harbor had never seen such a gathering, not just the great lords and ladies, but claws and wildlings, free folk and riverlanders, even a pair of old men from the Wall, cloaked in black, come to bring greetings from the Watch. The wedding itself was held in the Merman's Hall, beneath archways hung with nets and pearls, the sea visible beyond tall windows. Sansa sat at the right hand of Lord Wylis, Lyanna beside her, as the vows were spoken and the music rose, the crowd alive with joy. The feast afterward was wild and generous, with dishes from every region, toasts in every tongue, and laughter that seemed to lift the very timbers of the roof. When the children of the North sang the songs of spring, voices clear and bright, their harmony rising to the rafters, even the most jaded lord found himself moved. The princess of the Vale wept and laughed, and clung to her new husband, while Elric blushed with pride. Lyanna's claws staged a display of swordplay and archery, dazzling the crowd. Sansa and Lyanna joined the circle dances, their hands clasped with villagers and lords alike. Later, when the hall had grown rowdy and the youngest had been sent to bed, Sansa wandered to the terrace overlooking the harbor. Lyanna joined her there, silent for a while, then speaking softly. "We're far from Winterfell, but it feels like home, doesn't it?" Sansa nodded. "Home isn't walls, Lyanna. It's people. It's what we carry and what we give." Lyanna grinned. "And what we keep safe." They stood together, watching the moon rise over the sea. Beyond the harbor, the lights of foreign ships winked in the night. Above, the stars glimmered as if in answer to the laughter still drifting from the Merman's Hall. The days that followed were busy and bright. There were councils and gatherings, meetings with southern lords and northern elders, quiet conferences with the wildling chiefs. Sansa was gracious, listening more than she spoke, learning the small fears and quiet hopes of every guest. Lyanna attended to the clause, helped arbitrate disputes over ship berths and grain prices, and, on the last morning, joined a contest of strength with the sailors of Bravos, winning, to the delight of a roaring crowd. As they prepared for the journey home, Sansa walked the harbor with Lord Wylis. He moved more slowly than once, leaning on her arm, but his eyes were shrewd and kind. "You've done what no one dreamed," he said quietly. "You've made the North not just strong but whole. And you've made friends of rivals, kin of strangers." Sansa smiled. "I did not do it alone. I had the North behind me. I had Lyanna." Wylis looked at her, tears in his eyes. "Hold on to her. The world will always try to take what is strong and gentle. You must hold fast for all our sakes." When the time came, the procession set out for Winterfell beneath a soft, misting rain. The fields were greener now, the rivers swollen and bright, and each village along the road greeted their queen and her sword with new pride. Children ran beside the horses, trading news and shy gifts. In one hamlet, a wildling woman pressed a wooden token into Sansa's hand. A wolf and bear, carved side by side. The journey home was marked by quiet conversation and easy laughter. Lyanna and Sansa rode together, sometimes speaking, sometimes not, each at peace in the other's company. At one stream, Sansa knelt to let the water run over her hands, and Lyanna watched her with a gentle, thoughtful gaze. "What now?" Lyanna asked as they remounted. Sansa looked at the sky. "We keep building. We keep tending. We listen and we act. We defend our peace and share it where we can." Lyanna nodded, satisfied. "That's the North. That's us." When they reached Winterfell at last, the castle was wreathed in wildflowers and banners, the bells pealing out in celebration. The small folk crowded the gates, the claws saluted, and the council stood waiting in the yard. Maester Nilla, Elric returned, Alice Karstark with new books under her arm, the wildling elders in cloaks of green and red. There was a feast and music, and the stories of the journey were told and retold. Sansa stood before the gathered people, Lyanna at her side, and spoke from her heart. "We have crossed winters and wars. We have known loss. But we have built something that will last. Our strength is in each other, in kindness, in courage, in the stubborn hope that makes the North more than a land. It makes it a family. Let this be our gift to all who come after." The cheering rang through the castle and out across the fields. Later, as the celebration quieted, Sansa and Lyanna walked once more to the heart tree. The snow had melted, and the grass was bright beneath the branches. "We have come far," Sansa whispered. Lyanna pressed her shoulder. "And we'll go farther yet. As long as the wolf and the bear stand together, nothing will break us." Night fell, deep and peaceful. In every home, the tale of their journey, of unity, endurance, and hope, would be told and retold for generations. And Winterfell, heart of the North, would endure, not for thrones or banners, but for the unbreakable promise kept by two women and the people who believed in them. The dawn rose clear and bright over Winterfell's towers, and the story continued. How? A new spring dawned in the North, soft and green, the world waking beneath gentle rains and the unfurling of 1,000 leaves. For the first time in memory, Winterfell's ancient stones wore a coat of moss and wildflowers, the cracks filled with life instead of ice. The courtyards buzzed with bees, the air thick with the perfume of new grass and budding apple trees. Farmers flocked to the markets, baskets laden with early greens and fresh-laid eggs, and even the most cynical of the old men admitted they could not remember a time so blessed. Sansa rose before the sun each day, the responsibilities of queenhood now woven into her very breath. She had never wanted the weight, not truly, but she bore it now as lightly as one could. There was always another task, a berth in the croft houses, a wildling delegation come to renew their oaths, a letter from the Vale or Dorne seeking counsel, a complaint about sheep straying into the barley fields. She answered each with the same care, listening, judging, never losing sight of the lives behind the words. Lyanna Mormont had become the North's living legend, but she would laugh at any who called her such. She wore her fame like an old shirt, never quite new, comfortable, and unself-conscious. Every morning she was first in the yard, drilling with her claws, now a force that included women and men, wildlings and Karstarks, mountain folk, and even a few southerners come north to learn. In the afternoons, she rode the fields, boots caked in mud, her voice echoing as she offered praise or scolded laziness. In the evenings, she sat with the old fishermen and midwives, learning as much as she taught. The peace Sansa and Lyanna had forged was not a brittle stillness, but a living thing, flexible, self-healing, able to weather the small storms that still blew in from south and east. There were always threats. Pirates prowled the coast in lean years, and occasionally a southern knight, bold or foolish, would try his hand at raising discontent. Each time, the claws met them on the borders, quiet and unyielding, sending them home with a warning or a wound, as the law required. But for all the vigilance, there was more laughter than fear now. On the first day of true spring, the gates of Winterfell were thrown open for the Maying, an old festival, half forgotten, newly revived. The market square bloomed with ribbons and pennants. Girls in green danced the maypole, while boys in wolf and bear masks chased after. The cooks set tables heavy with roast lamb, oatcakes, and spiced ale. Musicians played tunes so ancient, no one remembered their words, and Sansa, for the first time in years, let herself join the dance, Lyanna's strong hand warm in hers. That evening, they walked the battlements as the sun melted over the hills, the sky painted with gold and violet. "Do you ever wish it was different?" Sansa asked quietly, watching the play of light across the fields. Lyanna thought for a moment, her face unreadable. "No, I used to. I thought the world owed me something, vengeance, honor, a name sung in halls. Now I see the real victory is in this." She gestured to the fields, the laughter, the low hum of contentment drifting on the air. "Every year we keep peace. Every child who grows up unafraid is worth more than all the old songs." Sansa squeezed her hand. "I could not have done any of it alone." Lyanna snorted. "Nor I. But we did it together." Beneath them, the children were lighting lanterns, sending them up on the evening breeze. 1,000 tiny lights floated skyward, mirrored in the eyes of all who watched. Sansa and Lyanna stood close together, shoulder to shoulder, as the stars bloomed above. Letters came from King's Landing and Old Town, from Gulltown, and the Arbor. Each sought something: trade, advice, marriages, alliances. Sansa replied to each with courtesy and care, never promising more than she could give, never compromising the North's hard-won strength. She allowed envoys to visit, hosted feasts for the children of southern lords, but made clear that the North was neither a prize to be won, nor a kingdom to be threatened. When an envoy from Dorne proposed a marriage alliance, Lyanna surprised everyone by taking the lead in negotiations. "The North does not marry for gain," she said, meeting the Dornish lord's eyes without flinching. "But we do make friends. Let your sons and daughters come to Winterfell, learn our ways. Let our own visit Dorne, learn yours. In time, perhaps the old wounds will heal." Oh no. It was a measure of how far the realm had come that the proposal was accepted without rancor or pride. Soon, red-haired boys from the sands of Sunspear could be seen running alongside Karstark and Glover children, and northern girls with skin pale as milk sat beneath the apple trees, learning Dornish songs from new friends. That spring, Lyanna's claws hosted their first great tournament. Not a joust, but a gathering of games and skill, open to all, low-born or high, man or woman, child or elder. Archery, wrestling, running, swordplay, and even riddles and song were tested. It was not the prize but the taking part that mattered. Sansa handed out ribbons and tokens. Lyanna crowned the victors, and Maester Nilla recorded every name in the new book of the North, a record not of lords, but of every soul who called this land home. In the evenings, the great hall filled with stories. Sansa listened to the wildlings speak of the sunless land beyond the wall, to southerners recount the marvels of King's Landing and the Summer Isles, to mountain men remember old battles and even older pacts. Lyanna told tales of Bear Island and of the stubborn Mormont women who had survived storms and war, famine and flood, and yet never bowed. But one night, as the last embers faded, Lyanna leaned close to Sansa Tasha. "It is easy to keep peace when the sun shines and the granaries are full. We must never forget the lessons of hunger, of darkness. We must plan for winters yet to come." Sansa nodded. "We will. We'll store grain and wisdom. We'll teach the children what came before. So they remember, so they never take this for granted." Their plans were not all caution. Sansa and Lyanna, began to send delegations to every village and holdfast, asking what the people needed, what could be improved. New roads were built, linking the smallest crofts to the great keeps. The first printing press in the north was set up at Winterfell, and soon books and broadsheets, old songs and new stories, were being read by children in Bear Island longhalls and wildling tents alike. News of a new threat came at midsummer. A band of sellswords driven north by famine in the Riverlands, trying to take the neck by force. Lyanna rode out at once, leading a mixed company of claws and reed marsh riders. There was a skirmish in the reeds, fierce but brief, and when it was done, the sellswords surrendered, broken by the North's unity and the reeds' hidden traps. Sansa herself sent word to the Riverlands, offering food and sanctuary to the worst-hit villages, so long as they sent their young to learn the peace they could not yet keep. By harvest, the threat had faded. The North was stronger than ever. The granaries were full, the children grew, and the old hatred seemed, if not forgotten, at least set aside for another day. That autumn, as the leaves blazed gold and the air cooled, Sansa and Lyanna walked together in the Godswood, the heart tree whispering overhead. "We have done well," Sansa said, her tone both proud and wistful. "But we are not done." "We are never done," Lyanna replied. "But each day we endure is a day won. Each life made better is a victory." The wolf and the bear stood together as the first stars came out, listening to the North's slow, steady breathing. Their story was not a tale of thrones, but of stubborn hope, shared burdens, and quiet joy. And as long as Sansa and Lyanna endured, together, so would the North, unbroken and forever free. The scent of autumn honey and damp leaves lingered in the courtyards of Winterfell, as the days grew shorter, the shadows deepening under the eaves of old pines and the red leaves of the Godswood. In the hills, the rowan trees blazed like fire, and the first geese moved south in wavering lines across the sky. It was a time of reaping, of storing, of reckoning. The North was alive with labor, barley threshed, apples pressed to cider, nets drawn heavy from the swelling rivers. No one who had survived the long night took a full harvest for granted, least of all Sansa and Lyanna. Their partnership had grown into something so familiar that neither needed words for it. Sansa worked late over the ledgers by candlelight, counting the barrels of oats, the bricks of salt, the cords of wood stacked against the coming cold. Lyanna would come in from the training yard, trailing the musk of leather in the brisk wind, her boots muddy, her hair in a wild braid, and sit at Sansa's table, her presence a kind of grounding. Some nights they spoke, of the day's problems, of a stubborn villager, or a clever child. More often they sat in companionable silence, each drawing strength from the other's quiet. In the way of the North, their friendship was like the land itself. Tough, weathered, enduring, the sort of thing that would last a lifetime or longer. As autumn matured, the last of the harvest came in, and Sansa held a gathering for every major house, clan, and community. The market square filled with color and noise, claws in green and gray guiding the flow of carts. Children darting under flow of carts, banners fluttering in the chill wind. Wildling chieftains in bright cloaks drank with Karstark herders. Fishermen from the coast swapped tales with the mountain clansmen, while free folk shared roasted nuts and berries with merchants from as far as Old Town and the Riverlands. Sansa made her rounds, smiling and listening, nodding as a proud mother from Barrowton showed her a basket of flawless turnips, pausing to praise a wildling lad for his clever riddles, laughing with a clutch of Glover girls who had baked her a pie, better than Manderless. Lyanna judged the archery contest with the same ferocity she brought to battle, but handed out ribbons with surprising tenderness, encouraging the smallest and sternest with equal grace. At dusk, the feasting began. Tables groaned with roast pork and salted fish, oat bread, sharp cheese, and honey cakes. The great hall overflowed, the music a riot of pipes and fiddles, the air thick with firelight and joy. When the lords and elders raised their cups to Sansa, she stood, modest, serene, her copper hair glinting in the glow. "We have seen hard years," she said. "We have lost much and gained much more. The North endures because we stand together, clan and house, wildling and kneeler, high and low. Each harvest is a gift we share. Let us never forget what we have built." The cheers rang out, strong and true, and Lyanna grinned at Sansa, pride and affection shining in her eyes. As the feast wound down, a messenger arrived from the east. A skirmish near the Weeping Water. Bandits, desperate men from the ruined south, had tried to raid a free folk settlement. Sansa's smile faded, but her composure did not. "We must answer." "Not just with swords, but with aid. We will send the claws to secure the border and offer food and warmth to any who come in peace. If there are children among them, they will be welcomed in our schools." Lyanna nodded. "I lead the first company myself. Let the South see our banners and remember what the North stands for." In the days that followed, word spread of the claws' arrival. Quiet, competent, merciful but unbending. The bandits melted away before them, but a few families, broken and starving, surrendered and were led back to Winterfell. Sansa welcomed them with her own hands, finding them shelter and work, setting their children with the others in Maester Nilla's lessons. With the border secure, the realm returned to its rhythm. Lyanna spent her days riding the outer villages, checking in with the claws and sharing a mug by the fire with any who welcomed her. She returned each night with news. A new mill on the White Knife, a pair of twins born to the Reed clan, a wildling woman weaving baskets as fine as anything from Bravos. One evening, she brought Sansa to the Godswood, where the leaves glowed crimson in the last light. "There's something I want to show you," Lyanna said, drawing Sansa down the old path. At the roots of the heart tree, they found a small stone cairn, newly built. "Who?" Sansa asked, gentle. Lyanna's voice was soft. "A wildling elder died in the night. He asked to rest here. Said he'd never known peace until he came to the north. The claws built it, and the children brought stones from the river." Sansa knelt, touching the cold stones. "It's good. It's right. The gods will remember." Then Lyanna crouched beside her. "It's what we've made, Sansa. A home for all who need it." They sat together as the night deepened, listening to the wind in the branches. Winter's first threat came as the last leaves fell. A rider brought news that raiders, this time from the sea, not the south, had struck Bear Island. Lyanna's jaw set. Sansa did not hesitate. "Take what you need. The north stands with Bear Island." Lyanna rode at dawn with her claws, joined by men and women from every house. They found the village burned but the people defiant, already rebuilding. The raiders, it turned out, were not Ironborn but a desperate band of exiles from the Broken Arm, seeking shelter and food. Lyanna offered them a choice: lay down arms and work for a place in the north, or be sent south in chains. Most took the offer. The rest fled. When Lyanna returned, she found Sansa in the solar with a letter from King's Landing. The Southern Queen sought advice on grain stores and invited Sansa to her next council. Sansa smiled wryly. "They watch us now, Lyanna. They envy our peace, but they do not understand it." "They will," Lyanna replied, "or they'll see it on the banners when next they come north." The days grew colder, and the castle prepared for winter once more. Sansa oversaw the last shipments to the villages. Lyanna led her claws through the first flurries, and the people gathered by the fire with stories of what had been built and all that had been lost and found. On the night before the first snow, Sansa and Lyanna stood again at the heart tree, the wind sharp, the stars bright overhead. "Another year," Sansa said, her voice strong. "Another winter, and we are still here." Lyanna clasped her hand. "And we will be, for as long as the North remembers. The wolf and the bear, guardians of a peace hard-won and fiercely held, watched as the first flakes drifted down, knowing that whatever storms might come, the North would face them, together, unbroken, and unafraid." K. The first snow fell with a hush, softening every edge and turning the world silver before the dawn. Winterfell's tower stood watchful and proud above a kingdom blanketed in white. Smoke curled from every chimney. The scent of burning pine and stew drifted from the kitchens. The city and castle settled into the patterns of cold. Work indoors, laughter in crowded halls, boots left drying by every hearth. Yet the atmosphere was anything but grim. In the wake of abundant harvest and a year of peace, the people of the north met winter with the steady cheer of those who know hunger only as a memory, not a threat. Sansa watched the snow from her window, the glass etched with tiny frost flowers. The council met in the solar each morning, with Maester Nilla reading the tally of stores and reporting on the health of the folk in outlying hamlets. The ledgers showed plenty. The Manderleys had sent smoked trout and lamprey pies. The wildlings had gathered enough fur to clothe every child twice over. The Riverlands, in gratitude for aid and justice, had sent barrels of honey and dried apples. Sansa signed her approval with a steady hand, her eyes bright. Lyanna was restless as the first snows. She stalked the ramparts, checking the guards, and set the claws to new drills in the bailey. She organized races and games for the children, and led snowball battles with the same energy she brought to the training yard. When a window cracked under the weight of a drifting snow, it was Lyanna who led the crew to mend it, laughing as she worked alongside the glaziers and carpenters. At night, she told stories in the kitchens, spinning old legends into new tales, and listening for the worries behind the laughter. The castle was full this winter. The children of riverlords and wildling chieftains shared lessons with the sons and daughters of House Karstark, Glover, and Hornwood. Old feuds faded in the warmth of shared bread and study. The first snowball truce, a game invented by a Tully girl and a wildling boy, became the talk of the keep, and soon every child was sworn to the rules of Queen's Peace, a mock battle that ended in shared cider and laughter before the fires. One night, a message arrived from the south. A long letter from the Queen in King's Landing, asking for Sansa's judgment in a dispute over river tolls, and requesting her presence at the next great council. Sansa read the letter twice, then slid it aside. The South has begun to see us as the final word, she mused. Yet, they still do not understand how peace is kept. Lyanna grinned, shaking out her hair. Let them come and watch a north winter. They'll run home at the first frost. But Sansa's mind worked quietly, weighing more than jest. It's not our strength alone, Lyanna. It's our care, our patience. The north is strong because we build together. Every feast, every harvest, every hand that is not left out in the cold. Now, as the days shortened, Sansa invited each household within the walls to the great hall in turn. Fisherfolk, smiths, herders, teachers, merchants, cooks, even wandering minstrels. Every supper was a chance to hear what was needed, to offer praise and thanks, and to remind all that the castle and city belonged to them as much as to their queen. Lyanna always sat at her left, and it was often the bear's sharp wit or gentle nudge that drew laughter from the reticent or gave courage to the meek. The Claws spent the long nights patrolling the roads to nearby villages, keeping watch for travelers lost in snow, or strangers with ill intent. Several times, they found small groups of wanderers, exiles from the south, sometimes broken men, sometimes families seeking a new home. Each was questioned, fed, and if they were peaceful, found a place within the north. Sansa herself spoke to every newcomer, listening to their stories and judging where they might fit. One bitter night, Lyanna returned from patrol, cheeks ruddy, her cloak dusted with snow. There's a family out past the old weir, half-frozen, hungry. 2 little ones. She stripped off her gloves as she spoke, urgency and anger burning in her eyes. Sansa rose at once. We'll bring them in. There are empty beds in the south tower. Tell the kitchens to make broth. And let the Claws stand guard tonight. Sometimes old ghosts follow new faces. Within the hour, the family was safe inside the keep. Sansa visited them herself before dawn, bringing warm bread and honey, and sitting at the bedside until the smallest child stopped shivering. Lyanna watched from the door, arms folded, pride and worry mingled in her gaze. Later, as they drank mulled wine by the fire, Sansa spoke quietly. It's easy to forget how quickly the cold can steal hope. Lyanna set her mug down. We won't let it. Not here. Not ever. The first festival of the season was the Lantern Night, revived from old stories. Each household was given a lantern, paper, wood, or glass, painted with symbols of wolf, bear, fish, or pine. As darkness fell, the people gathered in the yard, Sansa and Lyanna at the fore. The lanterns were lit, a river of light flowing through the snow, and songs were sung for the departed, for the living, for the gods who watched, and the kin who remembered. As the festival ended, the lanterns were placed on the frozen pond, and the children cheered as the lights drifted away, burning against the dark. Lyanna caught Sansa's eye and smiled, her face softer in the golden glow. "This is what will last," she murmured. "Not the swords or the banners, this." Sansa nodded. "This, and you, and all who hold fast with us." As the year turned, Winterfell became a place of pilgrimage. Travelers arrived to learn from its peace, to study the claws, to see the partnership that had saved the North and changed its very heart. Delegations from the Vale and Dorne, the Riverlands, and even the Iron Islands came to trade, to study, to make peace, and learn the way of the wolf and the bear. Sansa hosted them all, keeping the council steady, ensuring that the North's gifts were given wisely and never squandered. Lyanna drilled her claws, sparred with southern knights and wildling chieftains alike, and held her own courts in the yard, settling disputes with a fairness so plain that no one dared gainsay it. When the first thaw crept along the eaves, and the snow began to slip from the roofs, Sansa and Lyanna stood once more in the godswood, the air sharp and clean. "We've made a place the world looks to now," Sansa whispered. "Not because of what we took, but because of what we gave." Lyanna looked at the heart tree, then at her queen. "Because we built it together, the North and us." Their hands found each other's, and in the hush of that last snow, beneath the ancient tree and the first hint of spring in the air, they promised, without words, that whatever the seasons brought, the wolf and the bear would stand, side by side, for all the winters and all the dawns to come. A thaw ran through the land so slow it seemed the world might sleep through spring, but beneath the white, life persisted. Each morning, icicles cracked from the gables, and the old stones of Winterfell dripped with promise. The fields lay under slush and mud, and from every corner came the measured hope that this year, like last, the North would thrive. Inside Winterfell, the mood was different than in years before. Where once hunger and fear might have tightened every belly, now the castle and city stirred with purpose. Sansa rose at dawn, moving from room to room, checking on the children of the claws, conferring with Maester Nilla in the warm solar, sitting by the cook's fire to taste the last of the winter stews. She wore her simple crown of plaited hair and pine, no gold, no jewels, nothing to set her apart but the gentle gravity she carried, the respect in every voice that greeted her. Lyanna's footsteps could be heard before first light, boots thudding over stone as she ran the morning rounds with the claws. She trained with steel and staff, laughing when she fell, teaching by example how to lose and rise again. Her green cloak, battered and beloved, was as much a banner as the wolf on the ramparts. Children crowded after her, eager to help, learning knots, setting snares, chasing wild dogs from the gardens. One morning, as the mist lifted over the yard, Lyanna found Sansa gazing out over the battlements. They stood in silence for a time, watching as groups of children skidded and slipped on the half-frozen ground. "It's always loudest after the longest cold," Lyanna observed. "I think the land itself is grateful." Sansa smiled. "And so am I." They watched as the bear's claws set out to the outer farms, bundles of tools and seed on their backs. In the past, these forays had been dangerous. Bandits or the bitter, desperate, even wolves or broken men. Now, as the years had passed and word spread of the North's justice, only the boldest or most foolish would threaten Sansa's peace. Instead, the people greeted the claws with gladness, offering bread and beer, gifts of cheese or new-spun wool. Lyanna accepted each with a nod, her reputation preceding her everywhere she went. Sansa spent more time in the market than in the hall now, listening to fishwives and farmers, settling disputes, laughing at the boasting of the bakers. She had learned to read the moods of the city by its noise, the songs in the evening, the scolding of the washerwomen, the distant thud of axes as new beams were readied for a barn. In the first days of true thaw, the river broke its ice, and a flood of merchants arrived, some from the south, some free folk, even a party of ironborn with dried fish and whalebone jewelry. The square was alive with colors, banners flying, wildlings trading fox pelts for seed potatoes, southern girls gossiping in braided finery, claws showing off their marksmanship to the awe of the younger boys. There was no single moment that marked the turn from winter to spring, only a slow awakening. The children gathered each dusk for lessons in Maester Nilla's rooms, learning to read, to reckon, to speak of peace as something precious and possible. Sansa herself sometimes taught the oldest, telling stories not of battles but of compromise and kindness, how words might mend what swords could not. One day, word came that the river had brought a stranger, a bard from King's Landing, claiming to know the latest songs and stories. He was a clever man, nimble with a lute, and quick to charm the crowd with tales of queens and dragons, of ships and lost crowns. But Sansa, listening from the edge of the market, caught the note of pride in his voice when he sang of the north, and the children cheered most for the song of the wolf and the bear. The bard spent that night in the hall, feasting and playing late. When the crowd faded and only embers glowed, Sansa called him aside. "You have traveled far," she said. "What news from the south?" The bard bowed. "My lady, your north is the talk of every court. Some envy you, some hope to learn from you, some would take what you have made, but all fear you in their own way. For none believe that peace can last, not here. Now." Lyanna, standing behind, laughed quietly. "Let them come, if they must. They'll find more than frost and stone to meet them." Sansa thanked the bard, then sent him on his way with a purse of silver and a promise. "If you sing of us in the south, sing of truth. Sing of what is possible." The next morning brought a council, as always. Maester Nilla with letters from the Vale and White Harbor, a wildling chief asking for more seed, a Karstark widow requesting help to repair a bridge. Sansa considered each with her careful patience, granting what could be given, always watching for the small troubles that, if left alone, might grow. Lyanna had begun planning a great gathering, an assembly of every house, clan, and village. Not just the lords, she insisted, but the cooks, the weavers, the smiths, the children. If the world will watch us, let them see all of us. Let them see what the North has become. Then no. Word went out across the kingdom. By the first true green they came, Manderley fishers and mountain clans, wildlings and riverfolk, traders from as far as the marches and the islands of Skagos. The market grew wild with color and sound. Stalls offered everything from smoke-cured boar to glass beads, honey wine to wolf hair brushes, salt cod and carven chessmen. Sansa walked among them, blessing each new union, praising the cleverest crafts, sitting for portraits drawn by children and hedge wizards alike. Lyanna presided over games of strength and speed, laughter rolling from the archery fields to the wrestling rings, her voice a rallying cry for courage and play. At night, the city blazed with torches. Fires burned in every square. Stories, songs, and dances crossed all boundaries. Sansa, at the heart of it, raised her cup to the people. This is the North we have dreamed of. It belongs to all of us, now and always. The cheers that greeted her rolled through Winterfell and out across the hills. Lyanna grinned, clapped her queen on the back, and led the next round of songs herself. There was still work, always work. Roads to be mended, orphans to be found places, border disputes and sick sheep, and the first whisper of trade quarrels from the south. But nothing could sour the mood of that spring. When word reached them of a failed raid in the Neck, a band of southern sellswords driven back by free folk and claws working as one, the news was greeted with pride, not fear. Through it all, Sansa and Lyanna met each evening in the Godswood, beneath the heart tree, whose leaves were bright with new red. There, the queen and her sword spoke not as rulers, but as friends, of doubts, of hopes, of what more could be done. Their bond, unbroken through seasons of war and peace, had become the quiet center of the North's new age. "We have given them a future," Sansa said one night, watching the sunset. Lyanna squeezed her hand, fierce and certain. "And we will defend it, always. The world beyond the wall might still hold its mysteries. The South might plot or envy. But as the last snows melted and the land grew green, Winterfell stood, enduring, hopeful, and above all, united. For in the heart of the North, where the wolf and the bear ruled side by side, there was at last a peace that belonged to all who called it home." In the weeks that followed the great gathering, a gentleness lingered in the air, as if the land itself exhaled content. The hills beyond Winterfell were alive with green, and the first bluebells crowded the riverbanks, bright against the shadows of the pine woods. The markets overflowed with laughter and new music, the smells of honey cakes and fresh mint rising from the stalls, as if hope itself were a kind of spice. It was a North transformed, not just by peace, but by trust, and by the knowledge that every voice, from the wildling chief to the youngest child, belonged in the song of the land. The days fell into a pattern of fullness. Sansa made her rounds at dawn, moving among the people, sharing bread and listening to stories, settling small disputes before they could fester. She was greeted with the respect of a queen and the affection of a neighbor. In the afternoons, she met with Maester Nilla and the council, reading new letters from every holdfast, requests for more books, for wool, for the healing hands of the claws. At supper, she dined with a different group each night. The claws one evening, the cooks the next, mountain folk, then merchants, then the children whose laughter bounced from stone to stone. Lyanna, for her part, seemed to grow more herself with every season. She trained her claws on the green outside the walls, their shouts and laughter ringing like bells. She ranged far in the saddle, visiting every settlement that had sent folk to the gathering, riding hard through pine shadow and meadow. Everywhere she went, she was welcomed as family. Sometimes she was called to settle a quarrel, sometimes to join a meal, and sometimes only to hear a grandmother's story, or to bless a newborn's cradle with a promise of strength. In these days the roads of the North were busier than anyone could remember. Caravans from White Harbor and the mountains jostled with wildling carts, their goods mingling, salt fish and river pearls, rough-woven blankets, and the delicate glasswork now being made in Winterfell's own workshops. A party of southern envoys passed north, their eyes wide at the sight of the claws and the mingling of high and low, wildling and noble, all working together. One golden morning, as Sansa walked the gardens, a small hand tugged her cloak. It was Mara, a baker's daughter, red-cheeked, her hair full of bread flour. "Your Grace," she whispered, "will you come to the orchard? There's a new nest in the apple tree, and the eggs are blue." "Ben?" Sansa smiled and bent to see. She praised the girl's sharp eyes, and as she did, a group of children clustered round, clamoring to show her their treasures: a squirrel's feather, a bit of sea glass, a drawing of a bear and a wolf. Sansa listened, and when she left, Mara ran to catch up. "Are you truly never afraid?" Mara asked. Sansa paused, thinking. "Oh, I'm afraid sometimes. Everyone is. But that's why we have each other. That's why we tell the truth and help one another. That's how the North endures." The girl nodded, solemn. "I want to be brave, like you, like Lady Lyanna." Sansa kissed her brow. "You already are." Lyanna came riding in at sunset, her boots muddy, her hair tangled from wind and laughter. She swung down from her horse with a grace that was all her own and greeted Sansa with a squeeze of the arm. "Good day?" Lyanna asked, grinning. "A perfect one," Sansa replied, and Lyanna's answering laugh was bright and young, echoing across the stones. The two of them dined late, after the rest had eaten. Lyanna told of a wrestling match in the mountains. A Glover girl had bested a Karstark boy, then carried him around the fire until he shouted surrender. Sansa shared news from the southern envoys, rumors of unrest in the Reach, a knight from Old Town boasting of a new order, and more requests for northern grain and peace. "We will send what we can," Sansa said, her voice steady. "But we keep our own house in order. The South will not buy our loyalty. We make friends, not masters." Lyanna raised her cup. "To friends, and to the North." The summer rolled on. The Claws led repairs on the northern roads, helping to build a great stone bridge over the White Knife. Manderly ships brought news from Bravos and Lys. There was talk of a festival of games, to be held the following year, with invitations sent even to the farthest southern courts. The days lengthened, and Sansa found herself at peace. She listened to Maester Nilla's plans for more schools, to the wildling women weaving new banners for the next market, to the blacksmith's apprentice reciting a poem he'd written in honor of the Claws. One night, she joined Lyanna in the Godswood. The two of them seated at the roots of the heart tree, the air thick with the scent of moss and rose. "It will not always be easy," Sansa said, staring at the sky through the branches. "No," Lyanna agreed. "But easy was never our way. We make peace. We keep it. That is enough." They sat until the stars appeared, the quiet between them comfortable and deep. The heart tree rustled overhead, its leaves whispering secrets only the old gods knew. But as with every season, new challenges stirred. Word came that a group of restless exiles, former Sellswords from the southern wars, had begun raiding the fringes of the Neck. Lyanna called the Claws, and Sansa dispatched swift riders to the reeds, pledging aid. A caravan from the Iron Islands was found adrift, its crew hungry and fearful, and Sansa offered food and shelter on the condition they swear peace for a season. From King's Landing came another letter, more pointed, a request for the North to send an ambassador to the new Southern Council to discuss trade and the rule of law. Sansa considered each with care. She sent Lyanna to the Neck, where the Claws joined with Reed Marsh riders and mountain clans to turn back the Sellswords without bloodshed. She welcomed the Ironborn, gave them honest work, and let their children join the northern lessons. And after a week's deliberation, she named Maester Nilla as her ambassador to the South. A sign of friendship, but not subservience. In the market, a new song began to spread. Of the wolf and the bear, the queen and her sword, who led not with fear but with wisdom, who held the North together through care and through courage. The story leapt from fire to fire, from village to keep, from the mouth of a fisherman's daughter to the ears of a wandering bard. In its telling, the North became not just a land but a living promise, of hope, of justice, of belonging. As the moon waned, Sansa and Lyanna found themselves once more in the Godswood. Beneath the red leaves, the quiet alive with the pulse of summer. "We have come so far," Sansa whispered. "And we will go farther," Lyanna said, her voice a promise. Hand in hand, they watched the stars, content to know that, whatever storms or seasons might come, the North would remain, united, enduring, forever ruled by wisdom and fierce love. For as long as there were hearts brave enough to hope, the story of the wolf and the bear would continue, and Winterfell would stand, a beacon in the long twilight, unbroken and unbowed. Ya, K, Din. By high summer, the North glowed with a quiet pride. The hills were deep green and gold, the hay high in the fields. Flocks of geese splashed on the lakes and wildflowers grew thick on every bank. The roads to Winterfell were well worn by merchants, shepherds, and children sent to learn at Maester Nilla's growing school. The castle and city had never felt so open, so full of life. For the first time since Sansa's childhood, peace felt as natural as rain and sun. Sansa felt it most in the mornings, as she walked from the Godswood to the market, her path followed by a train of greetings. A wildling mother with a child on her hip, a fisherman's son tugging her sleeve to show off his first trout, a girl from the mountains offering a scrap of woven cloth. These moments were the measure of her rule. She returned every smile and question with her own, her mind always open, always gathering stories. Lyanna had changed too. She was still as fierce and direct as the day she'd first spoken for House Mormont, but time had seasoned her with patience. Her laughter rang louder, her anger cooled faster, and her joy in the North's unity was a flame that warmed everyone near her. The Claws had become not just warriors, but a community in their own right. Teachers, mediators, healers. Lyanna moved among them as a sister, a captain, and sometimes, when the night fires burned low, as the teller of the tale that bound them all. The last weeks before the Festival of Games were a blur of work and anticipation. Banners were sewn, hurdles set up in the meadow, barrels rolled from the breweries. Messengers returned from the south. The Reach would send a team of archers, the Vale its swiftest runners, and even Old Town's famed chess champion was coming north. The Riverlands and Iron Islands each sent their own, some for pride, some to test their strength against the north, and some simply to witness the peace that had become legend in their own halls. Sansa oversaw it all, not from a throne but from among her people. She asked for volunteers among the children to welcome the southern guests, assigning wildling girls to show the Waynwood boys where to stable their ponies and Manderley sons to teach the southern cooks how to salt fish northern style. Lyanna organized the security with easy discipline, but mostly her claws acted as hosts, judges, and when needed, friendly rivals in the first trial games. The day of the festival dawned bright and clear, the air brisk with a promise of summer storms. The outer walls of Winterfell were draped with garlands, the market lined with stalls selling hot cakes, boiled crab, mead, and berry tarts. Crowds packed the fields beyond, every hill and roof, busy with families. The contests began with archery, and the North's pride swelled as a Karstark girl outshot the best of the Reach, her arrows thudding true one after another. There were races, barefoot through mud and grass, then on ponies up the gentle slope to the Godswood. The chess matches drew silent crowds, broken only by laughter when Maester Nilla beat Old Town's champion with a clever trap. Wrestling, riddling, climbing, and even a contest of tales were held, with Lyanna herself choosing the wildling girl who bested the famed Dornish storyteller as the winner, to thunderous cheers. At midday, the feasting began. Tables groaned with food: roast beef and venison, salt cod, honeyed oatcakes, and early apples. Sansa and Lyanna moved from table to table, sharing toasts and laughter. There were speeches, mostly brief, and one from the Queen's envoy, a shrewd and kindly man who praised the North's unity and its welcome, offering gifts from King's Landing and Old Town, books for the schools, a golden bell for the Winterfell belfry, and a new printing press for the castle scriptorium. As evening fell, the sky threatened rain but held off. Children lit lanterns, and the city was alight with music and color. The final contest was the sword dance, a tradition revived by Lyanna, a display of grace and skill, not violence. Claws and mountain men, wildling and southern knight, all spun and fainted in the firelight, their blades flashing like the aurora. In the end, Lyanna awarded the crown of leaves and wolfbone to a young woman from Deepwood Motte, who had danced as if the sword were her own hand. That night, beneath the lanterns in the Godswood, Sansa gave a speech that would be remembered in every hall. We are not a kingdom of walls or swords, but of hearts. Every hand that plants, every mind that learns, every voice that speaks for justice makes the North stronger. May this peace last, not because of fear, but because of trust. Lyanna raised her cup, her eyes shining. And if it's ever threatened, we'll stand together. Wolf and bear, all of us. No force in the world can break what we have built. The next days passed in celebration. The southern guests stayed longer than planned, learning the North songs, sharing their own. Children made new friends, and old enmities were softened in the laughter around the festival fires. The Riverlanders told their tales of green summers, the Ironborn sang of the sea, and the wildlings, once scorned, were sought out for their stories of ice and freedom. Even the envoys who had come to measure, to judge, or to find weakness, left with respect. Some asked to send their own young North to learn from Maester Nilla, or to train with the claws. Others sent letters back, writing of a North not cold and grim, but vibrant, wise, and open-handed. Trade increased. Letters and poems flowed south. The peace Sansa and Lyanna had made was not just an end to war, but a new way of being. As summer waned, the city settled back to work. The fields were ripe, the granaries full, and every house prepared for the next winter, not with dread, but with readiness. Sansa and Lyanna walked the walls together at sunset, their hands brushing as they spoke of the future. New roads to the western valleys, a hospital to be built near the river, more teachers, more books, more hope. "We've built more than I dreamed," Sansa admitted one night, her voice soft in the hush of the godswood. "And we're not done," Lyanna replied. "There's always more to do, more to defend, more to share." They stood beneath the heart tree, red leaves rustling, as a breeze stirred the dusk. Above them, the sky was streaked with color, and the first stars shone out, steady, patient, enduring. The north, too, endured. The wolf and the bear remained at its heart, rulers and friends, builders and guardians, witnesses to a peace not easily won and never taken for granted. Their story, woven now into every field, every child's song, every hard-earned joy, would continue for as long as the people remembered. And in the north, memory was the strongest thing of all. And as the last light faded, Winterfell stood firm against the coming night, a beacon in the gathering dark, proof that peace, once forged, could become the strongest legacy of all. The first hints of autumn's chill slipped through the high windows as August waned, and Winterfell, more than ever, moved to rhythms shaped by the cycle of season and harvest. The castle bustled with preparations. The last of the berries gathered, the wild apples pressed to cider, every roof checked for leaks, every cloak and boot mended for the cold ahead. The festivals of summer faded into memory, their echoes lingering in the laughter of children who played in the leaf-strewn courtyards. Yet there was no sense of loss, only an undercurrent of contentment. Peace had become habitual, almost a living thing, and every face in the market wore the lines of smiles more than frowns. The schools were full, the markets thriving. Wildling and Northman, highborn and low, mingled with a freedom their parents had only dreamed of. Old feuds, when they rose, were smoothed before they caught flame, by a claw's-even hand or by Sansa's gentle wisdom in counsel. Lyanna was everywhere, her boots echoing on stone in the gray light before dawn, or splattered with mud in the late afternoons as she returned from drilling claws beyond the walls. She never lost her sharpness, but her eyes had softened. She listened more, her laughter was easier, her judgments deeper. Children darted after her, eager for a chance to spar, or to show the Lady of Bear Island a new way to climb the old tower, or snare a rabbit. Sansa found her greatest happiness in the slow routines of peace. She rose early, her steps light, moving from the godswood, where she made her quiet offerings beneath the heart tree, to the warm noise of the kitchens, the hum of council in the solar, and the joyous chaos of the schoolrooms. She had learned to trust the rhythms of her people, to know when to push, when to wait, and when to let others lead. Her presence in the city was as constant as the bells, and her influence shaped Winterfell into a true home, not only for those born Stark, but for all who sought shelter behind its walls. The news that came from the south was often turbulent. A lordling's rebellion in the Westerlands put down by peace, a drought in the Reach that sent more merchants north, and rumors of new alliances in King's Landing. Yet the north stood apart, its strength no longer measured in swords alone, but in the web of trust and mutual aid Sansa and Lyanna had woven. On the eve of the first frost, the council met in the solar. Maester Nilla read the tally of stores, ample, even after the aid sent south. The wildlings had trapped more beaver and otter than any could remember. The Manderleys had filled the cellars with pickled fish, and the Karstarks had sent wagon-loads of wool and sheep's cheese. Wylus Manderley, older but hearty, offered a toast. "We are richer than gold, richer than kings," he declared. "We have plenty, we have peace, and we have each other." Lyanna grinned, raising her cup. "To the north, to Sansa, who made it so." Sansa demurred, but her smile was genuine. "To all of us. No one alone could have done this." Later that night, Sansa and Lyanna walked the ramparts together. The air was sharp with the promise of frost, and the city lights glimmered below. Hundreds of lanterns, each one a story. The silence between them was easy. "You think it will hold?" Lyanna asked softly. Sansa turned, her profile silvered in the moonlight. "I think peace is like a garden. It takes work. It can be lost, but it can always be grown again. We've taught them how. Lyanna nodded, looking out toward the distant woods. Even so, there will be threats. Hunger, old grudges, the pride of southern kings. There will, Sansa agreed. But we're ready. We don't stand alone. A faint sound, laughter perhaps, or song, drifted up from the city. They listened, letting it fill the space between words. Autumn settled in earnest. The leaves turned gold and red, falling in drifts around the yard. The festival of the first frost was celebrated with music and a dance in the market square. Children painted their faces as wolves and bears, and Lyanna judged the games, awarding ribbons and sweetmeats to the winners. One day, a party arrived from the southern border, a handful of exhausted travelers, led by a gaunt woman with the unmistakable accent of the Crown Lands. She knelt before Sansa in the hall, presenting a letter sealed with the royal crest. The message was respectful, but urgent. A new League of Lords, unhappy with the Queen's reforms, had begun to stir trouble along the southern roads. Rumors spoke of sellswords hired from across the sea, of villages threatened or burned for refusing to break faith with the Queen. The letter asked not for swords, but for knowledge, how to keep peace, how to win trust. How to teach their children not to fear the stranger. Sansa read it aloud in council, her face composed but troubled. Lyanna listened in silence, fingers drumming on the table. When the discussion ended, Sansa spoke. We will help, as we always have. Not with armies, but with advice, with food, with welcome. We will send teachers, not conquerors. Lyanna nodded. And I'll ride south to meet with the Queen's men. Show them how we keep order, how peace is kept on the ground, not just in the halls. So it was that the North became more than a byword for strength. It became a beacon for a different kind of rule. Teachers from Winterfell traveled south to help found new schools. Lyanna led a company of claws as advisors, drilling village guards and settling disputes, always insisting on fairness and patience before force. The wildlings, once seen as outsiders, now acted as mediators, their knack for plain speech and sharp justice finding respect even among the proudest southern lords. Back in Winterfell, life moved on. Sansa took in children sent from the troubled southern lands, placing them in families, teaching them the old ways and the new. Maester Nilla oversaw the copying of books and the gathering of stories. The schools were alive with voices, and the council worked late, planning new wells, new roads, new ways to make the North ever safer, ever stronger. Autumn ripened, and Sansa and Lyanna found themselves walking in the Godswood, leaves crunching underfoot. We have given them more than peace, Sansa murmured. We've given them a chance to see another way. Lyanna smiled, her face bright. And if we hold, maybe the whole realm will follow. Maybe, in time, peace won't be the dream. It will be the memory. The wolf and the bear stood beneath the red leaves, their hands clasped in silent promise. Beyond the walls, the first frost shimmered over field and stream. In the heart of the North, hope and vigilance grew side by side, tended by two women who understood, better than anyone, that the true work of peace was never done, but always, always worth the doing. Winter would come again, as it must. But when it did, it would find the North ready, strong, wise, united. And as long as the wolf and the bear stood together, no storm would ever break them. Okay. The first hard frost arrived in the dead of night, sheathing every blade of grass in crystal. When dawn came, the world sparkled blue and white. The city below Winterfell, stretching wide in a silence, broken only by the bells calling folk to morning. Sansa rose early, drawing her heavy cloak about her shoulders, and stood at her window to watch the pale light touch the roofs. Even after all these years, she did not take for granted the quiet, the peace, the gentle rhythm of a city waking in safety. Within the keep, the morning was a flurry of small preparations. Claws and cooks bustled through the halls, bearing firewood and flour, checking the seals on windows and the latches on heavy doors. Maester Nilla's young scribes carried messages to and from the Solar, where Sansa's council was already assembling. Elric Manderley reporting the last grain deliveries. Alice Karstark reading a letter from the mountain clans. A wildling elder bringing word of a new path cleared through the pines. Lyanna was last to arrive, boots crusted with frost, cheeks ruddy from the dawn air. She grinned as she took her seat. The colds come early, but the flocks are fat, and there's more wood in the sheds than ever. We're ready. Sansa nodded, glancing down the table. We'll not be caught unprepared, and if the snow stays late, the South has sent their promise. We'll trade, not beg. As the council turned to their business, Sansa listened more than she spoke, weighing every voice. When the talk grew heated, a dispute over grain between two far villages, a squabble over a new market charter, Lyanna interjected with her plain humor and steady logic, bringing laughter or a swift end to quarrels. It was as it had been for years, the wolf and the bear, each a check and a balance to the other. That afternoon, Sansa went down to the kitchens, where the first great cauldrons of the season's stew bubbled over the fires. She tasted, praised, suggested more time, and asked after the health of the youngest scullery girl who had a cough. In the schoolrooms, she sat among the children as Maester Nilla taught them the uses of winter herbs, correcting a boy's spelling and praising a wildling girl's careful penmanship. Lyanna was everywhere. She rode with the Claws to inspect the far stables, hiked the riverbanks with a company of children, and in the late light, helped repair a broken shutter in the northernmost tower, laughing with the old carpenter as they worked. When the first snow of the evening dusted the yard, Sansa joined her on the ramparts. They stood together, cloaks drawn tight, gazing out over a city blanketed in white, lanterns glowing in the dusk. "It never gets old," Sansa murmured. "I used to dread winter. Now I see it as a promise." Lyanna's eyes were bright. "A promise we keep. The North holds because we remember how quickly the dark can come. We're ready, more than ready." A silence fell, not awkward but full. The kind of quiet that said everything words could not. Below, children played in the snow, their laughter carrying up to the walls. Somewhere a song drifted. Something old and wild, sung in a dozen accents, the melody unbroken by war or fear. Inside, the halls glowed with warmth. Sansa hosted supper in the great hall, the tables crowded with city folk. Merchants, smiths, wildlings, and the old lord's heirs now learning their father's trades. The air rang with stories. Of how the North had changed, of the days when fear ruled, and the nights when only hope kept folk alive. The children clamored for the tale of the wolf and the bear, and Lyanna, always the better storyteller, relented, her voice ringing from beam to beam. She told it simply. How a girl who was not a queen, and a girl who was not yet a woman, made a promise at the edge of the world, and kept it through darkness and cold and blood and loss. How they chose to build, not break, to forgive, not revenge, to speak, not silence, to share, not hoard. The story changed a little each year, as all the best stories do, but always it ended the same way, with the North enduring, stronger and wiser than before. When the meal ended, Sansa found Lyanna in the godswood, brushing snow from the bench beneath the heart tree. They sat together, shoulders touching, the red leaves above dusted with frost. "We've become a legend," Lyanna said, a touch of rue in her voice. "Sometimes I fear the people love the story more than the truth." Sansa smiled. "Then let them. The truth is harder, but it's what gives the story its bones." Lyanna nodded, thoughtful. "Do you think they'll remember after we're gone?" Sansa looked out at the city, the fields beyond, the forests and rivers and distant peaks. "I think they will, because we made them a home. Not just a stronghold, but a family. That endures." Then, the days shortened, the nights grew cold, and the pace of life quickened. The last apples were stored, the grain bins sealed. Sansa approved the plan for a new bridge across the East Fork. Lyanna welcomed a company of mountain boys into the Claws, and Maester Nilla organized a new set of winter readings, the halls echoing with stories and songs from every corner of the realm. One afternoon, a message arrived from the southern marches. Unrest in a distant border town, a merchant caravan robbed, and old feuds threatening to spark. Sansa sent a party at once, claws and mediators, led by a young wildling woman and a seasoned Hornwood man, both trained to keep the peace through listening and fair dealing. There was no bloodshed, only talk and justice. And in a week, the roads were safe again. As winter settled in earnest, Sansa and Lyanna watched from the battlements as the folk of Winterfell worked and played, suffered and celebrated, all beneath the shield of the peace they had made. They welcomed each new dawn, unafraid. Visitors came from the south and the free cities, hoping to learn, to trade, to share in the life the North had made. One night, in the hush before dawn, Sansa and Lyanna sat by the fire in the solar, a pot of honeyed tea between them. "We have given them more than law," Sansa said. "We have given them trust." Lyanna smiled, tired but content. "And they have given it back." A gust of wind rattled the shutters, but the fire burned steady. "We endure," Sansa whispered, "because we share the weight." The snow fell heavier, blanketing the world in peace. The North slept, and dreamed, and woke. Each day, a little stronger, a little kinder, as the legend of the wolf and the bear became not just a story, but a way of life. And in the quiet heart of winter, with all the world at rest, Sansa and Lyanna's promise, spoken and unspoken, remained. Whatever storms might come, the North would stand, unbroken and unafraid, as long as there were hands to build, voices to remember, and hearts brave enough to hope. Oh, Kandi. The days after the first hard frost were crisp and bright, the sun gold on the snow, the air so clean it stung the lungs. The sky seemed closer, the clouds rolling low above the battlements of Winterfell, and when the wind blew, it brought with it the sounds of the city, merchants in the market, children at play, the clang of the smithies, and always the distant laughter of the bears' claws as they sparred or sang. Each morning, Sansa awoke to these sounds and let them settle into her bones like a benediction. The castle's rhythms shifted with the season. The kitchens were busiest in the blue hours before dawn, filling the great hall with the scents of baking and broth. The schools filled with children eager to avoid the cold, their lessons now stories of history and letters, of arithmetic and justice, of the old wars and the new peace. Maester Nilla, wrapped in a thick shawl of wildling make, presided over these lessons like a gentle hawk, sharp-eyed and patient. Lyanna spent more time indoors, but her restlessness could not be kept at bay for long. She drilled her claws in the old stables, turning the straw-strewn floor into a miniature battlefield for the children on stormy afternoons, then taking the older recruits through sword forms until their breath steamed in the cold. She was never still for long, organizing woodpiles, hunting lost goats with laughing wildlings, settling quarrels in the yard. Her laughter, like her command, was swift and sure. It was during one of these afternoons, with the fire crackling in the hall and snow ticking against the high windows, that news came from the far east. A messenger arrived, half frozen, bearing the blue and white badge of the Reeds. He was brought straight to the solar, where Sansa listened as he spoke of a strange gathering on the eastern marshes, a wandering band, neither raiders nor refugees, led by a woman with eyes, the color of storm water, and a voice that made even the frogs fall silent. The Reeds, always wary, had watched but not approached, and now sought Winterfell's counsel. Lyanna read the message again, her brow furrowed. Could be nothing, but it's a long way for the Reeds to send a rider if it were. Sansa considered. The world is restless again. Let's not wait for the marshes to decide. I'll send an envoy. Alice Karstark knows the land. And you, Lyanna, will go with her, quietly. Lyanna grinned. A walk in the mud, just what I needed. Preparations were swift and careful. While Sansa met with the council to keep order, Lyanna slipped out with Ollys and Three Claws, all in plain cloaks. The journey took 2 days, the land changing from snowy meadow to mist-hung bogs, where the trees grew thin and the air held the scent of rot and moss. The reeds met them in silence, leading them to the edge of the marsh where, in the half-light, a camp stood, small, orderly, strange. The woman who led it was tall, wrapped in layers of blue cloth, her voice soft as fog and strong as iron. She called herself Mara of the Waters, and her people had come from the shattered isles to seek a home. "We do not steal, we do not run, we wish only for land and peace." Lyanna watched her closely. "And if peace is denied?" Mara smiled. "Then we move on. My people know too well the price of war." Ali spoke with the reed elders, and Lyanna spent hours by Mara's fire, sharing food and talk. By morning it was agreed. A place could be found for Mara's people, on the far edge of the marsh, under the protection of the reeds, with the promise of work and fair trade. Lyanna promised Sansa would hear their case herself when the snows melted. Back in Winterfell, Sansa welcomed Lyanna's report, though she listened as closely to what was left unsaid as to the words spoken. "There will always be wanderers," she said. "If they want peace, they'll have it. But the North must not lose itself in its own legend. We remember what it means to hunger, to fear. We do not forget the cost." Benderwatch. That night, a great feast was held in honor of the marshfolk's safe arrival. Mara and 3 of her kin sat at Sansa's table. Shy but grateful, their eyes wide at the bounty of bread and stew, the easy laughter of the people. Maester Nilla found a place for their children in the schools, and Lyanna's claws saw that none went hungry or cold. The winter deepened. Ice thickened on the rivers. The pine forests grew silent and white. Yet within Winterfell, the peace held, more vibrant for the storm outside. Sansa met often with the council, planning not just for survival, but for flourishing. New drainage ditches for the spring melt, a loom for every household that wanted one, a stockpile of rare herbs in the healing houses. Lyanna was the force behind these efforts, tireless and encouraging, her confidence contagious. The children of Winterfell took to the snow like seals to water, racing on wooden sleds, building forts and tunnels, staging battles of snowballs and laughter. One day, a troop of southern visitors arrived. A knight, a merchant, a scholar from Old Town, drawn by the tales of peace and prosperity. Sansa welcomed them with quiet pride, inviting them to share in the games and to sit at the table as equals. The southern knight was at first wary of the wildlings and the claws, but after a night of stories and music, he declared he'd never known a land so warm at heart. One evening, when the hall was full of music, Lyanna found Sansa at the edge of the firelight. "Do you ever think," Lyanna asked quietly, "that this is as good as it gets?" Sansa smiled, her eyes bright with tears she would not shed. "It is not perfect. There is always more to do. But it is enough." Lyanna squeezed her hand. "We'll keep it then. For them. For all of us." And so they did. The snows thickened and the fires burned high. Visitors came and went, learning the lessons of the North. Not just how to fight, but how to listen, to forgive, to build something lasting. The story of the wolf and the bear spread further, carried by the merchants, sung by bards, whispered in the halls of southern kings, and in the markets of distant cities. When spring crept back, tentative and pale, Sansa and Lyanna walked together in the godswood, the red leaves bright against the melting snow. "We have endured another winter," Sansa said. "We have not lost ourselves to legend, nor forgotten where we began." Lyanna nodded, content. "We are still here, and we are more than we ever dreamed." Daddy. The wolf and the bear, side by side, watched the world thaw and open once more, knowing that whatever changes came, the North would be ready, its heart strong and its hope unbroken, built every day, in peace and in storm, by all those who called it home. The last snowdrifts shrank back from the castle's ancient stones, uncovering the muddy earth and the first green tips of new grass. Ravens brought news of the change to every village and holdfast. The North roused itself from winter like a bear from a long denning, slow at first, but with a growing restless energy. The days lengthened, and with each, the promise of another year glimmered over the land. Sansa felt it in her bones. She woke to birdsong and the smell of damp soil, the air still cold enough to sting, but carrying a note of sweetness from the southern breeze. She slipped her cloak around her shoulders, moving through Winterfell before the rest had stirred. Her steps traced a path from the heart tree, its red leaves shining with dew, to the stable yard, where the claws were already at work with brush and saddle oil, laughter drifting between them like sunlight. Lyanna, as ever, led by example. Her hair was tied in a loose braid, her hands rough from winter's labor, but her face was bright with plans. We'll need every field sown before the next frost. And the new marsh folk want to try their hand at barley. I told them if they can keep a boat from sinking in reed country, they can surely raise a crop. She grinned at Sansa as she spoke, tossing a tangle of rope to a wildling boy, who caught it with a wide, gap-toothed smile. Together, Sansa and Lyanna walked the yard, checking each cart and pair of hands, pausing to greet the marsh folk, the wildlings, the children of houses great and small. There was work for all, walls to mend, sheep to shear, gardens to rake and seed. The market bustled as the first traders arrived from White Harbor, their boats bearing barrels of pickled herring and casks of salt. Manderly banners snapped on the breeze. The laughter of sailors rang clear as the ice broke from the river. Maester Nilla had prepared lists of supplies, and Sansa spent hours in the solar with her, planning, writing letters, sending messengers to distant crofts. In the afternoons, she visited the schools, where children now recited not only the names of kings and queens, but the rules of planting and the duties of peace. The tales of the wolf and the bear, now written in a dozen hands and languages, formed part of every lesson. As the first crocuses bloomed, the council convened in earnest. The solar filled with light and voices. Elric Manderly reporting on trade, Alice Karstark speaking of the first lambs, wildling elders and marshfolk offering gifts and pledges for the coming season. Lyanna was the most restless, her fingers drumming on the table as plans were made for repairs to the old bridges and the start of a new well for the city's growing quarter. There's talk of trouble on the southern borders, Maester Nilla said one morning, reading from a sheaf of letters. Refugees from the Riverlands, some seeking work, some simply fleeing hunger. There are rumors of outlaws in the woods, but nothing confirmed. Sansa nodded, her expression calm but determined. We send food, and word that the North offers peace to any who would live by its laws. Let the claws patrol the border, not to threaten, but to welcome and to watch. Man, D. Lyanna agreed, already plotting the patrols in her mind. We'll show them what peace looks like, and what it takes to keep. It was not long before the first of the refugees arrived. Sansa greeted them herself, families weary and thin, faces wary at first, then awed by the warmth of Winterfell's welcome. No oath was demanded, only a promise to do honest work and keep the peace. The claws assigned homes, the cooks filled bowls, and Maester Nilla made sure the sick were cared for. Children joined the schools and learned quickly the songs and games of the North. News of the marshfolk settlement brought more visitors, merchants from Bravos, drawn by tales of a peaceful border, envoys from the Vale, curious about the North's ways, even a dour woman from the Citadel, eager to learn from Maester Nilla's Book of All Peoples. Lyanna met each guest with the same rough courtesy, sometimes sparring with them in the yard, sometimes walking the walls and telling stories of Bear Island and the hard lessons of survival. As the land thawed, the city turned its thoughts to celebration. The festival of first planting was declared, a new holiday, built from old traditions and the new hopes of every people who called the North home. The market was hung with green banners, and at night, lanterns floated on the river, each a wish for peace and plenty. Children danced in masks of wolf and bear, and the marshfolk built little boats from reeds and sent them sailing to the music of pipes. Sansa stood at the center of it all, Lyanna at her side, their faces lit by firelight. This is what it's for, Sansa said quietly. Not thrones, not glory. This. Lyanna squeezed her hand. A North where everyone is welcome. Where a girl with nothing but a sword and a stubborn heart can be family. where peace is as strong as stone. The months passed in the work of building and healing. Word came of another failed rising in the Riverlands, quickly put down by the Queen's men. Sansa sent more food and a letter of comfort, reminding her southern cousin that the North was a friend, not a rival. The roads stayed safe, and the schools grew crowded with children from far and near. Lyanna's claws hosted their first joint drill with the city watch, a spectacle of unity that brought half the city to the walls in applause. Each evening, Sansa and Lyanna walked the Godswood, sometimes in silence, sometimes sharing the burdens of leadership. Sansa spoke of her worries. Would the peace hold? Would the grain last? Would the newcomers learn the old ways without losing what made them strong? Lyanna listened, her confidence unyielding. You've taught them to hope, Sansa. You've given them a reason to believe. And if there's hardship, we'll meet it together, like always. The summer ripened. The markets filled with cherries and eels, with wildflower honey, and the first wheels of sheep's cheese. Sansa declared a day for games, and Lyanna presided over races and contests of wit and strength. The laughter in the yards was the truest proof that the past could be survived, the future could be built. Late one evening, as the sun set over the ramparts, Lyanna found Sansa alone by the heart tree. "I was thinking of the first time we stood here," Sansa said, her voice soft. "How frightened I was. How new it all seemed." Lyanna leaned against the old trunk, her eyes on the city below. "And now?" Sansa took a slow breath, letting it out with a smile. "Now I see not just what we endured, but what we've made. I see a North that belongs to all its people, not just its lords. I see hope, and I see you, and I know it's enough." Lyanna grinned, her old fierceness shining through. "We're not done yet." "No," Sansa agreed, turning her gaze to the river of lanterns drifting through the dusk. "We're just beginning." And so they were. With every season, every challenge, every new voice welcomed to their halls, the North grew stronger, not in the way of conquest, but in the way of family, of courage, of patient work. The legend of the wolf and the bear passed from story to song, from lesson to lived truth, and every child who learned it carried a piece of the North's heart forward into another spring. For as long as Sansa and Lyanna walked the ramparts, as long as their names were spoken with love and respect, Winterfell would endure, a beacon for all who chose hope over fear. And in the gentle hush of dusk, beneath the branches of the heart tree, the promise held, renewed each day, as bright as the lanterns sailing out to meet the coming night. "Ya, come thee." The season of growth was everywhere, and as spring deepened, Winterfell swelled with a kind of joy that could not be faked. From the first sunup to the last blush of dusk, the castle and city were alive. The wind sang in the banners, and through the new leaves on the heart tree, and from the ramparts, Sansa watched children chasing one another between stalls and herders, driving sheep to the summer pastures beyond the walls. Each day began with Sansa's silent walk through the Godswood. She paused at the base of the heart tree, sometimes whispering thanks, sometimes just listening. The land was green and gold, dappled with shadow, the moss underfoot as soft as a cloak. She would return, always, to the keep with a mind clear for the day's work. Lyanna was never far, and as the mornings lengthened, she made it her mission to see that every part of Winterfell's domain felt the change. She rode out early, taking claws and volunteers to the farthest crofts, helping set fence posts, patching roofs, coaxing even the most stubborn out of their winter shells. It was not only the wildlings who called her sister now, nor only Bear Island's children who watched her every move. When Lyanna returned at night, mud on her boots and wind in her hair, she brought news and laughter to the great hall. In these days, the council was a place of hope and ambition. Maester Nilla had begun a project to record the stories of every household. Free folk, city dwellers, and highborn, all the same. Sansa set aside funds for new roads to the western valleys, and pressed the council for a school at the edge of the marshes, so the children of the reeds and the newcomers from Mara's people might learn to read and reckon. Elric Manderly offered grain to the southern border, in the name of peace and profit both, and Alice Karstark proposed a contest for the cleverest new invention, a tradition she claimed would keep the North from growing dull. News traveled freely through the open gates. Caravans brought tales of a new peace in the riverlands, and a southern prince wrote to Sansa in his own hand, inviting her to a council of friendship and trade. She read the letter to Lyanna by firelight, both of them smiling at its awkwardness, words heavy with respect, but uncertain, as if the South still expected the North to be colder than it was. "We'll send an envoy," Sansa decided. "Not just a lord, but a wildling, a city girl, a farmer, a maester. Let them see what we have built." Lyanna thumped the table with approval. "Send one of the claws. Better still, send 3. So it was done. When the party rode out, it was a mirror of the North itself. A Hornwood shepherd with a knack for music, Mara's daughter with her keen eyes and quick tongue, a Maester Nilla's best student, and a wildling boy who'd once led raids on sheep and now told the best jokes in Winterfell. They traveled under the banner of the wolf and bear, and the city turned out to see them go. Children scattering wildflowers in their wake. As the envoy departed, Sansa and Lyanna turned to the work of the present. The marsh folk settled into their new lands, surprising all by coaxing barley and onions from the boggy ground. The festival of the first hay was declared, and farmers brought their best lambs and thickest fleeces to market. The city hummed with friendly competition, whose sheep was fatter, whose honey sweeter, whose daughter spun the strongest thread. Lyanna served as judge at every contest, sometimes diplomatically, sometimes with a wink and a nudge, always fair. Each night, the great hall was a tapestry of noise and life. Sansa presided, sometimes reading a story aloud, sometimes letting the children choose what song would end the day. Lyanna listened, her eyes always on the crowd, her mind noting every worry, every quiet triumph. It was in this fullness that a new challenge arose. News reached Winterfell that a southern baron, turned out of his lands by the Queen's reforms, was recruiting among the exiles and outlaws in the forests beyond the Neck. Maester Nilla brought the news to council. Sansa's mouth tightened, but she showed no fear. "We send word. The North is open to all who come in peace, but not to swords for hire. Let the claws ride south, not with steel, but with food and honest work. Those who accept are welcome. Those who refuse, let them move on." Nendero. Lyanna rode at the head of that company, bringing not only claws but wildling scouts, reed marsh riders, and a company of volunteers from the city. They found the exiles ragged and divided, some desperate for bread, some still hungry for old power. There were hard talks, a handful of tense standoffs, but when Lyanna and her claws returned, half the exiles rode with them, ready to swear the peace of the North. The rest faded into the south, and soon word came that the Queen's men had swept them up, ending the last stirrings of violence on the borders. Sansa wrote a letter of thanks, careful and sincere, and the Southern Queen's reply came warm and respectful, with an invitation for Winterfell to send scholars and musicians to the next courtly gathering. The peace held, and in its shelter, the North flourished. The city grew, new streets planned, new wells dug, new workshops opened. The wildlings taught their neighbors how to trap and smoke fish. The city girls taught the mountain folk to read. And everywhere, children moved between worlds, learning each other's strengths. Lyanna's claws now counted among them sons of Karstark and daughters of the Neck, all bound by oaths of honor and friendship. Sansa and Lyanna became not just symbols, but the living pattern for the land. The old feuds faded. Even in the wildest winter, hope ran like a river through the North. One evening, as a gentle rain tapped the windows, Sansa and Lyanna sat in the solar, sharing bread and cheese, listening to the hum of the keep. "We never thought it could last," Sansa said. "Yet here we are." Lyanna's smile was quiet, her voice soft. "We made it last. Not with swords, but with listening. With stubbornness. With love." "Then shall." Sansa leaned back, content. "There will be new storms, but the North will be ready. And we'll face them," Lyanna said, reaching for her hand. Side by side. The rain fell softly, and in the hush of the godswood, the heart tree shivered, its leaves shining with promise. And so the peace held, and the story continued. Each day, each season, another line in the long song of the North, built and kept by the wolf and the bear, and by all those who believed in the hope they forged together. Ka. By the time summer reached its crest, the north had become a tapestry of color and sound, a land remade. The fields outside Winterfell rolled golden and green, heavy with barley and oats. The orchards were full of promise, and the pastures rang with the lowing of well-fed cattle. Rivers ran clear, the fords watched over by claws and wildling scouts, and the air was filled with a sense of expectancy, as though the earth itself waited to see what the next harvest might bring. Sansa moved through this abundance with a new confidence. She was no longer surprised by her own steadiness, nor by the way her words were carried on the wind from the Godswood to the city's furthest edge. She met with elders in smoky kitchens, read lessons aloud in the cool shade of the market's colonnade, and greeted every visiting merchant and far-traveled craftsman with warmth and curiosity. The stories that had once been whispered about her, the quiet queen, the gentle Stark, had grown into legend, and yet Sansa met it with humility, letting her actions speak for her. Lyanna was the North's heartbeat, her presence as constant as the wind. She hunted with the wildlings in the cool mornings, rode the walls with the claws at midday, and in the evenings, trained the newest recruits under the pale light of the stars. She could not pass through the market without half a dozen children trailing after her, all eager for a tale or a wrestling match. Her hair was longer now, streaked with sunlight, her eyes bright with challenge and pride. Where Lyanna walked, order followed. Not the stiff, fearful kind, but a sense of rightness, of purpose, of belonging. The city thrived. The festival of midsummer was a riot of color, garlands strung from every lamppost, tables sagging with fruit and bread, songs in every accent of the realm. The school in the marshes opened its doors, and children of reed and wildling, of newcomer and old house, learned their letters side by side. Maester Nillis' project had become a true chronicle, a thick and many-voiced book that grew by the day. It was during these bright weeks that the envoy returned from the southern prince's court, bringing with them gifts and tidings. They had been greeted with honor, their stories heard, and their example admired, though some in the south still regarded the North's peace as strange, almost unnatural. The wildling girl in the company had won a song contest. The shepherd's music had become a court favorite, and the city girls' stories were being retold in the wine shops of Old Town. "We have become the hope they speak of," Sansa mused, as she read the letter aloud to Lyanna in the garden. "Not only for ourselves, but for the world beyond." Lyanna only shrugged, eyes twinkling. "Let them learn, then. Let them see it's not magic. Just work. Just trust." But peace, as always, was work. The first hints of discord came from the edges, a merchant from the Iron Islands seeking special favor, a band of southern pilgrims demanding their own quarter in the city, and a handful of restless young lords, sent north to learn, who found it difficult to bend to the North's plain ways. Sansa met with each in turn, careful and patient. She granted the Ironborn a place in the market, on the condition they keep the peace and trade fairly. She invited the pilgrims to share the city's feasts, but made it clear that all were welcome, or none. And when the southern lords proved troublesome, it was Lyanna who took them hunting in the deep woods, teaching them the respect due to nature, to neighbor, and to themselves. There was one night, near the end of summer, when trouble almost kindled. A group of young knights from the Reach, drunk on sour mead, brawled with a pair of wildlings in the inn near the old gate. The city was tense for a day, but Sansa summoned the parties to the great hall, sitting in judgment with Lyanna at her left. "Here," Sansa said, "we keep the peace not by forgetting who we are, but by learning to honor what others bring." She listened to every voice, insults and apologies alike, then made the knights serve in the kitchens and the wildlings teach them how to build a fire from nothing. By week's end, they were sharing bread and laughing in the market, and the story became one more thread in the North's tapestry. The festivals continued. There was a night market of lanterns, with fire dancers and sweet cakes, and a river race that wound beneath the city's walls. Lyanna presided over the games, awarding prizes to the swift and the clever, and Sansa crowned the Harvest Queen, a wildling girl whose laughter rang across the field. In council, Sansa and her advisors planned for winter, organizing grain, salt, and stores, approving a new bridge, and welcoming news of a healing house nearly finished in the marshes. Ace Karstark's invention contest brought forth a dozen clever tools, from a self-turning spit to a water clock that rang with the bells of the city. Letters arrived from the south, requests for envoys, proposals for trade, invitations for musicians and teachers. The Queen's own hand praised the North's quiet wisdom. And the prince who'd hosted Sansa's company wrote of his desire to see peace flourish everywhere. But one afternoon, as the air shifted and a cool wind swept through the keep, news came of a real threat. Raiders, outlaws from the ruined lands of the West, with no house or home, had attacked a caravan near the border. 2 claws were injured, a merchant was killed, and a handful of children taken in the confusion. Lyanna's rage was as cold as the river in spring. She set out at once, Sansa's blessing and the council's support behind her. The claws rode with her, silent and grim, joined by wildling trackers and the best archers from Bear Island. They hunted the raiders through the pine forests and over the moors, catching them near a ruined tower as the moon rose above the trees. The fight was swift, the children freed, the outlaws given a choice: judgment in Winterfell or the road south, never to return. Those who bent the knee were spared and put to work. The others vanished, word spreading that the North's justice was real and swift. When Lyanna returned, weary but victorious, Sansa met her at the gates. The city cheered, lanterns swinging, and the children ran to her, their joy a balm against the shadow. That night, a feast was held in the great hall, not of triumph, but of gratitude. Sansa spoke quietly to the assembled. We keep the peace not by force alone, but by standing together. Our justice is for all who live here, and our strength is in what we share. The story of the rescue joined the others, one more proof, to all who watched, that the North was both gentle and unbreakable. As summer ripened and the first leaves began to turn, Sansa and Lyanna walked the walls at twilight. They talked of what had passed and what might come, new families to be welcomed, new threats to be faced, the long work of teaching the world what true peace could be. We cannot guard every road, Sansa said, nor prevent every hurt, but we can show them how to heal. Lyanna nodded. We are not perfect, but we are enough. The light faded, and the first stars kindled over Winterfell's towers. Below, the city was quiet, the people safe. Sansa and Lyanna watched as lanterns floated on the river, promises shining in the dark, a sign for all who would come after, that hope endures wherever it is tended, and that peace, like a garden, is always a work of many hands. And as the season turned once more, the wolf and the bear kept watch. Steadfast, wise, and fiercely loving, the heart of a North that had learned at last how to thrive. The wind from the north sharpened as the leaves began to fall, sending a silver ripple through the barley fields and carrying the scent of wood smoke and ripe apples through the city. Autumn in the North was a season of preparation, but also of celebration. The feast of the first apples, the haymaking contests, the stories told by firelight in crowded halls. The people of Winterfell had learned, in the years since Sansa and Lyanna's unlikely alliance, to take nothing for granted. Not warmth, not safety, not the simple presence of one another. In the early mornings, Sansa walked the ramparts as the world brightened, the frost making lace of the grass below. The godswood glowed with the last red leaves, the heart tree watching over the city with its silent, knowing face. Sansa found peace here, gathering her thoughts for the day, letting gratitude settle her mind even as she braced herself for the inevitable flood of work. Lyanna's footsteps rang out across the yard, the first and the last each day. She had grown leaner, her hair threaded with silver, but her voice was as commanding as ever, gentle with the children, sharp with the lazy or the unkind, warmest of all when she was surrounded by her claws. Under Lyanna's watch, the order and unity of the city never slackened. New recruits were welcomed, children from the Riverlands, orphans from the southern marches, a proud girl from the Iron Islands, who quickly became a favorite for her courage and wit. The city's energy hummed along new lines. The healing house by the marshes welcomed its first patients, and a new street of weavers' shops sprung up near the old market, banners of every color fluttering above the doorways. Sansa made it her habit to visit every shop, every festival, to eat in the kitchens and listen at the forges, to know her people not just by their titles or duties, but by their laughter and their complaints. She took pride in the growing chronicle that Maester Nilla and her students had made, the pages swelling with voices old and new. A North in its own words, she called it, and it was read aloud in the schools and halls each night. That autumn, the city was more crowded than ever. Refugees continued to come from the troubled southern lands, and the Riverlands, though mostly peaceful now, still sent families north in hope of work and peace. There were envoys from Bravos and Pentos, even a scholar from the Summer Isles who had heard tales of the wolf and the bear. Some came seeking wisdom, others only curious to see if the North's peace was real. They found what they sought, not a land without quarrels, but a people united in their refusal to let differences grow into hatred. Trouble, as always, found its way. A merchant from the west brought news of a feud gone bloody near the mountains. A southern bard was caught spreading rumors of an uprising that did not exist. Sansa dealt with each as she always had. Swift justice for the truly guilty, a firm hand and a listening ear for those caught up in trouble by hunger or fear. When the first rumors of unrest in the Iron Islands arrived, word of a ship gone missing, of raiders sniffing at the coast, Sansa called a council. Lyanna led the discussion with her usual clarity. "We have friends among them now," Lyanna said, nodding to the Ironborn girl at her side. "Let's send word. No threat, just a warning. The claws will double the watch on the coast, but there's no cause for panic." Sansa agreed, then added, "We do not meet trouble with suspicion, but with vigilance and welcome. If the ships come in peace, let them trade. If they do not, let them know we are ready." Then, that week, a squall brought a battered longship into the harbor. Its crew, weary, exhausted, but unarmed, was welcomed with bread and mead, their captain given a seat at Sansa's table. They had lost their way, pursued by pirates farther west. The tale was grim but honest, and when Sansa offered them the chance to stay and work, half the crew accepted. The others, provisioned and blessed, sailed east at the first clear tide. Lyanna's claws grew stronger with each passing month. They held open drills in the city, inviting every child to try their hand at sword or bow, and every lesson ended with a reminder: strength is for the sake of peace, not pride. The older claws served as mediators in the market, as healers on the roads, as teachers in the schools. Sansa saw her dream alive in them, a North where the strong protected the weak, and the weak became strong in their own time. There was a day in late autumn when the Queen's own envoys arrived, bearing gifts and letters from the southern court. They were met with courtesy, given rooms in the newly finished guest house, and walked the city with Sansa and Lyanna at their side. The envoys listened to the children's lessons, tasted the food at the festival, saw the justice meted out by the claws and the warmth with which the people welcomed the stranger. One of them, a woman wise in years and politics, said quietly to Sansa, "The peace you have made is no longer an accident, my lady. It is a lesson, and the world is learning." Sansa only smiled, her heart full. "We build it each day. It is never finished." The first snow came in the middle of the last apple festival. The flakes danced down onto the lanterns and the heads of laughing children, onto the beards of old men and the braids of the claws, onto Sansa and Lyanna as they stood side by side to light the night's first fire. That evening the hall was packed to bursting. Stories were told. Songs were sung, some new, some ancient. Lyanna, at Sansa's request, told the tale of the bear and the wolf one more time, her voice strong and true. When she finished, the crowd erupted in cheers, the children crowding close to hear one more word, one more promise. After the last embers had died and the city slept, Sansa and Lyanna lingered in the godswood, the snow silver in the moonlight. "I used to fear the quiet," Sansa said softly. "Now I hear the strength in it." Lyanna squeezed her hand, rough and warm. "We earned this peace. Not just for ourselves, but for them." Then, the red leaves fluttered above, the heart tree bearing witness. In that hush, in that hard-won silence, the story of the North endured, stronger for its trials, braver for its scars. Sansa and Lyanna watched the stars turn, knowing that whatever storms might come, the promise would hold. Winter was coming, as it always did. But Winterfell was ready, its heart as fierce as ever, its halls full, its peace unbroken. And in the long dark nights ahead, the story of the wolf and the bear would keep the hope of the North alive, now, and for all the generations yet to be. The first true snow fell heavy and late, swirling across the fields and blanketing Winterfell in a hush that turned even the bustling city into a gentle dream. Sansa watched it from the high window of her solar, hands wrapped around a cup of honeyed tea, the world below blurred and brilliant. On the far side of the yard, children tumbled and shrieked in the white, their laughter echoing up the walls. Fires burned in every hearth. The market was quiet, but every shop glowed with candles and the sense of spice and smoke. For all the peace and abundance, winter brought with it a familiar gravity. Work was measured by the daylight. The council met earlier and longer, and Sansa's presence was as constant as the hearth fire. Her hand in every decision, her ear to every worry, her patience tested by the thousand details of keeping so many safe. Yet the old fear that had haunted her first winters, of hunger, of loss, of isolation, had been banished by the years. Now the burdens were shared by many hands, and the people who came to her were strong with the knowledge that they had endured before and would again. Lyanna thrived in the cold, as always. She led the claws and drills at dawn, breath rising in clouds, their laughter as sharp as the air. She organized woodcutting parties for distant crofts, took the youngest children on sledding races down the ramparts, and in the evenings sat with the old women in the kitchens, listening to stories and sharing her own. Her energy filled the keep. If Sansa was the city's steady heart, Lyanna was its pulse. Quick, warm, unyielding. The city had swelled with new arrivals that year. Southern families who'd come seeking peace, wildlings from the far north, even 2 Volantine traders who had decided, after a single winter's feast, to stay and teach glassmaking in exchange for lessons in northern woodcraft. Maester Nilla's chronicle grew thick with names and tales, and her apprentices hurried through the snow from school to healing house to market, gathering news and sharing word of Sansa's open hand. On the 3rd day of snow, word came that a sickness had struck a hamlet on the border, a fever that burned through 2 households before the snow cut them off. Sansa wasted no time. The claws set out at once, led by Lyanna and 3 of Maester Nilla's best apprentices, bearing casks of willow bark, bundles of dried herbs, blankets and fresh bread. The ride was hard, the wind fierce, but when they reached the village, the welcome was as warm as fire. The fever broke after days of care, and when Lyanna returned, her hair wild with wind, she told Sansa quietly of the courage she'd seen. Children caring for elders, neighbors sharing food, no one left alone. "We are not what we were," Lyanna said that night in the Godswood, the branches silvered with frost. "Not just survivors. We're kin. That's the true change." Sansa nodded, her eyes on the snow falling through the red leaves. "We made it so, and it's ours to keep." As winter deepened, the keep grew more vibrant. Every night there was music in the hall. Some new song from the south, or a wildling chant, the children's voices high and bright. Sansa presided over winter feasts where wild boar and river trout shared space with seaweed soup and hard bread, and where the story of the wolf and the bear was now as familiar as any old god's tale. Lyanna led the dance at the solstice, teaching even the most staid city elders to stamp their feet and howl at the moon, and the laughter rang long into the dark. Trouble, when it came, was quieter than in years past. A shipment of salt fish spoiled, but the council's planning kept hunger at bay. A wildling girl disappeared for 2 days, but was found safe in the snow, sheltering an injured dog she refused to leave behind. A pair of southern merchants tried to cheat the market, but were gently, but firmly, set straight by a chorus of wildling traders and city girls, and returned to Sansa's court more amused than angry. The only true shadow came with a message from the Queen's southern court. Rumors of unrest in the Westerlands, a lord making threats, a call for northern advisors to journey south and teach the lessons of peace. Sansa listened to the letter as it was read aloud, then closed her eyes and took a long breath. "We will send help," she said, "but not soldiers. Let them have healers and teachers and a council of our own choosing. We are not their shield, but we are their friends." Then Lyanna grinned, proud and sly. They could use a bit of the North's stubbornness. That winter was a season of learning, and not only in the schools. Southern children played alongside Northern and wildling kin, learning the games of snow and patience. Sansa encouraged every family to keep a journal, and the market filled with stories written on scraps of birch bark and old parchment, traded and retold, growing into the city's collective memory. One night, a fire broke out in the weavers' quarter. The claws were there first, forming a bucket line, carrying the old women to safety, and dousing the flames before they could spread. Sansa came herself, cloak billowing, her voice calm as she helped carry a loom from the smoke. By morning, the burned beams were already being rebuilt, and every shop in the city had set aside food and wool for those who had lost the most. It was this spirit, unyielding, communal, hopeful, that carried Winterfell through the deepest snows. Lyanna's stories grew bolder, Sansa's counsel ever more diverse, the city more resilient with every passing season. When the first thaw came, it was greeted not with desperate relief, but with a festival of thanks. A day when every door was open, every pot filled, every stranger made kin. That spring, as the river broke its ice, and the wild geese returned, Sansa and Lyanna stood together on the ramparts, the city waking below. "We have changed them, Lyanna," Sansa said softly. "And they have changed us." Lyanna squeezed her hand. "And we're not done." Below, the markets opened for the new season, children shouting as they raced through puddles, merchants setting out baskets of winter apples and new cheese. The heart tree's leaves were budding, and for a moment, all the hope of the world seemed gathered beneath its branches. Winter had come, and passed, and come again. The North endured, not by steel or fear, but by the wisdom and courage of those who chose to build, and to remember, and to welcome all who would share in its peace. And as long as Sansa and Lyanna walked the walls, wolf and bear, heart and hand, the story went on. Another chapter, another dawn, another promise kept.